Part 2, Chapter 24, The Identity of Spirits. Possible Proofs of Identity. The issue of spirit identity is one of the most controversial even among the followers of Spiritism, because spirits obviously do not bring any documentation with them, and we know that some of them very readily used borrowed names. Hence, after obsession, this is one of the greatest difficulties of practical Spiritism. In many cases, however, the matter of unmistakable identity is secondary and is of no real significance. It is most difficult to prove the identity of ancient personages, and it often becomes even impossible, rendering only the possibility of making a purely moral appraisal. We judge spirits as we judge individuals, by their language. For example, if a spirit presents itself using the name Fenelon, but states only trivialities and puerilities, it is obviously not Fenelon. However, if what it says is worthy of Fenelon's character and which he himself would not repudiate, we at least have some material and moral proof of the great possibility that it is indeed Fenelon. It is in these cases especially that true identity becomes a secondary issue. If the spirit says only honorable things, it really does not matter what name it uses. Undoubtedly, some will object that if a spirit were to take an assumed name, even for good purposes, it would nevertheless be committing fraud, and therefore could not be a good spirit. At this point, delicate issues arise, which are difficult to comprehend, but which we shall attempt to address. As spirits purify themselves and ascend within the hierarchy, the distinctive characteristics of their personality more or less disappear into the uniformity of perfection, but this does not mean that they do not retain their individuality. This applies both to high-order spirits and pure spirits. At this level, the names they use while on earth during 1,000 ephemeral existences are something quite insignificant. Furthermore, we have noted that spirits mutually attract one another through their similar qualities, and they comprise sympathetic groups or families. On the other hand, if we were to consider the huge number of spirits who, since time began, must have finally reached the highest ranks, and if we were to compare the highly limited number of individuals who have left a great name on the earth, we would understand that among the high-order spirits who can communicate with us, most are nameless. However, since we need names to fit our ideas to, they may take on a name of a familiar personage whose nature most identifies with their own. It is thus that our guardian angels most of the time make themselves known by using the name of a saint whom we venerate. Hence, if a person's guardian angel uses the name St. Peter, for example, there is actually no material proof that it is in fact the apostle. It could instead be an entirely unknown spirit belonging to the family of spirits to which St. Peter himself belongs. The fact is that no matter by what name we evoke our guardian angel, it will answer our call because it is attracted by our thought. The name is irrelevant. The same occurs whenever a highly evolved spirit communicates by using the name of a known personage. Nothing proves that it is in fact the spirit of that personage, but if it said nothing during its spontaneous dictation that would belie the spiritual elevation of the name it uses, then there is a presumption that it is who it claims to be, and in any event, we may state that if it is not the actual spirit, it must be one of the same level, or even one who has been sent by it. In sum, the issue of names is secondary, since we can regard a name as simply being an indication of the place the spirit occupies in the spirit hierarchy. The situation is otherwise when a low-order spirit assumes a respectable name in order to add believability to its words. This situation is so common that we can never be too careful regarding such substitutions, because it is thanks to borrowed names, especially with the aid of fascination, that certain theorizing spirits who are more proud than wise try to impose the most ridiculous ideas. Therefore, as we have said, the issue of identity is more or less indifferent when addressing general instructions, since the most elevated spirits can substitute for one another without causing problems. Highly evolved spirits comprise a collectivity, so to speak, wherein individualities are, with a few exceptions, completely unknown. We are more interested in the teaching than in the individual, Thus, if the teaching is good, it matters little whether it has come from Peter or Paul. We must judge it by its quality, then by its name. If a bottle of wine is bad, the label will not make it any better. However, the situation is different with intimate communications, because then it really is the individual or his or her personality in whom we are interested. It is then with good reason that we try to assure ourselves that the manifesting spirit is really the desired one. Identity is much easier to verify when dealing with contemporary spirits whose habits and character are well known, because such habits are precisely what they have not had time to free themselves from, and which enables us to recognize them. We could say that it is one of the surest signs of identity. A spirit can obviously provide proof through the answer it gives to questions asked of it, but only when it is appropriate, for usually requests of this nature will insult it, and it is best to avoid asking them. When a spirit leaves its body, it does not rid itself of its susceptibility, and any question meant to put it to the test will offend it. There are questions that no one would ask it during life out of fear of offending it, so why would we want to treat it with any less consideration after death? If a man attending an exclusive function declined to give out his name, would someone ask him to prove his identity under the pretext that there are impostors? This gentleman would have the right to remind such a person of the rules of civility. Such is the case with spirits who either do not respond at all or who withdraw. Let us take an example for comparison. Suppose that the astronomer Arago presented himself while alive at a home in which no one recognized him, and was received with the words, "You say you're Arago, but we don't recognize you, so we need you to prove it by answering a few questions. Solve this astronomical problem and give us your Christian name, your surname, and the names of your children. Also tell us what you did at such and such a time, on such and such a day," etc. How would he respond? As a spirit, he would do what he would if alive. Other spirits would do the same. Even though they refuse to answer puerile and absurd questions which we would not dare ask of them if they were alive, spirits nonetheless often provide spontaneous and unarguable proof as to their identity. They do so by revealing their character through their language, by their use of expressions that have been peculiar to them, and by referring to certain significant events and particularities of their lives that are sometimes unknown to their audience, but whose veracity may nevertheless be verified. Proofs of identity also result from many unforeseen circumstances that do not always appear the first time, but which do so in subsequent manifestations. Thus, it is prudent to wait for them instead of eliciting them, cautiously observing all those that may spring from the nature of the communications. See the related case in number 70. A method that is sometimes used successfully to confirm identity whenever the spirit is suspect is to make it affirm in the name of Almighty God that it is who it says it is. A usurper will often falter before committing sacrilege. After having begun to write, "I affirm in the name of," it will stop and angrily scribble some meaningless marks or break the pencil. A more hypocritical spirit will skirt the problem by omitting something. For example, writing, "I assure you that I am telling the truth," or "I affirm in God's name that it is I myself who am speaking to you," etc. However, there are some who are not even that scrupulous, who will swear by anything you want them to. One of them used to communicate with a medium saying, "I am God himself," and the medium, being highly honored with such elevated grace, did not hesitate to believe it. When we evoked it, it did not dare keep up the charade, and said, "I am not actually God, but I am his son. So then, you're Jesus." Of course, this was not probable, because Jesus is too elevated to resort to subterfuge. "Do you dare affirm in God's name that you are Christ?" "I didn't say I'm Jesus. I said I am a son of God because I'm one of his creatures." We should conclude from this that when a spirit refuses to affirm its identity in the name of God, it is always proof that the name it is using is fraudulent, but an affirmation only provides us with the presumption and not proof of identity. Among the proofs of identity, we may also place similarity of handwriting and signature. However, such a means of a proof is not available to all mediums, and neither does it represent a foolproof guarantee, for there are forgers in the spirit world as well as in our own. Therefore, there is only a presumption of identity, which acquires value only within the circumstances in which it is produced. The same applies to all physical signs which some individuals provide as talismans that cannot be imitated by deceiving spirits. However, for spirits who dare perjure themselves in God's name or who imitate a signature, no physical signs could possibly present much of an obstacle. The best of all proofs of identity is in the language and unforeseen circumstances. One could certainly say that if a spirit can imitate a signature, it can also imitate language. That is true. We have seen those who ignominiously assume the name of Christ, and for an even better deception, imitate his evangelical style by indulging in well-known expressions such as, "Verily, verily, I say to you." If we would study the writing without allowing ourselves to be influenced, however, deeply scrutinizing the thoughts and the character of the expressions, and noticing that alongside the beautiful maxims of charity, there are puerile and ridiculous recommendations, we would have to be completely fascinated to be fooled. Yes, certain formal aspects of language can be imitated, but not of thought. Ignorance will never imitate true wisdom, just as vice will never imitate true virtue. The spirit will eventually show its true colors. That is when the medium and the evoker must use all their discernment and reasoning to separate the truth from the lie. They must persuade themselves that perverse spirits are capable of all sorts of fraud, and that the more elevated the nature a spirit uses, the more distrust it should arouse. How many mediums have received apocryphal communications signed by Jesus, Mary, or some venerated saint? Distinguishing between good and evil spirits. If the perfect identification of spirits is in many cases a secondary, unimportant issue, the same cannot be said concerning the distinction between good and evil spirits. We may be indifferent as to their individuality, but never their quality. In every instructive communication, that is the point upon which we must concentrate our attention, since only it can provide us with a measure of confidence that we can put in the manifesting spirit, no matter what name it has assumed. Is the spirit who has manifested itself good or evil? To what degree of the hierarchy does it belong? That is the crucial question. See Spirit Hierarchy number 100 in the Spirit's book. As we have stated, we judge spirits by their language in the same way as we do people. Let us suppose that a man receives 20 letters from persons he does not know. By their style, ideas, and numerous characteristics, he will be able to tell which are educated and which are uneducated, which are polite or impolite, superficial, profound, frivolous, proud, serious, sentimental, etc. The same applies to spirits. We should regard them as unknown pen pals and ask ourselves what we would think of their knowledge and character if they stated or wrote such things. We can state as an invariable rule without exception that the language of spirits always corresponds to their degree of evolution. Truly high-order spirits do not limit themselves to saying only good things, but they say them in terms that absolutely exclude any trivialness. No matter how good statements may appear to be, if they are strained with a single expression of low quality, it provides us with an unquestionable sign of inferiority, and even more so if the communication offends social values because of its grossness. Language always reveals its origin, whether by thought or by form. Thus, even if a spirit wanted to deceive us with its pretended superiority, we would only have to converse with it for a while to discern its true character. Benevolence and kindness are also essential attributes of purified spirits. They do not feel hate toward humans or other spirits. They pity weakness and criticize error, but always with moderation and without bitterness or animosity. If we believe that truly good spirits can only want what is good and say good things, we must conclude that everything in the language of spirits that denotes a lack of benevolence and kindness cannot have come from a good spirit. Intelligence is far from being a sure sign of moral superiority, because intelligence and morality do not always develop in tandem. A spirit can be good, kind, and of limited knowledge, while an intelligent and educated spirit can be quite inferior morally. It is generally believed that in questioning the spirit of someone who had been knowledgeable in a certain specialty while on earth, one will more surely obtain the truth. This would seem logical, but nonetheless, it is not always the case. Experience has shown us that scholars, as much as other men and women, and especially those who left the earth a short time ago, are still under the control of the prejudices of their corporeal life and are not immediately free of a theorizing mind. It is also the case that, influenced by the ideas that had nourished and provided them with glory during life, they see things with less clarity than we might suppose. However, we do not state this principle as a rule, far from it. Rather, we only warn that this may happen, and that as a result, their scholarliness as humans is not always a guarantee of their infallibility as spirits. By submitting all communications to rigorous examination, probing and analyzing their ideas and expressions as if we were appraising a literary work, rejecting without hesitation everything that is contrary to logic and common sense, and everything that belies the character of the spirit who claims to be manifesting, we will be able to discourage deceptive spirits who will thus withdraw, since they will be convinced that they cannot deceive us. We will repeat that this is the sole means, but it is nevertheless infallible, for no evil communication can bear up under rigorous criticism. Good spirits are never offended at such examination, because they have nothing to fear, and they themselves have counseled us to proceed in this manner. Only evil ones are offended and try to dissuade us, since they have everything to lose, an attitude that proves who they really are. Here is the advice that St. Louis has given on the matter. No matter how legitimate the trust that the directing spirits of your works may inspire in you, there is a recommendation that can never be repeated too often, and which you must always bear in mind as you pursue your studies. Weigh and analyze all the communications you receive, submitting them to the most rigorous control of reason. Whenever anything appears to be suspect, doubtful, or obscure, do not neglect asking for all the explanations needed to form your opinion. Let us sum up the means for recognizing the quality of spirits in the following principles. 1. There is no other criterion for discerning the worth of spirits except common sense. Any other formula toward this end, even if given by spirits themselves, is absurd and could not have come from highly evolved spirits. 2. We judge spirits by their language and actions. Spirits' actions involve the sentiments they inspire and counsels they provide. 3. Accepting the fact that good spirits can only say and do what is good, then everything that is bad cannot have come from a good spirit. 4. The language of high-order spirits is always noble, elevated, and dignified, without any mixture of trivialness. They state everything simply and modestly. They never boast, and they never make a show of their wisdom or their position among the other spirits. The language of low-order or ordinary spirits always contains some reflection of the human passions. Every expression that reveals low character, self-importance, arrogance, boastfulness, or sarcasm is a sure sign of inferiority and deceitfulness if the spirit presents itself using a respectful and venerated name. 5. We must not judge spirits according to the formality and correctness of their style, but must probe their inner character and analyze their words, coolly and maturely weighing them unhesitatingly. Any absence of logic, reason, and prudence can leave no doubt as to a spirit's origin, whatever may be the name it uses to adorn itself. See number 224. 6. The language of elevated spirits is always identical, if not in form, at least in substance. Their ideas are the same, whatever may be the time and place. Their communications might be more developed or less so, depending on the circumstances, needs, or ease of communicating, but they will never be contradictory. If two communications under the same name contradict each other, one of them is typically apocryphal. The true one will be the one in which nothing belies the known character of the personage. Between two communications signed by St. Vincent de Paul, for example, one proclaiming unity and charity and the other tending to sow disharmony, no sane person could possibly be deceived. 7. Good spirits only say what they know, keeping quiet or confessing their ignorance about what they do not know. Evil spirits confidently talk about anything without any regard for the truth. Every notorious scientific heresy, every principle that offends common sense reveals fraud, even though the spirit presents itself as being enlightened. 8. Frivolous spirits are further recognizable by their willingness to foretell the future and to specify the dates of physical events that we should not know about. Good spirits may enable us to have a presentiment of future things when such knowledge is useful, but they are never precise as to dates. Any proclamation of an event to happen at a specific time is an indication of fraud. 9. Highly evolved spirits express themselves simply without prolixity. Their style is concise without excluding poetry in their ideas and expressions. They are clear and intelligible to everyone and do not require effort to be understood. They possess the art of saying much in a few words, for every word has its just use. Less evolved or pseudo-scholar spirits, on the other hand, hide the emptiness of their ideas behind pompous phrases. Their language is always pretentious, ridiculous, or obscure by dint of appearing profound. 10. Good spirits never give orders. They do not wish to impose themselves, but only to provide counsel. If they are not listened to, they withdraw. Evil spirits are authoritarian. They give orders, want to be obeyed, and do not withdraw no matter what. All spirits who impose themselves betray their status. They are exclusivist and absolute in their opinions and pretend to be privileged with the truth. They demand blind trust and never appeal to reason, since they know that reason will unmask them. 11. Good spirits are never flattering. They approve of any good that is done, but always prudently. Evil ones use exaggerated praise and excite pride and vanity, although they proclaim humility, and they seek to exalt the personal importance of those whom they want to win over. 12. High-order spirits remain above formal pluralities in all matters. Ordinary spirits are the only ones who give importance to trifling details that are incompatible with truly elevated ideas. Every meticulous prescription is a sure sign of inferiority and deception on the part of a spirit who employs a pompous name. 13. We must distrust any bizarre and ridiculous names used by certain spirits who want to impose their credibility. It would be extremely absurd to take such names seriously. 14. We must equally distrust spirits who lightly present themselves using highly venerated names, and only with much reserve should we accept what they say. It is especially in such a case that strict control becomes indispensable, because it is frequently a mask that they wear to lead us to believe in their pretended intimate relationships with pure spirits. In this way, they flatter the vanity of the medium and take advantage of it to induce him or her to lamentable and foolish acts. 15. Good spirits are very scrupulous regarding the attitudes they wish to advise. In every case, they only have a serious and eminently useful purpose in mind. Thus, we must regard with suspicion all advice which does not display this character or which reason would condemn, and we must maturely reflect before accepting it. Otherwise, we open ourselves to unfortunate deception. 16. Good spirits may also be recognized by their prudent reserve when touching upon matters that may compromise us. Unveiling evil is repugnant to them, whereas frivolous or malefic spirits love exposing it, while good spirits seek to mitigate error and proclaim indulgence. Evil ones exaggerate it and breathe discord through harmful insinuations. 17. Good spirits teach only what is good. Every maxim, every bit of advice that does not strictly conform to the purest evangelical charity could not come from a good spirit. 18. Good spirits only provide perfectly reasonable advice. Every recommendation that departs from the straight line of common sense or the immutable law of nature betrays the presence of a narrow-minded spirit and is therefore unworthy of trust. 19. Plainly evil or simply imperfect spirits also reveal themselves through physical signs that should not deceive anyone. Their action upon a medium is sometimes violent, provoking brusque and jerking movements, a feverish and convulsive agitation that contrasts with the calm and gentleness of good spirits. 20. Imperfect spirits often take advantage of the means of communication at their disposal to offer bad counsel, and they arouse distrust and animosity among those whom they dislike. Anyone who might unmask their deceit is especially a target of their malevolence. Frail individuals become the target of their efforts and are led by them into evil. They alternately use sophisms, sarcasm, abuse, and even physical proof of their occult power to better convince such victims and turn them from the way of truth. 21. The spirits of persons who have not had a sole physical or moral preoccupation on the earth, who have not yet managed to free themselves from the influence of matter, continue to be dominated by earthly ideas. Consequently, they bring with them some of the prejudices and predilections and even the same manias they had while living on this world. This is easy to recognize by their language. 22. The knowledge with which certain spirits often use to adorn themselves with a sort of ostentation is no sign of superiority. The true touchstone for verifying superiority is the inalterable purity of their moral sentiments. 23. It is not enough to simply question a spirit in order to know the truth. We must above all know whom we are addressing, for due to their own ignorance, less of all spirits deal lightheartedly with the most serious questions. It is also not enough for a spirit to have been a great individual while on earth to subsequently be possessed of high knowledge in the spirit world. Only virtue can purify it, bring it closer to God, and broaden its knowledge. 24. The pleasantries of highly evolved spirits are often subtle and keen, but never banal. Among mocking spirits, those who are not too crass, biting sarcasm is almost always apropos. 25. By attentively studying the character of the spirits who manifest themselves, especially from the moral point of view, we can recognize their nature and the degree of trust they deserve. Common sense can never be deceived. 26. In order to judge both spirits and individuals, we must first know how to judge ourselves. Unfortunately, there are people who make their own opinions the exclusive measuring stick for good and evil, truth and falsehood. Everything that contradicts their way of seeing things, their ideas, or the theory they have invented or adopted is bad in their sight. Such individuals obviously lack the first condition for correct evaluation, rectitude of judgment. However, they do not even realize it. This is the defect that produces the most illusion. All the above instructions are the result of experience and the teaching of the spirits. We shall supplement them with the answers provided by the spirits themselves with regards to the most important points. Questions concerning the nature and identity of spirits. 1. By what signs can we recognize high order and low order spirits? By their language, just as you distinguish between a scatterbrain and a sensible person. We have already stated that high-order spirits never contradict one another, and they only address worthy matters. They only desire goodness. That is their sole preoccupation. Less of all spirits are still dominated by their materialistic thinking. Their manifestations bear out their ignorance and imperfection. Only highly evolved spirits understand all things and judge them without passion. 2. Is a spirit's scientific knowledge always a proof of its elevation? No, because if it is still under the influence of matter, it could still possess your vices and prejudices. There are people in your world who are excessively jealous and proud. Do you think they lose these defects when they leave the earth behind? After they have departed it, especially those who nourish strong passions, they are enveloped by a kind of atmosphere that retains all such evil things. These semi-imperfect spirits are to be more feared than downright evil ones because most of them combine astuteness and pride with intelligence. Their pretended knowledge enables them to impose themselves on simple and uneducated individuals who accept their absurd and erroneous theories without examining them. Although these theories cannot possibly prevail against the truth, they nevertheless produce a temporary evil because they hinder the progress of Spiritism and because mediums voluntarily close their eyes to the worth of the communications they receive. This point demands great study on the part of both enlightened Spiritists and mediums. All attention should be geared toward distinguishing between truth and error. 3. Many protector spirits present themselves using names of saints or well-known personages. What are we to think of this? All the names of saints and well-known personages are not sufficient to designate the protector of each individual. There are very few spirits with names that are recognized on the earth. That is why they hardly ever give their names. Nonetheless, most of the time you would like a name, so in order to satisfy you, they take the name of someone you know and respect. 4. Can't such name borrowing be regarded as fraudulent? It would be fraudulent if done by an evil spirit with the intent to deceive. However, if it is done with good intentions, God allows it among spirits of the same order, since there is solidarity and similarity of thought among them. 5. So when a protector spirit presents itself as St. Paul, for example, we cannot be certain that it is actually the spirit or soul of the apostle by that name. Of course not, for there are thousands of people who have been told they have St. Paul or some other saint as their guardian angel. But what does it matter as long as the spirit protecting you is of the same order as the Apostle Paul? I've already told you that you need a name, and spirits use one in order for you to call them and recognize them. You do the same with the baptismal names you use for distinguishing yourselves from the other members of your family. Spirits can also take the names of the archangels, Raphael, Michael, etc., without adverse consequences. Moreover, the more highly evolved a spirit is, the more its power of radiation increases. You should know that a high-order protector spirit can watch over hundreds of incarnates. On Earth, there are lawyers who manage the business dealings of 100 or 200 families. Why would we be any less capable, spiritually speaking, of morally guiding humans than those who guide their material interests? 6. Why do communicating spirits so often use the names of saints? To identify with the customs of those to whom they address themselves, they employ the names most capable of impressing individuals according to their beliefs. 7. Upon being evoked, do certain high-order spirits always answer in person, or do they send agents to transmit their thought, as some people think? Why wouldn't they answer in person if they could? But if a spirit cannot answer in person, an agent will necessarily speak in its name. 8. Is the agent always sufficiently enlightened to respond as the spirit itself would? Highly evolved spirits know to whom they can entrust the duty of acting as their substitutes. Moreover, the more evolved spirits are, the more they harmonize with one another in common thought in such a way that personality does not matter, as it shouldn't among you either. Do you think that in the world of high-order spirits are only those whom you deemed on earth as being capable of instructing you? You are so inclined to believe that there is nothing beyond your own world that you resemble primitives who have never left their island and think that the world does not extend beyond it. 9. We can understand this to be the case when addressing serious teachings, but why do elevated spirits allow low-order spirits to use respectable names to sow error through often perverse maxims? They do not do so with their permission. Doesn't the same happen among you? You can be sure that those who deceive in this way will be punished, and their punishment will be in proportion to the seriousness of their fraud. Besides, if you were not imperfect, who would have only good spirits surrounding you? If you are deceived, you have no one to blame but yourselves. God allows it to test your perseverance and discernment in order to teach you how to distinguish truth from error. If you can't, it is because you are not sufficiently elevated and you need further lessons from experience. 10. Aren't spirits of little advancement, but who are animated by good intentions and the desire to progress, sometimes delegated to replace a high-order spirit in order to practice the art of teaching? Never in big centers, I mean in serious centers, and for a general order of teaching. The spirits who appear there do so on their own account, and as you say, in order to practice. That is why their communications, though good, always bear the mark that indicates they are less evolved. They are delegated for such a purpose only to give communications of secondary importance, and for those that we may call personal. 11. Ridiculous spirit communications are sometimes mixed in with worthy maxims. How can we resolve this anomaly, which seems to indicate the simultaneous presence of both good and evil spirits? Evil or frivolous spirits also pronounce maxims, but without really realizing the reach or meaning of what they say. Are all those who do this amongst you superior individuals? No, good and evil spirits do not mix together. You can recognize the presence of good spirits by the constant uniformity in good communications. 12. Are the spirits who induce us to error always aware of what they are doing? No, there are good but ignorant spirits who nonetheless can unknowingly be deceptive. When they become aware of their insufficiency, they acknowledge it and only say what they know. 13. Does a spirit always have malicious intentions when it communicates error? No, if it is a frivolous spirit, it deceives with no other purpose than to entertain itself. 14. Since certain spirits can deceive us with their language, can they also assume a false appearance for seeing mediums? That happens, but it is more difficult. In all cases, it is only for a purpose that the evil spirits themselves do not know about, since they are being used as instruments for a lesson. A seeing medium can see frivolous and lying spirits, just as other mediums can hear them or write under their influence. Frivolous spirits can take advantage of the medium's faculty in order to deceive him or her with a false appearance, but it depends on the qualities of the medium's own spirit. 15. Are good intentions sufficient in order not to be deceived? And if so, could truly serious persons who do not mix idle curiosity into their studies also be exposed to fraud? Less than others, obviously, but men and women always display a few weaknesses that attract mocking spirits. They think they are strong, but they almost never are. They should distrust themselves for the weakness arising from their pride and prejudices. They hardly ever take these two causes into consideration, and spirits take advantage of this fact. By flattering their weaknesses, they are sure to succeed. 16. Why does God allow evil spirits to communicate and say bad things? Even the worst communications can provide you a lesson. It is up to you to know how to discern it. All kinds of communications are necessary to teach you how to distinguish between good and evil spirits, and also to serve you as a mirror. 17. Can spirits suggest unjust reasons for distrust against certain persons through written communications and exchange friends from each other? Perverse and jealous spirits can practice the same evils that humans practice, thus you must always be on guard. Highly evolved spirits are always prudent and reserved when they admonish you. They say nothing evil, they warn with tact. If they want two individuals to stop seeing each other for their own good, they will cause incidents that separate them in a natural way. An utterance that sows discord and distrust always comes from an evil spirit, no matter what name it uses. Hence, always be suspicious when a spirit says something bad against another, especially when a good spirit has already said the opposite. Also, distrust yourselves and your own aversions. Accept only spirit communications that are good, grand, beautiful, and reasonable, and what your own conscience approves of. 18. Due to the ease with which evil spirits infiltrate communications, can we ever be certain as to the truth? Yes, you can, because you can use your reason to judge them. Whenever you read a letter, you know very well if it was written by a lowlife or a well-bred person, a fool or a sage. Why should it be different with spirits who write to you? If you receive a letter from a distant friend, how do you know it is actually from him or her? The penmanship, you will say, but aren't there forgers who imitate every type of handwriting and rogues who can know your business dealings? Nevertheless, there are signs that will prevent you from being deceived. The same applies to spirits. Pretend that it is a friend who is writing to you, or that you are dealing with the work of some author, and judge it accordingly. 19. Could high-order spirits prevent evil ones from using false names? Of course they could, but the worse the spirits are, the more obstinate they are, and the more frequently they resist injunctions. You should know, however, that high-order spirits take more of an interest in certain individuals than others, and when they deem it necessary, they know how to keep them from lies. Deceiving spirits are powerless against such persons. 20. What is the reason for this partiality? It is not partiality, but justice. Good spirits are interested in those who profit from their counsels and make serious efforts to improve themselves. They favor these persons and help them, but they do not bother them with those who waste their time with flowery speech. 21. Why does God allow spirits to commit the sacrilege of falsely using venerable names? You may as well ask why God allows people to lie and blaspheme. Like people, spirits have their free will to use for good or ill, but neither group will accept God's justice. 22. Are there any formulas that are effective for expelling deceiving spirits? A formula is physical. A good thought directed toward God is worth much more. 23. Some spirits have said that they possess written signs that cannot be imitated, a kind of stamp by which they can be recognized and prove their identity. Is this true? The only signs highly evolved spirits possess for their identity are the loftiness of their ideas and their language. Any spirit can imitate a physical trait. As for less evolved spirits, they betray themselves in so many different ways that only someone who is blind could be deceived by them. 24. Can't deceiving spirits also imitate thought? They imitate thought as theater scenes imitate nature. 25. Is it always easy to detect fraud by a careful examination? Absolutely. Spirits can only deceive those who allow themselves to be deceived. Nevertheless, the eyes of a jeweler are needed to tell a true gem from a fake, and whoever does not know how to do so must go to a lapidary. 26. There are persons who allow themselves to be seduced by flowery language, who are more interested in words than ideas, and who mistake erroneous and common ideas as sublime. Since they are so inept at judging other people's work, how can they possibly judge spirits' work? When they are modest enough to recognize their insufficiency, they do not rely on themselves. When out of pride they regard themselves as more capable than they really are, they pay the penalty for their foolish vanity. Fraudulent spirits know whom they are dealing with. There are simple persons with little education who are more difficult to deceive than some who are smart and scholarly. By flattering their vanity, spirits do with them as they please. 27. Through their written communications, do evil spirits sometimes betray themselves with involuntary material physical signs? The really skillful ones know, the inept ones become confused. Any meaningless and puerile sign is sure to indicate inferiority. High-order spirits do nothing useless. 28. Many mediums recognize good and evil spirits by either a pleasant or disagreeable sensation as they approach. Is a disagreeable impression, a convulsive agitation, or uneasiness always indicative of the evil nature of manifesting spirits? A medium experiences the sensations of the state of the manifesting spirit. When the spirit is happy, its state is peaceful, light, and calm. When unhappy, it is agitated and feverish, and this agitation is naturally transmitted to the medium's nervous system. Moreover, the same applies to humans. Those who are moral display calmness and peace. Those who are evil are always agitated. There are mediums of greater or lesser impressionability, and for that reason, we cannot consider agitation as an absolute rule. Herein, as in everything else, we must take the circumstances into account. The heavy and disagreeable nature of the sensation is produced by contrast, because if the medium's spirit sympathizes with the evil spirit who manifests it, will barely be affected, if at all. However, we must not confuse the speed of writing produced by the extreme flexibility of certain mediums with the convulsive agitation that slower mediums can experience upon contacting imperfect spirits. Part 2, Chapter 25, Evocations. General Considerations. Spirits can communicate either spontaneously or by answering our call, i.e., they can be evoked. Some persons think that spirits should not be evoked at all, and that it is preferable to wait for one who wants to communicate. They believe that in calling a certain spirit, we cannot be sure that it is who it claims to be, whereas one who comes on its own initiative better proves its identity, since it thus shows its desire to converse with us. In our view, that is a mistake. First of all, because we are always surrounded by spirits, most of whom are less evolved and who are eager to communicate. Second, it is for that very reason that if we do not evoke a particular spirit, we open the door for all those who would like to enter. In an assembly where no one in particular is given the floor, it would be open to everyone, and we know that the results of that would be. By directly appealing to a certain spirit, we establish a link between us. We have called it by our will and thus have set up a sort of barrier to intruders. Without a direct appeal, a spirit would often have no reason to come to us unless it was our own familiar spirit. Both of these types of evocation have their advantages, however, and there would only be problems if one of them were excluded. Spontaneous communications present no problems when we are in control of the spirits and are certain that we do not allow evil ones to dominate, so it is almost always appropriate to await the willingness of the spirits who want to manifest, because in this way their thought does not experience any restraint and we can receive admirable communications, whereas a spirit who is evoked may not be disposed to communication at all, or might be incapable of communicating in the way we want it to. Moreover, the scrupulous examination that we have advised is a guarantee against bad communications. During regular Spiritist meetings, especially when a sequential work is involved, there are always spirits who come without our having to call them, for the simple reason that they are accustomed to the regularity of the sessions. They nearly always appear spontaneously to address some subject, develop a theme, or provide guidance. In such cases, it is easy to recognize them, whether by their language, because it is always the same, by their writing, or by certain peculiar habits. When we want to communicate with one particular spirit, it is absolutely necessary to evoke it, see number 203. If it can answer, we usually receive the response, yes, or I am here, or what would you like of me? Sometimes it enters directly upon the subject, responding to the questions that we intend to ask before we have had a chance to do so. When a spirit is evoked for the first time, it is proper to address it as precisely as possible. Questions formulated in a curt and imperative way should be avoided because they could be a motive for it to stay away. Questions should be affable and respectful, proper to the particular spirit, and in all cases show the benevolence of the evoker. We are often surprised at how quickly an evoked spirit appears, even for the first time. One might say that it had been forewarned. That is, in fact, what happens when we are preoccupied beforehand with evoking it. This preoccupation is a sort of anticipated evocation, and since our familiar spirits are always nearby and attuned to our thoughts, they prepare for its coming, so that if there are no obstacles, the spirit is already present upon being evoked. Otherwise, the familiar spirit of the medium or the questioner or one of those who is normally present will go look for it, which does not require much time. If the evoked spirit cannot come immediately, a messenger, the pagans used to call it Mercury, sets a time, 5 minutes, a quarter hour, an hour, or even several days hence. When the spirit finally arrives, it will say, I'm here. Then we can begin to ask our questions. The messenger is not always a necessary intermediary, because the evoker's appeal can be heard directly by the spirit, as will be explained in number 282, question 5, concerning the method of transmitting thought. When we recommended that the evocation be made in the name of God, we meant for this recommendation to be taken seriously and not lightly. Anyone who thinks it is a meaningless formula would be better off to refrain from making the evocation altogether. Evocations often present more difficulties to mediums than spontaneous dictations, especially when trying to obtain precise responses to circumstantial questions. To do so, special mediums are necessary who are both flexible and positive, and we have already seen, number 193, that they are very rare because, as we have already stated, fluid connections cannot always be instantaneously established with the first spirit who puts in its appearance. Thus, mediums should not become involved in evocations for detailed questions without being sure about the development of their faculties and the nature of the spirits who answer, since if the mediums are not surrounded by good spirits, the evocations cannot be of an authentic character. Mediums are normally more sought out for evocations involving private interests than for evocations of a general interest. This may be explained by the very natural desire to converse with loved ones. We think it would be wise to make several important recommendations to mediums about this matter. First, they should not overwillingly accede to this desire when it involves individuals whose sincerity is not certain, and they should be on guard against traps that malevolent persons could set for them. Second, they should not under any circumstance rush into an evocation if they intuitively sense mere curiosity and self-interest rather than serious intention on the part of the evoker, and they should refuse to propose any idle questions or one that is not within the ambit of those who may be rationally proposed to spirits. Questions should be asked clearly and precisely without ulterior motives in order to obtain categorical responses. Any questions of an insidious character should be rejected because spirits do not appreciate questions that might put them to the test. To insist on questions of this nature is the same as to want to be deceived. The evoker should frankly and openly stick to the purpose without subterfuge and meaningless detours. If the evoker is afraid to explain him or herself, it would be better to abstain. It is also best to be very cautious when making evocations in the absence of those who request them, and most of the time it is best not to make them at all. The reason is that only such persons are capable of controlling the responses, of judging the identity of the spirit, eliciting clarifications aroused by the answers, and asking occasional questions to which the circumstances might lead. Furthermore, their presence is a link which attracts the spirit, who is normally little disposed to communicate with strangers for whom it has no affinity. To sum up, mediums should avoid anything that might transform them into consultation instruments, which for most people is equivalent to fortune tellers. Spirits who may be evoked. We may evoke all spirits no matter to which degree of the scale they belong, good ones and evil ones, those who recently departed life, or those who lived in the most distant past, illustrious persons of the most obscure, our relatives, friends, and all those who are not related to us. This, however, does not imply that they will always want to answer our appeal, or that they even can. Regardless of their own desire or request, which may be refused by a higher power, they can be prevented by reasons that we cannot always understand. What we mean to say is that there is no impediment to communications per se, except what we will deal with next. Obstacles to manifestation are almost always of an individual nature and frequently result from the circumstances. Among the causes that can interfere with a spirit's manifestation, some are proper to the spirit itself, while others are outside it. Among the former, we should place the occupations or missions in which it is involved, and from which it cannot leave in order to answer to our own desire. In this case, its manifestation is merely postponed. Moreover, there is also its own situation to consider. Although incarnation per se is not an absolute obstacle, it can comprise an impediment on certain occasions, particularly if it has occurred on a less evolved world or if the spirit itself is little dematerialized. On higher worlds where the ties that bind the spirit to matter are very fragile, manifestation for the spirit is almost as easy as during the errant state, and in every case easier than on worlds where corporeal matter is more compact. Outside causes have mostly to do with the nature of the medium, that of the evoker, the environment where the evocation occurs, and finally the purpose of the evocation. Some mediums very easily receive communications from their familiar spirit, who may be more evolved or less so, whereas others are capable of serving as intermediaries for all spirits. It all depends on the sympathy or antipathy, the attraction or repulsion that the medium spirit exerts over the one being evoked, who may willingly or very unwillingly use it as its interpreter. Without taking the personal qualities of mediums into account, it also depends on the development of their mediumship. Spirits come more willingly and are especially more precise with mediums who do not offer any material obstacles. Whenever there is equality of moral conditions, then the more capable mediums are to write or otherwise express themselves, the broader their relationships with the spirit world. we must further consider the ease that arises from habitually communicating with a particular spirit. Over time, the communicating spirit identifies with both the medium spirit and the evoker spirit. Regardless of the issue of sympathy, they establish fluid ties that make communicating easier. This is why the first manifestation is not always as satisfactory as we may desire, and also why the spirits themselves always ask to be evoked again. A spirit who customarily manifests feels at home. It has become familiar with the audience and the interpreters. It speaks and acts more freely. In sum, what we have just explained means that the ability to evoke any and every spirit does not imply that a particular spirit is obligated to be at our disposal. It may answer us on one occasion, but not on another. It may work with a particular medium or evoker who pleases it, but not with another. It can say what it wants without being coerced to say what it does not want to say. It can withdraw at any time, and finally for reasons depending on its own will or of another. After having been cooperative for some time, it can suddenly cease to appear anymore. For these reasons, whenever we want to evoke a new spirit, we must ask our protector guide if the evocation is possible. If it is not, the guide usually states its reasons for the hindrance, and then it would be futile to insist. Here, an important question arises as to whether or not it is proper to evoke evil spirits. This depends on the purpose and the ascendancy one has over them. It is not improper when evoking them for a serious purpose, for instructing and helping them improve themselves. On the other hand, it is highly improper when done out of mere curiosity or for entertainment, or if we put ourselves at their disposal by asking them some favor. Good spirits in this case may very well give evil spirits the power to do what has been asked of them, but reserve the right of later severely punishing the audacious persons who dared invoke their aid and considering them more powerful than God. It would be a vain intent to promise to use the aid for a good purpose and to dismiss the spirit servant once and for all after the service has been rendered. Such service, no matter how small, represents a true pact with evil spirits, and they do not easily relinquish their prey. See number 212. Only through moral superiority may one exert ascendancy over less evolved spirits. Perverse spirits recognize the superiority of morally upright men and women. When facing people who try to oppose their fierce energy using only their own willpower, they react against such persons with a kind of brute force and often prove to be the stronger. A certain individual who thus sought to dominate a rebellious spirit through willpower received this response: "Leave me alone with your braggart airs. You are no better than me. What would you say about one thief preaching morality to another?" It may seem very surprising that when the name of God is invoked against such spirits, it hardly ever has any effect. St. Louis explains the reason for this in the following response. The name of God only has any influence over imperfect spirits when the one who invokes it can do so with the authority of his or her own virtues. Coming from the mouth of someone who is morally no better than the spirit, it is just an ordinary word like any other. The same applies to sacred objects used to oppose them. The most terrible weapon is inoffensive in hands that are unable or incapable of using it. The proper manner of speaking to spirits. The degree to which spirits have evolved naturally indicates the tone in which we should speak to them. It is obvious that the more elevated they are, the more they deserve our respect, consideration, and submission. We should treat them with no less deference than if they were still incarnate, but for other reasons. During terrestrial life, we would consider their job and their social position, whereas in the spirit world, we only respect them for their moral superiority. This elevation in itself places them above the pluralities of our formal flatterings. We will not win their benevolence with mere words, but with sincere sentiments. Therefore, it would be ridiculous to give them the titles we use to distinguish positions in which in life would please their vanity. If they are truly superior, they not only assign little importance to these titles, but they also find them disagreeable. A moral thought pleases them more than flattering epithets. Otherwise, they would not be above ordinary humanity. The spirit of a venerable priest who was a prince of the church while on earth and who practiced the teachings of Jesus responded to someone who evoked him by the title of my Lord. You should at least say my Lord, for here there is only one Lord, who is God. You should know very well that there are those here who kneel before me while on earth, but whom I kneel before now. When addressing low-order spirits, their particular character determines the language we should employ. Among them are those who may be inoffensive and even benevolent, but who are nevertheless frivolous, ignorant, or foolish. To address them like serious spirits as some people who would be the same as if it were to bow before a grade school student or a donkey wearing a doctoral hood. A casual tone is certainly not strange to them, nor does it offend them. On the contrary, that is what they prefer. Among the less of all spirits are those who are unhappy. Whatever the wrongs they are expiating, their sufferings deserve our pity all the more, for no one escapes these words of Christ. Let the one who is without sin cast the first stone. Treating them with benevolence is consoling to them in their need of sympathy. They ought to find in us the same tolerance that we would want for ourselves. Spirits who show how little evolved they are through their cynical language, lies, base sentiments, and perfidious advice are certainly less worthy of our interest than those whose words display their repentance, but we should nonetheless treat them with at least as much pity as the great criminals inspire in us. The way to reduce them to silence is by showing that we are of a higher order than they, because they only establish relationships with persons of whom they have nothing to fear. Perverse spirits recognize the superiority of moral individuals just as they recognize the superiority of high-order spirits. To summarize, it would be irreverent to treat high-order spirits as our equals, just as it would be ridiculous to show the same deference to all spirits without exception. We should venerate those who deserve it, recognize those who protect and assist us, and show the others the same benevolence that we ourselves might need someday. By unveiling the incorporeal world, we learn to understand it, and this understanding should guide our relationships with its inhabitants. In their ignorance, the ancients raised altars to them. For us, they are creatures who may be more purified or less so than we ourselves are, and it is to God alone that we raise altars. The usefulness of private evocations. Communications with highly evolved spirits or those who animated great personages in antiquity are valuable for their elevated teachings. These spirits have reached a degree of purification that enables them to embrace a wider circle of ideas, to unveil mysteries that surpass human possibilities, and to thereby initiate us better than other spirits could into certain matters. However, this does not mean that communications with lower order spirits are worthless, because the observer can definitely learn from them. To understand the customs of a nation, one must study it on every level. Whoever observes in it only one of its aspects does not understand it well at all. The history of a nation is not the history of its monarchs or its authorities. Rather, to form an opinion about it, we must research the life of its people and their particular customs. Thus, high-order spirits are the authorities of the spirit world, and their very elevation places them above us in such a way that we are amazed at the distance that separates them from us. The more bourgeois spirits, may they forgive us for this expression, made the conditions of their new existence more palpable to us. Their connection between the corporeal and spirit life is narrower, and we can comprehend it better because it touches us more closely. By learning directly from them about what they have become, what they think about, and what individuals of all conditions and characters experience, moral and cruel, great and small, happy and unhappy individuals of our own times, in a word, those who have lived among us, whom we have seen and known, whose real lives we have witnessed with its virtues and errors, we better understand their joys and sufferings. We share in both and receive a moral lesson from both. This lesson is more profitable the more intimate are the connections between the spirits and us, since it is easier for us to put ourselves in the place of one who is our equal than in that of another whom we only see through the mirage of celestial glory. Ordinary spirits show us the practical results of the great and sublime truths which the high-order spirits give us in theory. Moreover, nothing is worthless in the study of a science. Newton discovered the laws of universal forces by observing the simplest phenomena. Evoking ordinary spirits has a further advantage in that it puts us in contact with suffering spirits, those whom we may comfort and help with good counsels in their advancement. Thus we can be useful while we learn. To seek only our satisfaction in our relationships with spirits would be plain selfish, and those who fail to extend a helping hand to the unfortunate only prove their own pride. What good would it do to obtain fine communications from elevated spirits if doing so does not render us better, more charitable, and more benevolent toward our brothers and sisters of this and the other world? What would become of impoverished, diseased persons if doctors refused to touch their open sores? Questions concerning evocations. 1. Could someone evoke spirits without being a medium? Everyone can evoke spirits, even though they might not be able to manifest materially. They may nevertheless approach and listen to the evoker. 2. Will a spirit who is evoked always answer when called? It depends on its situation, because there are circumstances in which it is unable to answer. 3. What causes may prevent its coming? First, its own will, next its corporeal state if it is incarnate, its mission, or perhaps prohibition to appear. There are also spirits who can never communicate, who because of their nature still inhabit worlds less evolved than Earth. Furthermore, those on globes of punishment cannot communicate unless they have received permission from higher up, which is only granted in cases of general usefulness. In order for a spirit to communicate, it must have reached the degree of evolution of the world to which it is called, because otherwise it will be foreign to the culture of such world and will not have the means of comparison available for expressing itself. This does not apply to those who have been sent on a mission or for expiation to less evolved worlds, because they possess the ideas needed for responding. 4. For what reasons might a spirit be denied permission to communicate? It may be a trial or punishment for it, or for the one who calls it. 5. Can spirits who are scattered throughout space or on different worlds hear the evocations that are directed to them from all points of the universe? They are frequently informed by the familiar spirits who surround you and who go look for them. However, in such a case, there is a phenomena that is difficult to explain to you, for you cannot yet comprehend the way thought is transmitted between spirits. Nevertheless, what I can say is that the evoked spirit, no matter how far away, receives an impulse of thought, so to speak, like a kind of electric shock, which calls its attention to the direction from which the thought has been addressed to it. We may say that it understands thought in the same way that you understand a voice. Is the universal fluid the vehicle for thought in the same way that air is the vehicle for sound? Yes, with the difference that sound can only be heard over a very short distance, whereas thought reaches the infinite. A spirit in space is like a traveler who, in the middle of a vast plain, suddenly hears his name and turns in the direction from where he has been called. 6. We know that distance means nothing to spirits, but we marvel at seeing them sometimes respond so quickly to the call, almost as if they were already close by. Sometimes they really were. If the evocation was premeditated, the spirit has been forewarned and frequently is present before being called. 7. Does the ease with which the evoker is heard depend on the circumstances? Undoubtedly, a spirit who is called with a thought of sympathy and benevolence is more moved by it. It is as if it recognizes the voice of a friend. If not called in this matter, often the evocation cannot proceed. The thought emitted through evocation touches the spirit, but if badly directed, it becomes lost in a vacuum. This also happens among individuals. If the one addressed is not interested or is even antipathetic, he or she might hear, but most of the time will not answer. 8. Does an evoked spirit manifest voluntarily, or is it constrained to do so? It obeys the will of God, that is, the general laws governing the universe. Nonetheless, constrained is not the right word, since it deems whether or not it is convenient to answer, and in doing so it exerts its own free will. A high-order spirit will always answer if called for a useful purpose. It will only refuse to respond at meetings of non-serious persons or those who try to evoke it as a means of entertainment. 9. Can an evoked spirit refuse to answer? Of course, if not, how could it have free will? Do you think that all the spirits in the universe are at your beck and call? Do you yourselves feel obligated to respond to everybody who calls out your name? However, when I say that it may refuse, I am referring to the evoker's request, because a low-order spirit can be constrained by a high-order one to manifest. 10. Does the evoker have any means to force a spirit to answer in spite of itself? Not if the spirit is morally equal or superior. I say morally and not intellectually, because in that case you would have no authority over it at all. If it is morally inferior, however, you can make it appear for its own good, for then other spirits will help you. See number 279. 11. Would it be improper to evoke low-order spirits, and could there be any danger that they might dominate the evoker? They only dominate those who allow them to. Evokers who are assisted by good spirits have nothing to be afraid of, since they dominate low-order spirits, not the other way around. Whenever mediums are alone, they should avoid this type of evocation, especially if they are beginners. See number 278. 12. Is there any special kind of inner state necessary for evocations? The best state is one of contemplation, when one wants to communicate with serious spirits. With faith and a desire for goodness, one is more able to evoke high-order spirits. By lifting the soul in a few moments of contemplation at the time of evocation, one identifies with good spirits and makes them more amenable to coming. 13. Is faith necessary for evocations? Faith in God, yes. For everything else, faith will develop with the desire for goodness and the intention of being taught. 14. When men and women are united in thought and intent, are they more able to evoke spirits? Whenever all are united through charity and for good purposes, they achieve great things. Nothing is more harmful to evocations than differences of thought. 15. Is it a useful precaution to join hands for a few minutes at the start of meetings in order to form a current? A current is a physical method that produces no unity among you if there is no corresponding unity of thought. It is more effective to be united in a common thought, with each participant appealing to the good spirits. You have no idea of what you could obtain during a serious meeting in which there is no trace of pride or self-importance, but only a perfect sentiment of mutual cordiality. 16. Is it preferable to make evocations at certain days and hours? Yes, if possible, in the same place as well, then spirits more willingly appear. Your constant wish is what helps spirits to come and communicate with you. They have their own concerns, which they cannot suddenly leave unexpectedly for your personal satisfaction. When I say in the same place, I am not applying an absolute condition, because spirits can go anywhere. What I mean is that it is preferable to have a place dedicated to meetings, because it leads to better contemplation. 17. Do certain objects like medallions and talismans have any property for attracting or repelling spirits, as some people claim? That is a pointless question, since you know that matter exerts no influence over spirits. You can be sure that no good spirit ever offered such absurd advice. The virtue of talismans of any nature only exists in the mind of superstitious individuals. 18. What do you think about spirits who set appointments in gloomy places at inconvenient times? They are spirits who have fun with those who listen to them. It is always useless and frequently dangerous to give into such suggestions. Useless because absolutely nothing can be gained beyond being deceived. Dangerous not because of what the evil spirits might do, but because of the influence they might exert over weak minds. 19. Are certain days and hours more propitious for evocations? It does not matter at all to spirits. Like everything else material, and it would be superstitious to believe in the influence of certain days and hours, the most propitious times are when evokers are less involved in habitual occupations, and when their body and spirits are calmer. 20. Is being evoked pleasant or unpleasant for spirits? Do they willingly answer when we call them? That depends on their character and the reason why you call them. Whenever the objective is praiseworthy and the means are sympathetic, evocation is pleasant and even attractive. Spirits always feel happy with displays of affection. Some consider it a great fortune to be able to communicate with humans, and they suffer when they are forgotten by them. However, this also depends on their character, as I've already stated. Among spirits, there are misanthropes who do not like being inconvenienced and whose responses mirror their bad mood, especially when called by individuals whom they do not care about. A particular spirit often has no reason at all to answer the appeal of someone it does not know or toward whom it is indifferent, and who is usually motivated by curiosity. In such a case, if it answers at all, it is usually in quick appearances, provided there is actually a serious and instructive objective in the evocation. We have seen persons who only evoke their relatives in order to ask questions about the most ordinary matters of material life. For example, one wanted to know if he should rent or sell his house. Others have wanted to find out what kind of profit they would make on their merchandise, the place where some money was hidden, or if such and such a business would be profitable or not. Our relatives beyond the grave are only interested in us due to the affection we still have for them. If all our thoughts are limited to treating them like fortune tellers, or if we only want information from them, they cannot show much sympathy for us, and we should not wonder why they display little kindness toward us. 21. Is there any difference between good and evil spirits with respect to the willingness with which they answer our call? There is a big difference. Evil spirits only answer willingly when they hope to dominate and deceive. They are very unwilling when they are forced to manifest in order to confess their wrongs, and they try to get away like a school child who is called up to be reprimanded. Nonetheless, they can be forced to manifest by higher order spirits as a punishment and as a lesson for incarnates. Evocation is unpleasant for good spirits when it is for no purpose or for trivialities. They either do not answer at all or soon withdraw. Whoever they may be, spirits generally do not like to serve as a distraction for the curious any more than you do. You often have no other purpose for evoking a spirit than to see what it might have to say to you, or to question it about some particularity of life which it has no interest in revealing to you because it has no reason to confide in you. Do you think that it likes to be cross-examined at your pleasure? Don't fool yourselves. What it wouldn't do while alive, it will more likely decline to do as a spirit. Experience, in fact, has shown that evocation is always pleasing to spirits when done for a serious and worthwhile purpose. The good ones take pleasure in teaching us, and the suffering ones are consoled by our sympathy, while those we have known are pleased when we remember them. Frivolous spirits like to be evoked by frivolous persons because it gives them an opportunity to have fun at their expense, but they feel ill at ease in the company of serious individuals. 22. Do spirits have to be evoked to manifest? No, most often they manifest without having been called, which shows that they do so of their own accord. 23. When a spirit manifests without being evoked, can we be certain of its identity? Not at all, for deceptive spirits often employ this means in order to better deceive you. 24. When we evoke a spirit by our thought, will it answer even if it doesn't express itself through writing or some other means? Writing is a physical means by which a spirit shows it is present, but it is thought that attracts it and not the act of writing. 25. When a less evolved spirit manifests, can we make it withdraw? Yes, by not listening to it. However, how can you expect it to withdraw if you are amused at its turpitude? Like the fools among you, low-order spirits attach themselves to those who listen to them complacently. 26. Is evocation in the name of God any guarantee against the interference of evil spirits? God's name does not put all perverse spirits in check, but it restrains many of them. It is a means for you to keep many away, and it is even more effective if pronounced from the bottom of the heart and not as a banal formula. 27. Can we evoke several spirits at the same time by name? This presents no difficulty. If there are 3 or 4 hands to write with, 3 or 4 spirits will respond at the same time. This happens when we have several mediums available. 28. When several spirits are evoked at once with only one medium present, which one responds? One of them will respond for all and will express the collective thought. 29. Can the same spirit communicate at the same time in the same session through two different mediums? As easily as among you, certain individuals can dictate several letters at once. We have seen a spirit respond to questions at the same time through two mediums, one writing in French and the other in English, both being identical in meaning and sometimes even literal translations of each other. Two spirits evoked simultaneously through two mediums may carry on a conversation. However, they do not require this form of communication since they can read each other's thoughts. They do it sometimes for our instruction. If they are little evolved spirits who are still imbued with earthly passions and notions that they held during their corporeal life, they may argue and shout swear words, mutually accusing each other of their wrongs and even throwing pencils, baskets, or planchettes at each other. 30. Can a spirit who is evoked at the same time in several places respond simultaneously to the questions? Yes, if it is a high-order spirit. In such a case, does the spirit divide itself up, or does it possess the gift of ubiquity? The sun is only one whole, but nevertheless it radiates its light everywhere, projecting its rays far and wide, but without dividing itself. The same applies to spirits. A spirit's thought is like a spark which projects its light afar and which can be seen from every part of the horizon. The purer the spirit is, the more its thought radiates and scatters like a light. Less evolved spirits are too dense and cannot respond to more than one person at a time. They cannot answer your evocation at all if they have already been called to another place. When called at the same time to two different places, a highly evolved spirit will answer both evocations if they are equally serious and fervent, otherwise it will favor the more serious one. The same thing happens when someone standing in one spot can transmit his or her thought through signals that are visible in many directions. During one session at the Parisian Society of Spiritist Studies, in which the issue of ubiquity was being discussed, a spirit spontaneously dictated the following. You have been discussing the spirit hierarchy regarding the issue of ubiquity. You may compare us to a balloon that gradually rises into the air. While it is still near the ground, only a small circle of people can see it, but as it rises, the circle grows larger, and when it has reached a certain height, it can be seen by a vast number. The same happens with us. An evil spirit who is still attached to the earth remains within a narrow circle of persons who perceive it. As it ascends and improves itself, it will be able to converse with many people. When it finally becomes a highly evolved spirit, it will radiate like the solar light, being perceived by several persons and in several places at the same time. Channing. 31. Can pure spirits who have already completed their series of incarnations be evoked? Yes, but very rarely, because they only communicate with pure and sincere hearts, none who are proud or selfish. Hence you must distrust low-order spirits who claim to be such spirits in order to seem more important to you. 32. How is it possible for the spirits of the most eminent individuals so easily and familiarly to answer the call of the most obscure persons? Humans judge spirits according to their own standards, which is wrong. Earthly status disappears after corporeal death. The sole standard among spirits is goodness, and those who are good can go anywhere where there is a good deed to perform. 33. How soon after death can a spirit be evoked? You could evoke it at the very moment of death, but since it may still be in the state of confusion, it will not be able to respond very well. Since the duration of the state of confusion varies wildly, it is impossible to set a specific time frame for evocation. Nonetheless, it is rare that a spirit after 8 days or so is not sufficiently aware of its state in order to respond. It may even be quite able 2 or 3 days after death, but in any case, one should proceed prudently. 34. Is evocation at the moment of death more troublesome for the spirit than it would be later on? Sometimes it would be like someone making you get up in the middle of sleep before you are completely awake. Nevertheless, there are some who have no problem at all, and evocation may even help them out of the state of confusion. 35. How can the spirit of a child who died at a tender age respond consciously if during its corporeal life it hasn't yet arrived at self-awareness? A child's soul is a spirit still wrapped in the swaddling clothes of matter. When it is free of matter, however, it enjoys its spirit's faculties, for spirits have no age, which proves that the spirit of the child has already lived before. Nonetheless, until it has been completely freed from its body, its conversation may still display some childlike characteristics. The body's influence, which may last for some time in the spirit of a child, may also be noted in the spirit of those who have died insane. The spirit itself is not insane, but we know that some spirits continue to believe for a while that they are still incarnated. Thus, it is no wonder that the spirit of an insane individual may still feel the impediment that had hindered its free manifestation during life until it has been completely fixed. This effect varies according to the causes of the insanity, because there are insane persons who immediately recover their lucidity after death. The evocation of animals. 36. Can we evoke the spirit of an animal? The intelligent principle which had animated the animal remains in a latent state after death. The spirits in charge of this principle immediately utilize it to animate other beings, through which it will continue the process of its development. Thus, in the spirit world, there are no errant animal spirits, only human ones. This answers your question. Then how may it be explained that certain persons have evoked animals and have received responses? Evoke a rock and it will respond. There are always scores of spirits ready to talk for any reason. For this same reason, when we evoke a mythological or allegorical personage, it will respond, which actually means that a spirit has responded in its stead. The spirit who presents itself as such a personage will take on its character and mannerisms. Once someone got the idea to evoke Tartuffe, and he soon appeared. What is more, he gave news concerning Orgon, Elmar, Demi, and Valere. As for itself, it imitated Tartuffe with so much skill that it appeared to be a real personage. It later confessed that it had been an actor who had once played the role. Frivolous spirits always take advantage of inexperienced questioners, but they avoid appearing to those who know how to expose their impostures and disbelieve their stories. The same occurs among humans. A certain gentleman took a keen interest in a nest of goldfinches in his garden. One day the nest disappeared. He was certain that no one in his household had committed the theft, and since he was a medium, he got the idea to evoke the mother goldfinch. She responded in excellent French. Don't accuse anyone, and don't worry about the fate of my little ones. It was the car that jumped up and knocked over the nest. You can find it out on the lawn, along with the chicks, which were not eaten. The man verified all the details to be correct. Should we therefore conclude that it was the actual bird who had responded? Of course not, simply a spirit who knew what had happened. This shows how much we should distrust appearances and how appropriate the above answer is. Evoke a rock and it will respond. See the chapter Mediumship in Animals, number 234. Evocations of living persons, 37. Does the incarnation of a spirit absolutely prevent evoking it? No, but the condition of its body must allow the spirit to disengage at the time. An incarnate spirit answers more easily when it inhabits a more highly evolved world where the bodies are less material. 38. Can we evoke the spirit of a living person? Yes, since you can evoke an incarnate spirit. During its moments of freedom, the spirit of a living person can also manifest without being evoked. It depends on the affinity between the parties involved. See number 116, Story of the Man with the Snuff Box. What is the state of the body of the person whose spirit has been evoked? It sleeps or naps, that is when the spirit is free. Could it awaken while the spirit is away? No, the spirit must have returned to the body first. If it is communicating at the time, it will leave you and often say why. 40. How is the spirit warned that it must return to the body? The spirit of a living person is never completely detached from the body. No matter at what distance it may be, it continues to be attached by a fluidic cord that serves to recall it when necessary. Only death can break this cord. Seeing mediums often perceive this fluidic cord, which is a kind of phosphorescent trail that follows behind the spirit toward the body. Certain spirits have stated that they use it to recognize those who are still in the corporeal world. 41. What would happen if the body were mortally wounded during sleep and while the spirit was away? The spirit would be warned and would return before death was consummated. Then couldn't death occur in the absence of the spirit, which upon its return would no longer re-enter its body? No, because it would be contrary to the law that governs the union between body and soul. But what if the body received a sudden blow? The spirit will have been pre-warned before the fatal blow. When asked about this, the spirit of a living person responded, if the body could die while the spirit was away, it would be a very convenient way for committing suicide. 42. Can the spirit of a person evoked during sleep communicate as easily as one evoked after death? No, matter always exerts an influence to some degree. The spirit of a person who was questioned while asleep responded, I am always chained to this iron ball that I have to drag around. During sleep, could a spirit be prevented from answering because it was somewhere else? Yes, the spirit might be someplace where it wants to remain and will therefore not answer when evoked, especially if by someone in whom it is not interested. 43. Is it completely impossible to evoke the spirit of someone who is awake? Although it is difficult, it is not completely impossible, because if the evocation is effective, the person might go to sleep. However, the spirit can only communicate as a spirit at times in which its presence is not required for the intelligent activity of the body. Experiments have proven that evocation during the awakened state can cause sleep, or at least a state close to sleep. However, this effect can only be produced by a very energetic will, and if there are bonds of affinity between the two individuals. Otherwise, the evocation will not take hold. Even when the evocation can cause sleep, if the time is inappropriate and the person does not want to sleep, he or she will resist. Even if sleep does occur, the spirit will be troubled and will respond with difficulty. Thus, the best time to evoke a living person is during natural sleep, because the spirit is free and can answer the call just as easily as it could go somewhere else. When the person consents to the evocation and tries to go to sleep, his or her preoccupation with it might delay sleep and disturb the spirit. That is why natural sleep is still preferable. 44. Does a living person who is evoked remember it upon waking? No, you yourself have been evoked much more often than you think. Only the spirit is aware of it, and sometimes may provide the person with a vague impression of what has happened as if it had been a dream. Who would want to evoke us if we are unknown to him or her? During other lives, you could have been a well-known person on this world or on others. Your relatives and friends could also do so on this world and others. Let's suppose that your spirit had animated the body of someone else's father. When this person evokes his or her father, it is your spirit who will respond to the evocation. 45. Does the spirit of a living person respond as a spirit or with the ideas it has during its wakened state? That depends on its elevation, but it regards matters more soundly and with less bias. Exactly like somnambulists, the two states are almost identical. 46. If the spirit of a somnambulist were evoked during magnetic sleep, would it be more lucid than the spirit of someone else? Of course, it would respond more easily because it would be less attached. Everything depends on the degree of independence between the spirit and the body. Could a somnambulist spirit respond to someone who evoked it from some distant place and at the same time respond verbally to another person? The ability to communicate simultaneously in two different places only belongs to spirits who are completely free of matter. 47. Could we change the wakened state ideas of someone by acting upon his or her spirit during sleep? Yes, sometimes, since in sleep the spirit is not as strictly tied to matter, it is more accessible to mental suggestions, then it can influence its way of ordinarily seeing things. Unfortunately, what nearly always happens is that upon awakening, the corporeal nature dominates it and makes it forget about the good resolutions that it may have made. 48. Is the spirit of a living person free to say or not to whatever it wants? It is in possession of its spirit faculties and therefore its free will. Since it is more discerning, it is more cautious than during the wakened state. 49. Could we evoke persons and coerce them into stating something that they would rather keep quiet about? As I said, the spirit has free will. Nevertheless, as a spirit, it might give less importance to certain matters than in its ordinary state, so its conscience may speak more freely. Moreover, if it does not wish to speak, it can always escape an uncomfortable situation by leaving. No one can retain a spirit as one can retain a body. 50. Could the spirit of a living person be constrained by another spirit to appear and speak, as happens with errant spirits? Among the spirits of both the living and the dead, there is only one type of supremacy, moral superiority, and you should understand that a high-order spirit would never support a cowardly indiscretion. Such abuse of trust would in fact be wrong and would thus not yield a good result, because we cannot wrest a secret from a spirit who wants to keep it unless it were overcome by a sense of justice and confess something that under other circumstances it would keep quiet about. One particular individual wanted to find out through such means if one of her relatives had remembered her in his will. The spirit responded, "Yes, my dear little niece, as you shall soon find out." The niece really had been remembered, but a few days later the relative destroyed the will and was malicious enough to inform his niece about it, although he did not know that he had been evoked. An instinctive feeling had undoubtedly led him to act on the resolution that his spirit had made after the question had been posed. It is pure cowardice to ask the spirit of either a deceased or living person what we would dare not ask the person face to face, and such cowardice never results in the hoped-for compensation. 51. Can we evoke a spirit whose body is still in the womb? No, because you know that during this phase the spirit is completely confused. Incarnation only definitively takes place at the moment the child breathes. However, from the moment of conception, the designated spirit is enveloped in a confusion which increases as birth approaches and which erases its self-consciousness, thus it cannot respond. See the spirit's book, The Return to Corporeal Life, the Joining of the Soul with the Body, number 344. 52. Could a deceiving spirit respond in the place of a living person? Certainly, and this frequently happens, especially when the evoker has ulterior motives. Moreover, the evocation of living persons is only useful for psychological study. It should not be done if there is no instructive purpose involved. If the evocation of errant spirits does not always take hold, to use their own expression, such is even more the case involving incarnate ones, that is, when deceiving spirits most often take their place. 53. Are there drawbacks to evoking living persons? It is not always free of danger, but it depends on their condition. If they are ill, you might increase their misery. 54. When is evoking a living person inappropriate? You should not evoke extremely young children, persons who are gravely ill, or infirmed aged individuals. In other words, it is inappropriate whenever the body is seriously debilitated. The abrupt suspension of the intellectual faculties during the waking state could also present a danger if the person at the time required all his or her mental agility. 55. During evocations of living persons, does their body become tired because of the work of the spirit, even though the body is absent? One individual who had been evoked affirmed that his body had become tired by responding, "My spirit is like a balloon attached to a post. My body is the post that is shaken by the jerking movements of the balloon." 56. Since the evocation of living persons may be inappropriate when done without taking precautions, isn't there also danger in evoking a spirit who does not know if it is incarnate and who might be in some unfavorable state of affairs? No, the circumstances are not the same. It will only answer if the conditions are right. Moreover, haven't I already said that before making the evocation, you should ask if it is possible? 57. When during inconvenient moments we feel irresistible sleep coming over us, is it because we are being evoked somewhere? It could be, certainly, but most often it should be regarded as a simple physical need, whether because the body needs rest or because the spirit needs its freedom. We knew a lady, a medium, who one day got the idea to evoke the spirit of her grandson who was sleeping in the same room. She confirmed his identity by his language, familiar expressions, and a precise report on some things that had happened at boarding school. Then something else happened to confirm it even further. The medium's hand suddenly stopped mid-sentence and she couldn't write anymore. At that moment the child was stirring half awake on the cot. He soon went back to sleep and she continued the conversation with without interruption. The evocation of living persons, when done under proper conditions, incontestably proves the distinct activity of the spirit and body, and therefore the existence of an intelligent principle that is independent of matter. See Revue Spirite, 1860, pages 11 and 81, for several remarkable examples of evocations of living persons. Human telegraphy. 58. Can two persons evoking each other simultaneously transmit their thought and communicate? Yes, and this human telegraphy will someday be a universal means of communication. Why can't it be practiced at present? It already is by some, but not by many. Men and women must purify themselves more so that their spirit is freer of matter, a further reason why evocation must be made in God's name. Until then, it will be restricted to pure souls and to those who are dematerialized, something that is quite rare in the current state of Earth's inhabitants. Part 2, Chapter 26. Questions that may be addressed to spirits. Preliminary observations. We can never be too careful about the manner in which we question spirits, and especially about the nature of the questions themselves. We must consider two aspects of such questions: form and scope. As for form, they should be addressed clearly and precisely and should not be too complex. Another significant point, no less important, is the order in which they should be posed. For a subject that requires a series of questions, it is essential that they be methodically linked together, with each proceeding logically from the one before it. In this way, spirits respond much more easily and clearly than if we were to ask at random, skipping from one subject to another without any transition. That is why it is a good idea to prepare questions beforehand, but during the session others may be inserted according to the circumstances. Besides, such preparatory work will allow the questions to be drawn up more calmly and will be a sort of anticipatory evocation, as we have stated, which the spirit might have watched and prepared itself to address. We will notice that very often the spirit responds to certain questions before they are even asked, which shows that it already knew about them beforehand. The scope of the question requires even more serious attention, because often the nature of the questioning is what elicits a correct or erroneous response. There are certain questions that spirits cannot or should not answer for reasons unknown to us, and it would therefore be futile to insist. However, the questions we should be most careful to avoid are those that test the spirit's perspicacity. It is often said that if something is obvious, spirits should know about it, but it is precisely those questions to which we already know the answers, or which we are able to clarify by ourselves, that they do not bother to answer. This distrust offends them, and nothing satisfactory will result from it. Don't we often see examples of the same thing amongst ourselves? Do very knowledgeable individuals who are aware of their own words like to respond to foolish questions aimed at testing them as if they were school children? The desire to make some person an adherent is no reason for spirits to have to satisfy idle curiosity. They know that sooner or later the person will be convinced, and the way this is done is not always the way we might suppose. Consider a serious man who is occupied with worthwhile and serious matters, constantly being bothered by a child's puerile questions, and you will be able to see what highly evolved spirits think about all the foolishness asked of them. This, of course, does not mean that we cannot obtain worthwhile information, and especially excellent advice from spirits, but that they respond better or worse according to their knowledge, their interest in us, the affection they feel toward us, and finally our purpose for inquiring of them, and the usefulness with which they regard the subject. However, if we limit ourselves by thinking that they are more capable than others of informing us about questions concerning this world, they will not regard us with much sympathy. From then on, they will visit us only hurriedly, and often according to their degrees of imperfection. They will be in a bad mood for having been needlessly inconvenienced. Some people think that it is best not to ask questions at all, but rather to wait for a spirit's teaching without requesting it. This is a mistake, however. Spirits obviously provide spontaneous teachings of an elevated reach, and which we should not neglect, but there are explanations for which we would have to wait a long time if we did not solicit them directly. Without the questions we propose, neither the Spirit's book nor this present work would have ever been written, or would have at least been much less complete, and many very important problems would still not be resolved. Far from being inappropriate, questions are highly important for our learning when we formulate them within proper limits. They offer the further advantage of helping us unmask deceptive spirits who, more pretentious than knowledgeable, rarely stand up under tightly logical examination, wherein the questions lead them to finally exposing themselves. Since truly high-order spirits have nothing to fear about this process, they are the first to suggest that we ask for explanations concerning obscure points, whereas the others are afraid of confronting strong arguments and take great care to avoid them. That is why they usually suggest to the mediums whom they wish to dominate and force to accept their utopian ideas to abstain from all controversy regarding their teachings. Whoever has well understood what we have stated thus far in this work already has some idea of the scope to which we should limit the questions addressed to spirits. Nevertheless, in order to be more certain, we will now provide their responses to the main subjects that individuals with little experience generally present to them. Appropriate and inappropriate questions. 1. Do spirits willingly respond to the questions asked of them? It depends on the questions. Serious spirits take pleasure in responding to those whose purpose is goodness and your advancement. They do not listen to worthless questions, however. 2. Is asking a serious question enough to receive a serious response? No, it also depends on the spirit who responds. But won't a serious question keep frivolous spirits away? It is not the question itself that keeps them away, but rather the character of the one who asks. 3. What kind of questions are particularly disagreeable to good spirits? All that are needless, asked out of curiosity, or meant to test them, they do not respond to these and will withdraw. Are there questions that are disagreeable to imperfect spirits? Only those that can make them display their ignorance or their ruse when they are trying to be deceptive. Otherwise, they will respond to anything without any concern for the truth. 4. What about persons who only regard spirit communications as a distraction or pastime, or as a way to obtain revelations about questions of a personal note? Low-order spirits like such persons very much, who, like themselves, love entertainment, and they are very pleased when they manage to deceive them. 5. When spirits do not respond to certain questions, is it because they do not want to, or because a higher power opposes certain revelations? It could be both. There are certain matters that cannot be revealed, and others that the spirit does not know about. If we strongly insist, will a spirit finally respond? No, if a spirit does not want to respond, it can easily leave, and that is why it is proper to wait when they tell you to, and especially when they tell you not to insist on receiving a response. Insisting on a response that they do not want to give is a sure means of being deceived. 6. Are all spirits capable of understanding the questions asked of them? Far from it. Less of all spirits are incapable of understanding certain questions, which, however, does not prevent them from making a good or bad attempt, just like among yourselves. In certain cases, when it might be useful, a more enlightened spirit will often help a less knowledgeable one by whispering the response to it. This may be easily recognized by the contrast of certain responses with others, or by the spirit itself confirming it. However, this only applies to sincere, unknowledgeable spirits, and never to those who display false knowledge. Questions concerning the future. 7. Can spirits unveil the future to us? If humans knew the future, they would neglect the present, and yet this is an issue about which you always insist on obtaining a precise answer. This should be regarded as a serious error, because the manifestation of spirits is not a means of fortune-telling. If you absolutely insist on an answer, however, it will be given by a frivolous spirit. We are constantly warning you about this. See the Spirit's book for knowledge of the future, number 868. 8. Nevertheless, aren't some future events spontaneously and correctly announced by spirits? It might happen that the spirit foresees matters that it considers proper to disclose, or that are its mission to reveal to you. It is in such cases, however, that we should be most concerned with deceptive spirits, who amuse themselves by making the predictions. You can only judge the degree of confidence they merit by observing the circumstances as a whole. 9. What kinds of predictions should we distrust the most? all which are not of general usefulness. Personal predictions can nearly always be considered apocryphal. 10. For what purpose do spirits spontaneously announce events that end up not occurring? Most of the time to entertain themselves with the credulity, fright, or elation they cause, and then they laugh at the disappointment. Sometimes, however, these deceptive predictions have a serious purpose to test the persons to whom they are directed, revealing the nature of the good or evil sentiments they arouse when received. An example would be an announcement that could arouse greed or ambition at the prospect of an inheritance at someone's death, etc. 11. Why don't serious spirits set a specific date when they sense a particular event will occur? Is it because they can't or because they don't want to? For either reason, in certain cases they might sense the approach of an event and then warn you about it. As for the exact time, they are often not allowed to give it, or many times they cannot, because they themselves do not know. A spirit may foresee an event, but the exact moment might depend on incidents that have not yet occurred and which only God knows about. Frivolous spirits who have no scruples about fooling you set days and hours without caring about the truth. That is why every circumstantial prediction must be considered suspect. Once more, our mission is to enable you to evolve, and we help you in any way we can. Those who ask high-order spirits for wisdom will never be deceived. However, don't think you can waste our time with your futilities and with foretelling the future for you. We have left that task to frivolous spirits who amuse themselves with it like naughty children. Providence has set limits on what can be revealed to humans, and serious spirits keep quiet about everything they are forbidden to reveal. All who insist on receiving an answer expose themselves to the deceptions of low-order spirits, who are always ready to take advantage of opportunities to exploit their gullibility. Spirits see or sense future events through induction. They see them occurring within a time frame that they do not measure as we do. To set a specific time for an occurrence, they would have to identify with our way of calculating duration, which they do not always deem necessary. This is almost always the cause of apparent errors. 12. Aren't there individuals who have been gifted with the special ability to see the future? Yes, those whose soul can disengage itself from matter, in which case it is their spirit who sees. When appropriate, God allows them to reveal certain things for good purposes. Nonetheless, impostors and charlatans far outnumber them. This faculty will become more common in the future, however. 13. What about spirits who amuse themselves by telling people that they are going to die on a certain day at a specific time? They are pranksters of bad taste, excessive bad taste, who only want to have fun at the alarm they create. You must never worry about this. 14. But why are certain persons warned by a presentiment about the time of their death? Most of the time during its moments of freedom, the spirit itself knows about it and the person retains an intuition upon awakening. Since these persons have already been prepared, they are neither frightened nor disturbed by it. For them, the separation of the soul from the body is only a change of situation, or if you prefer a rough example, it is like taking off heavy clothing and donning silk. The fear of death will decrease at the spread of Spiritist beliefs. Concerning past and future lives. 15. Can spirits reveal our past lives to us? God sometimes allows them to be revealed depending on the objective. If they will aid in your edification and instruction, these revelations will be authentic, and in such case, they almost always will occur spontaneously and completely unexpectedly. However, God never allows it to satisfy idle curiosity. Why do certain spirits never hesitate to make these revelations? They are pranksters who amuse themselves at your expense. You should usually regard revelations of this nature as false, or at least suspect, if they do not have an eminently serious and useful purpose. Mocking spirits have fun by flattering the vanity of persons, by revealing pretentious antecedents. These are mediums and believers who take what such spirits say at face value in this regard, without even noticing that the current state of their spirit in no way would justify the position they believed they had occupied. It is pure vanity, and both mocking spirits and and humans amuse themselves with it. It would be more logical and in keeping with the progressive evolution of beings if such people had ascended instead of descended, which would be more honorable for them. In order to accept these revelations, it would be necessary for them to have occurred spontaneously through several mediums who did not know one another besides the medium who received them in the first place. Then there would be reason enough for them to be believed. If we cannot know about our previous identity, does the same apply concerning the kind of life we lived, what social position we occupied, and the qualities and defects that predominated in us? No, this may be revealed because it can serve for your evolution. However, you yourself may deduce your own past by studying your present. See the Spirit's book, Forgetfulness of the Past, number 392. 16. Can we receive any kind of revelation concerning our future lives? No, everything that any spirit might tell you regarding your future would be pure nonsense. You should realize that your future existence cannot be known beforehand, since it will be determined by you yourself according to your conduct while on earth and your resolutions as a spirit afterwards. The less you must expiate, the happier you will be, but knowing where and how that existence will be, once again, that is impossible. The only exception is in the rare and special case of spirits who are on earth only to fulfill an important mission, for then their course is somewhat traced out beforehand. Concerning moral and material interests. 17. May we request advice from spirits? Yes, of course. Good spirits never refuse to help those who trustingly evoke them, especially when addressing matters of the soul. However, they ignore hypocrites, those who pretend to be searching for the light while indulging in the darkness. 18. Can spirits offer us advice about private affairs? Sometimes, depending on the situation. It also depends on whom you ask. Advice about one's private life is more precisely given by familiar spirits who are more connected to individuals and take an interest in their concerns. Your familiar spirit is a friend, the confidant of your most secret thoughts, but frequently you weary it with questions that are so trivial that it stays away. On the other hand, it would be absurd to ask foreign spirits about intimate problems just like it would be to propose them to the first person you met on the street. You would do well not to forget that banal questions are incompatible with high-order spirits. You must also consider the qualities of the familiar spirit, who may be either good or evil according to the sympathetic reasons connecting it to the person. The familiar spirit of an evil individual is an evil spirit who may offer harmful advice, but it will withdraw and give way to a better spirit if the individual improves. Lights attract lights. 19. Can our familiar spirits reveal things that may help us in our material interests? They could and will sometimes do so depending on the circumstances. However, bear in mind that good spirits never render service to greed. Evil spirits lure you with thousands of images to excite you, which then deceive you and end up disappointing you. Also, you should know that if your trial is to suffer this or that ordeal, protector spirits may help you bear it with more resignation and sometimes mitigate it, but in the interest of your own future, they cannot free you from it. It is like a good father who does not give his son everything he wants. In many circumstances, our protector spirits can point out the best path for us to follow, but without leading us to it. Otherwise, we would lose all initiative and wouldn't do anything without resorting to them, which would be harmful to our evolution. In order to progress, humans must continually acquire experiences at their own expense. That is why wise spirits counsel us, but always hand us over to our own abilities, like skillful teachers do with their students. In life's ordinary circumstances, they counsel us through inspiration, and thus leave us all the merit of our good works, as well as full responsibility for our bad choices. It would be an abuse of our familiar spirits' patronage and a misunderstanding about their mission if we were to interrogate them all the time about the most trivial matters, as certain mediums do. Some mediums take up the pencil to get yes-no advice on the simplest decisions. This habit reveals both narrow-mindedness and the presumption of always having a servant spirit at their orders who has nothing more to do than to concern itself with them and their petty interests. It furthermore does away with their own judgment and reduces them to playing a passive role without profit in the present and undoubtedly with certain harm to their future progress. If there is childishness in questioning spirits about futile matters, it is also infantile on the part of spirits to spontaneously concern themselves with what we may call our domestic routine. Such spirits may be good, but they are certainly still very earthly. 20. If upon dying a certain man left his affairs in turmoil, could he ask his familiar spirit to help him disentangle them, and could he question it about the property he has left behind, which may not be fully known about, provided it is in the interest of justice? You forget that death is liberation from earthly concerns. Do you think that his spirit, happy with its freedom, will willingly concern itself any longer with the chain it has just freed itself from in order to satisfy the greed of heirs who were perhaps happy that he died so that he might profit from his death? You speak of justice, but justice is in disappointing the covetousness of the heirs, which is the beginning of the punishment that God has reserved for their greed for earthly assets. Moreover, the difficulties that are sometimes left at the death of a person comprise part of life's trials, and no spirit has the power to be free of them, for they belong to the decrees of God. This response will surely disappoint those who imagine that spirits have nothing better to do than to act as our clairvoyant guides and help us not in the direction toward heaven, but upon earth itself. Another consideration supports this response. If certain persons leave their affairs in disarray out of neglect during life, it is unlikely that they will be more careful with them after death, since they will feel happy to be free of the concerns that cause them. Moreover, even if they are little evolved, they will attach less importance to them as spirits than as humans. As for the unknown assets they have left behind, there is no reason for them to be concerned about greedy heirs who probably never even thought about them except in the hope of some profit. In addition, if they are still imbued with human passions, they might even feel a malicious pleasure in their heirs' disappointment. If in the interest of justice and loved ones a spirit deems it useful to reveal such assets, it will do so spontaneously without the interested parties having to be mediums or resorting to one. It will make the matter known through unexpected circumstances, but never due to any requests made directly to it, because requests cannot change the nature of the trials that the parties must undergo. It would only aggravate them, because such requests almost always reveal greed and demonstrate to the spirit that its heirs only thought about it for selfish reasons. See number 295. Concerning the fate of spirits. 21. May we ask spirits for information about their situation in the spirit world? Yes, and they willingly respond when the request is made out of affinity or the desire to be useful rather than for the sake of curiosity. 22. Are spirits able to explain the nature of their sufferings or happiness? Absolutely, and these revelations present you with a valuable lesson, for they enable you to understand the nature of future punishments and rewards. By destroying your erroneous ideas about the subject, they tend to rekindle your faith and trust in God's goodness. Good spirits are happy to report on their bliss, whereas evil ones may be constrained to describe their sufferings in order to lead them to repent. They sometimes even find some relief in this. It is the unfortunate who groan in the hope of obtaining compassion. Don't forget that the essential and exclusive goal of Spiritism is your improvement. To reach that goal, the spirits have received permission to initiate you into the future life, offering you examples that you may use to your advantage. The more you identify with the world that awaits you, the less you will suffer in the one where you are now. This encapsulates the present objective of Spiritist revelation. 23. By evoking persons about whose fate we are uncertain, may we know whether or not they are still alive? Yes, if the uncertainty about their death is not a necessity or trial for those who are interested in knowing about it. If they have died, can they report the circumstances of their death in a way that can be verified? If it is important, they can, otherwise they won't bother. Experience has shown in such cases that a spirit may not at all be impressed by our interest as to the circumstances of its death. If it wishes to reveal them, it will do so by itself by providing the most precise information, whether through a medium or through visions and apparitions. Otherwise, a deceptive spirit can perfectly well take its place and amuse itself by providing worthless information. The disappearance of individuals whose deaths cannot be officially proven often creates difficulties in family affairs. Only in rare and exceptional cases have we seen spirits provide worthwhile clues when questioned. If they wanted to, they no doubt could. However, they are almost always forbidden to when the difficulties comprise trials for those who would rather avoid them. Thus, one would be mistaken to have fanciful hopes of obtaining an inheritance by this means, where the sole positive result is the money spent on such pursuit. There is no lack of spirits who are prepared to encourage such hopes, and who have no scruples at all about leading interested parties on a futile search from which they will be happy if they emerge feeling only a bit ridiculous. Concerning health. 24. May spirits offer advice on health? We need our health in order to fulfill our work while on earth, and that is why spirits willingly concern themselves with it. However, since there are both ignorant and knowledgeable ones, in this case as in all others, it is wise not to address the first one who appears. 25. If we address the matter to the spirit of a famous doctor, will we be more certain of obtaining good advice? Famous doctors are not infallible, and often have theoretical ideas that are not always correct, and from which they are not suddenly freed by death. Earthly science is very insignificant in the light of heavenly science, and only highly evolved spirits possess the latter. Even though they may use names you do not know, they may know much more about everything than your own scholars. It takes more than science to make spirits highly evolved, and you would be very surprised at the place certain scholars occupy among us. Hence, the spirit of a scholar may not know any more than it did while on earth if it has not progressed as a spirit. 26. As spirits, do scholars realize their scientific errors? If they have reached a sufficiently high degree to let go of their vanity and to understand that their development is not yet complete, they realize them and confess them without being ashamed. If they are not sufficiently dematerialized, however, they may retain some of their earthly prejudices. 27. If doctors were to evoke their deceased clients, could they receive an explanation from them about the cause of their deaths, the mistakes they might have committed in treating them, and thereby increase their knowledge? They could, and it would be very useful, especially if they were assisted by enlightened spirits, who could supplement the knowledge they lacked concerning certain illnesses. However, it would be necessary to do such studies in a serious and assiduous manner, and with a humanitarian purpose, not as a means of acquiring knowledge and wealth without having to work for it. Concerning inventions and discoveries. 28. Can spirits provide guidance in scientific research and discoveries? Science is the work of genius and must only be acquired through work, because that is the only way humans advance on their path. What would they merit if all they had to do was question spirits in order to know everything? Any imbecile could become learned at that price. The same applies to inventions and industrial discoveries. Nevertheless, there is another consideration. Each thing must come in its own time, and when minds are generally mature enough to receive it. If inventors were able to get answers directly from spirits, they would subvert the natural order of things and cause fruit to be born before its proper time. God said to the man and woman, "You shall earn your bread with the sweat of your brow," an admirable image that outlines the human condition in this world. Humans must progress in everything by working for it. If everything were given to them entirely finished, how would that serve their intelligence? It would be like a schoolchild whose homework was done by someone else. 29. Are scientists and inventors never assisted by spirits in their research? That's a different matter altogether. When certain discoveries' proper time has come, the spirits in charge of directing progress search for the appropriate persons to accomplish them, inspiring them with the necessary ideas, but leaving them with all the merit because they themselves will have to develop the ideas and carry them out. This is the process for all the great works of human intelligence. Good spirits respect all individuals in their own sphere. Those who are capable only of tilling the soil will not be made depositories of the secrets of God, but spirits will know how to draw out of obscurity someone who is capable of fulfilling the divine plan. Do not allow yourselves through curiosity or ambition to be led onto a path that does not harmonize with the objective of Spiritism and which would result in the most ridiculous deceptions. A more precise understanding of Spiritism has calmed the fever for discoveries which in its beginning many individuals prided themselves for having made through it. There were people who have even asked spirits for recipes on how to dye and restore hair, to heal corns, etc. We have seen many who believed that they were about to make a fortune, but only reaped results that made them look ridiculous. The same thing applies when someone wants to penetrate the mystery of the origin of things with the help of spirits. Certain spirits indeed have their own theories about it, but they are not any more valuable than those of humans and must be received with much caution. Concerning hidden treasure. 30. Can spirits reveal the whereabouts of hidden treasure? High-order spirits do not concern themselves with such things, but mocking spirits often reveal the whereabouts of non-existent treasures, or they might even indicate one place while the actual treasure is in another. Ironically, that has its usefulness in order to show that true fortune is in labor. If Providence destines hidden wealth to someone, that person will find it naturally and not by some other means. 31. What about the belief in spirits who guard hidden treasure? Spirits who are not yet dematerialized attach themselves to things. Misers who have hid their treasure may still watch over it and guard it after death. Their perplexity at seeing it stolen is one of their punishments until they understand the futility of such things. However, there are also spirits on the earth in charge of guiding its geological transformations and who have allegorically been transformed into gardens of natural treasures. The issue of hidden treasure is the same as that involving unknown inheritance. Someone would have to be insane to count on the feigned revelations that can come from the scoundrels of the invisible world. We have already stated that when spirits want to or are able to make such revelations, they do so spontaneously and do not require mediums. Here is an example. A lady lost her husband after 30 years of marriage and was threatened with being expelled from her home without resources by her stepsons, for whom she had been like a second mother. She was extremely desperate, and one night her husband appeared to her and invited her to follow him into his office. There he showed her his writing desk, which was still sealed shut, and providing her with second sight, he showed her what was inside. He pointed out a secret drawer that she had not known about and explained how it worked, adding, "I foresaw what is happening and wanted to assure you of your inheritance. My will is in this drawer, and I have left you the full use of this house and an income of..." Then he disappeared. When the day arrived to remove the judicial seals, no one could open the drawer. The lady then told what had happened. She opened the drawer according to her husband's instructions and found the will conformed to what he had said. Concerning other worlds. 32. How far can we trust spirits' descriptions of other worlds? It depends on the true evolutionary degree of the spirits who provide them, for you must understand that ordinary spirits are as incapable of informing you about this matter as an unlearned person would be among you concerning the various countries of the earth. You often ask scientific questions about such worlds which these spirits cannot answer. If they mean well, they address the issue according to their personal ideas. If they are frivolous, they have fun at providing you with bizarre and fantastic descriptions drawn from their own imagination and report on many matters that have nothing real about them. They are as imaginative in their discarnate state as they were on earth. Nonetheless, don't believe it is completely impossible to obtain information about other worlds. Good spirits love to describe the ones they inhabit in order to provide instruction to help you evolve and to place you on the path that will lead you to them. It is a way for them to concentrate your ideas concerning the future and not to leave you in a vacuum. How can we be sure about the accuracy of these descriptions? The best means is their agreement amongst themselves, but you must remember that they have your moral improvement as their goal. Thus, it is concerning the moral state of the inhabitants about whom they can best inform you, and not the physical or geological structure of those globes. With your current understanding, you would not comprehend it anyway. Knowing about such structure would not help your progress in this world, and you will be fully capable of it when you're there someday. Questions about the physical composition and the astronomical conditions of worlds involve the field of scientific research, and spirits will not spare us any work on the subject. Otherwise, a particular astronomer would find it very convenient to ask spirits to make calculations for him, which afterwards he would undoubtedly not admit had happened. If through revelation spirits could spare someone some work on a particular discovery, they would probably do so for a scholar who was sufficiently modest to acknowledge the source openly, and not for the benefit of those who are proud, who would deny spirits' involvement, and for whom, to the contrary, they often reserve the disappointments of self-centeredness. Part 2, Chapter 27, Contradictions and Deceptions. Contradictions. The opponents of Spiritism do not hesitate to point out that its adherents do not agree amongst themselves, that not all even share the same beliefs. In other words, they contradict one another. If the teaching is given by spirits, they ask, why aren't they identical? Only a serious and in-depth study of the science can expose these arguments for what they really are. We will begin by stating that these contradictions, which certain individuals make such a big noise about, are usually more apparent than real, and that they refer more to the surface than to the depth of the issue, and that is why they are of no importance. These contradictions proceed from two sources, humans and spirits. The contradictions of human origin have been sufficiently explained in the chapter Theories, number 36. One should understand that in the beginning, while the observations were yet incomplete, different opinions arose about the causes and consequences of spirit phenomena, and that 3/4 of these opinions have fallen before a more serious and in-depth study. With few exceptions, and apart from certain individuals who have not easily broken from ideas that they have either nourished or engendered, we can now state that there have been a unification of the vast majority of Spiritists, at least as to the general principles, except perhaps for a few insignificant details. To understand the cause and worth of the contradictions of spirit origin, we must identify with the nature of the invisible world by having studied all its various aspects. At first glance, it may seem strange that spirits do not all think alike, but this will come as no surprise to anyone who knows about the infinite number of degrees that they must traverse before they reach the top of the scale. To expect a single view of matters, we would have to suppose them to all be at the same level. To think that they all should see things correctly would be to believe that all had reached perfection, which has neither happened nor could happen when we remind ourselves that they are nothing more than humanity minus the corporeal envelope. Since spirits of all degrees can manifest, their communications bear the stamp of their ignorance or knowledge, their moral inferiority or superiority. It is precisely for distinguishing between the true and the false, the good and the evil, that our instructions up to this point have been provided. We must remember that there are pseudo-scholar and semi-scholar, proud, presumptuous, and theoretical spirits, just as among humans. Since only pure spirits know everything for the rest, as for us, there are mysteries that they explain in their own way, according to their own ideas, and about which they can form correct or erroneous opinions. Out of vanity, they want these opinions to prevail, and they love to repeat them in their communications. The error lies in the attitude of some of their interpreters, who rashly espouse opinions that violate common sense and regard themselves as solely responsible for divulging them. Thus, the contradictions of spirit origin arise from by the natural diversity of intelligence, knowledge, ability to judge, and morality of certain spirits who are not yet capable of understanding and comprehending everything. See the Spirit's Book, Introduction, Section 13, and Conclusion, Section 9. Some persons might ask what the use of good spirits' teaching is if they do not offer us a greater degree of certainty than those of humans. The response is simple. We do not accept the teachings of all humans with the same confidence, and between two doctrines we prefer the one whose author seems the more enlightened, capable, judicious, and least subject to the passions. We must regard spirits in the same way. Even though some are not above humanity, there are many who have surpassed it, and they can provide us with information that we would seek for in vain amongst the most educated men and women. We must learn how to distinguish them from the crowd of low-order spirits if we want to become enlightened, and it is this distinction that leads to an in-depth understanding of Spiritism. Even this information has its limits, however. If it has not been given to spirits to know everything, even less has it been given to humans. Therefore, there are subjects about which we would ask spirits in vain, either because they must not inform us about them, or because they themselves do not understand them, and can therefore only give us their own personal opinion. These personal opinions are what proud spirits state as absolute truths. It is especially regarding matters that must remain secret, such as the future and the beginning of things, which such spirits most insist on in order to give the impression that they know the secrets of God. This is also where we can find most contradictions. See preceding chapter. Following are the responses given by the spirits to our questions concerning contradictions. 1. Can the same spirit communicating at two different spiritist centers transmit contradictory opinions on the same subject? If the two centers differ as to ideas and opinions, the communication may be distorted because they are under the influence of different ranks of spirits. In that case, it is not the communication itself that is contradictory, but the way in which it is transmitted. 2. We can understand that an answer may be altered, but when the character of the medium excludes any possibility of evil influence, how can high-order spirits use diverse and contradictory language concerning the same subject and with individuals who are completely serious? Truly high-order spirits never contradict one another. Their language is always the same with the same individuals, but it may vary according to place and person. Therefore, note this well. Contradiction is often only apparent. It is more related to words than to ideas. Thus, upon reflection, one can see that the fundamental idea is still the same. What is more, the same spirit may respond differently concerning the same question, depending on how highly evolved the evokers are. It is not always proper for all to receive the same response, because not all are equally advanced. It would be like a child and a scholar asking you the same question. You would obviously respond to each in a way that will enable each to understand and be satisfied with the answer. In this case, even though the answers are different in form, they would have the same essential meaning. 3. Why is it that when serious spirits are with certain individuals, they seem to accept ideas and even prejudices that they warn against when they are with others? We must make ourselves understood. If someone has a well-established conviction about some doctrine, even if erroneous, we must lead them away from it, but little by little. That is why we often employ their own terms and seem to go along with their ideas, so that they do not suddenly take offense and stop learning from us. Moreover, it is not proper to sharply attack preconceptions, which would be a good way for us not to be listened to. This is why spirits often speak in terms of the opinions of those who listen to them, in order to gradually try to lead them to the truth. They adapt their language to these people, as you would do if you were a skillful speaker. That is why they will not speak to a Chinese person or a Muslim in the same way they would to a French person or a Christian. They would obviously be rejected. One should not see as a contradiction what is usually only a developmental phase of truth. All spirits have their mission assigned by God, and they accomplish it according to the conditions they consider proper for benefiting those who receive their communications. 4. Even apparent contradictions can cast doubt in the minds of certain persons. What method should we use in order to recognize the truth? In order to discern error from truth, one must delve into the understanding of our responses by carefully and seriously meditating on them. A true study must be made of them, which requires as much time as other studies do. study, compare, and meditate upon the issues. We have constantly affirmed that knowing the truth has its price. How could you expect to reach the truth by interpreting everything according to your own narrow-minded ideas, but which you consider so great? The day is not far off, however, when the Spirit's teachings will be uniform not only in their details, but also in their main aspects. Their mission is to destroy error, but this can only occur gradually. 5. There are persons who have neither the time nor the ability required for serious and in-depth study, and they accept whatever is taught them without examining it. Wouldn't that put them at risk to believe in error? Practicing goodness and not evil is what is essential. There are not two separate doctrines for that. Goodness is always goodness, whether done in the name of Allah or Yahweh, because there is only one same God for the universe. 6. How can spirits who seem to be intellectually evolved entertain obviously erroneous ideas about certain matters? They have their own doctrines. Those who are not very advanced, but who think they are, hold their ideas to be the truth. The same thing happens amongst you. 7. What about the doctrines that only accept communications from one spirit in particular, such as God or Jesus? A spirit who teaches this wants to dominate and therefore imposes itself as the only one. However, the unfortunate spirit who dares to assume the name of God will pay dearly for its pride. Such doctrines refute themselves because they contradict the most widely verified facts. They are unworthy of serious consideration because they lack foundation. Reason itself tells you that good proceeds from a good source and evil from an evil source. Would you expect a good tree to produce bad fruit? Have you ever picked grapes from an apple tree? The diversity of the communications is obvious proof of the diversity of their origin. In fact, spirits who want to be the only ones to communicate fail to mention why others cannot do so. Their pretentiousness is the denial of what is most beautiful and consoling about Spiritism, i.e. the relations of the visible and invisible worlds, and of men and women with their loved ones who would otherwise be lost to them forever. These very relations are what identify men and women with their future, and which detach them from the material world. Suppressing these relations would plunge them into the torment of doubt and would feed their selfishness. If you were to examine the doctrine of these spirits, you would find unjustifiable contradictions at every step, proofs of their ignorance regarding the most obvious things, and thus sure signs they are little evolved. The Spirit Truth. 8. Of all the notable contradictions in spirit communications, one of the most striking concerns reincarnation. If reincarnation is a necessity of spirit life, why don't all spirits teach it? Don't you realize that there are spirits whose ideas are as limited with regard to the present as are those of many individuals on the earth? They believe that their current situation must last forever. Thus, they do not look beyond the circle of their immediate perceptions, nor do they worry about where they have come from or where they are going. They are nonetheless subject to the law of necessity. Reincarnation is a necessity they do not think about while it is not happening to them at the moment. They know very well that the spirit progresses, but how? That is a conundrum for them. So if you ask them about it, they will talk about the 7 heavens superimposed on one another like the stories of a building. There are even some who will talk about the sphere of fire, the sphere of stars, the sphere of flowers, or the sphere of the elect. 9. We understand that little advanced spirits cannot comprehend this issue, but why then are there spirits who are obviously little advanced both morally and intellectually, but who spontaneously talk about their various existences and their desire to reincarnate in order to expiate their past? Things happen in the spirit world which are difficult for you to understand. Don't you know individuals who are ignorant about certain matters but knowledgeable about others, who have more discernment than education, and others who have more wit than discernment? Don't you also realize that certain spirits like to keep humans in ignorance, and to do so tout themselves as teachers taking advantage of the ease with which their words are accepted? They seduce those who do not examine matters deeply, but when they are exposed to the light of reason, they do not keep up their charade for very long. Furthermore, you must take into account the overall prudence of the spirits in the propagation of the truth. A light that is too strong and sudden is blinding, not enlightening. Thus, in certain cases, they may deem it proper to spread the truth gradually, depending on the time, place, and individuals. Moses did not reach everything that Christ would teach later, and Christ himself said many things that would only be understood by future generations. You speak of reincarnation and wonder why it has not been taught in certain countries. You must realize, however, that in a country dominated by colored prejudices and with slavery deeply rooted in its customs, Spiritism would be rejected for the simple fact that it proclaims reincarnation. The idea that a master might become a slave and vice versa would appear outrageous. Wouldn't it be more worthwhile at first to accept the general idea, leaving its consequences for later? O people, how short-sighted you are in appreciating the designs of God. Know then that nothing is done without God's permission and without a purpose that you often cannot fathom. I have already told you that Spiritist belief will become unified. You can be certain of it. The disharmonies are already less profound and will be erased little by little as men and women become enlightened, and will disappear completely because it is God's will against which no error can prevail. The Spirit Truth. 10. Don't the erroneous doctrines taught by certain spirits retard the progress of the true science? You want everything to be problem-free, but you must remember that there is no such thing as a field without weeds, which must be uprooted by the farmer. These erroneous doctrines are a result of the low order of your world. If humans were perfect, they would accept only the truth. Errors are like fake gemstones that only a trained eye can detect. Thus, you need training to distinguish the true from the false. Well then, erroneous doctrines have the purpose of enabling you to separate truth from error. Don't those who accept error hinder their own progress? If they accept error, it is because they are not yet sufficiently advanced to comprehend the truth. While awaiting unification, each one believes he or she possesses the sole truth, a delusion that deceptive spirits never cease to exploit. Upon what can impartial and disinterested individuals base their judgment? The purest light cannot be obscured by any cloud. The flawless diamond is the most valuable. Therefore, judge spirits by the purity of their teachings. There will be unity where good has never mixed with evil. That is where humans will be connected by the very force of the circumstances, for they will realize that is where the truth is to be found. Notice that the fundamental principles are the same everywhere, and they must unite you in one common thought, the love of God and the practice of goodness. No matter what path of progress is intended for souls, the final objective is the same, as well as the means to reach it, practicing goodness. There are not two different ways of doing so. If crucial differences arise regarding the very foundation of the doctrine, you have a sure rule for appraising them. That rule is this: the best doctrine is the one that best satisfies the heart and the reason, and has the most resources for leading men and women toward righteousness. I can assuredly tell you that is the one which shall prevail. The Spirit Truth. The following causes can give rise to contradictions in spirit communications: the ignorance of certain spirits, the cunning of little evolved spirits who out of malice or evil state the opposite of what was said by some other spirit whose name they have usurped, the will of the spirit itself, who speaks according to time, place, and persons, and who may deem it proper not to say everything to everybody, the insufficiency of human language for expressing the matter of the incorporeal world, the insufficiency of the means of communication, which do not always enable a spirit to express its entire thought, and finally the interpretation that each individual may give to a word or explanation according to his or her own ideas, preconceptions, or point of view regarding the subject. Only study, observation, experience, and the absence of all vanity can teach us how to distinguish these various elements. Deceptions. If being mistaken is unpleasant, it is even worse being deceived. Moreover, it is an inconvenience from which we can easily protect ourselves. The means for exposing the traps set by deceptive spirits have been set forth in previous instructions, and that is why we will say but little here regarding the matter. Following are what the spirits have said about it. 1. Deceptions are one of the most disagreeable stumbling blocks of practical Spiritism. Is there any way to avoid them? It seems to me that you can find your answer by referring to what you have already learned. Yes, there is of course a very simple method, which is not to ask of Spiritism anything more than what it can and must give you. Its goal is the moral perfection of humankind. As long as you hold to this, you will never be deceived, because there are not two different ways of understanding moral truth, or rather only that one which every man and woman of common sense can accept. The spirits have come to teach you and guide you along the path of morality, and not the path of fame and fortune, or to attend to your petty passions. If you never made needless requests of them, or those beyond their prerogatives, none of you would open yourselves up to deceptive spirits. Thus we may conclude that the only one who is deceived is the one who deserves it. The spirits are not charged with teaching you about the things of this world, but with guiding you securely in what will be useful to you in the other. When they address the issues of this world, it is because they deem it necessary, and not because you request it. If you see spirits as substitutes for fortune tellers and spellcasters, then you will be deceived. If all humans had to do was to address spirits in order to know everything, they would lose their free will and be outside the designs traced out by God for humankind. Humans must act on their own. God does not send spirits to make straight the path of their material life, but to prepare them for the path of the future life. However, there are persons who ask for nothing and are nonetheless terribly duped by spirits who manifest spontaneously without having been evoked. They ask for nothing, but they accept what such spirits say, which amounts to the same thing. If they would distrust anything outside the essential objective of Spiritism, frivolous spirits would not deceive them so easily. 2. Why does God allow sincere individuals who trustingly accept Spiritism to be deceived? Couldn't this lead to them giving up their belief? If they gave up their belief for that reason, it would be because their faith was not very solid in the first place. Persons who would abandon Spiritism because of a simple deception would know that they had not understood it and that they had missed its main point. God allowed deception in order to test the perseverance of true adherents and to punish those who use Spiritism simply as a means of entertainment. The Spirit Truth. The cunningness of deceptive spirits sometimes surpasses anything we could possibly imagine. The artfulness with which they erect their weaponry and plot ways of being persuasive would deserve attention even if they were limited to innocent pranks. However, deceptions can lead to unpleasant consequences for those who are not prepared. We are very fortunate for having been able in time to open the eyes of many persons who have asked us for advice, saving them from difficult and compromising situations. Among the methods used by these spirits, we should put in first place as being the most frequent those who excite greed, such as the revelation of vast buried treasures, the announcement of inheritances, and other sources of wealth. We must also regard as suspect predictions with set dates and all precise indications regarding material interests. We should take all care with arrangements prescribed or advised by spirits when the purpose is not clearly reasonable. We must never allow ourselves to be dazzled by the names assumed by spirits to give validity to their words. We must distrust audacious theories and systems, and finally, we should distrust everything outside the moral objective of manifestations. We could write an entire volume about the most curious stories involving all the deceptions that have come to our attention. Part 2, Chapter 28, Charlatanism and Trickery. Mediums for hire. Since anything can be exploited, it is no wonder that there are persons who want to exploit spirits. It remains to know how spirits would take it if such an attempt were made on them. We may state from the start that nothing lends itself better to charlatanism and trickery than such an occupation. Since there are many more fake mediums than somnambulists, this simple fact in itself is a basis for distrust. On the other hand, unprofitableness is the best response to those who only see the phenomena as clever tricks. There is no such thing as non-profit charlatanism. What reason would persons have for practicing deceit without profit, especially if their recognized trustworthiness places them above suspicion? If mediums' use of their faculty for monetary gain raises suspicions about mediums in general, it does not prove that such suspicions have any foundation. They may truly have the faculty and still act in good faith, although expecting to get paid. In that case, let us see if it is possible to expect a satisfactory result. If someone has really understood what we have stated about the conditions required to serve as interpreters for good spirits, the multiple causes that can repel them, the circumstances which, apart from the spirit's will, might be obstacles to their manifestation, and finally all the conditions of a moral nature that can influence communications, how could he or she believe that a spirit, even if it is of the lowest order, would at all times be under the orders of paid mediums and be subject to their demands to answer to the curiosity of the first inquisitor who came along? If we understand the aversion good spirits hold for anything that has the smell of avarice and selfishness about it, and the little importance they attach to material matters, how could we possibly believe that they would help those who intend to make a business of their manifestations? The idea is repugnant to reason, and one would have to know next to nothing about the nature of the spirit world to accept such a thing. However, since frivolous spirits are less scrupulous and look for occasions to amuse themselves at our expense, it might be that if we are not fooled by a fake medium, it is still quite possible to be fooled by some of these spirits. These simple considerations provide us with a measure of confidence to be given to these types of communication, but why resort to paid mediums nowadays if the faculty may be found among family members, friends, and acquaintances at no cost if we ourselves do not possess it? Mediums for hire are not only those who ask for payment. Such self-interest does not always appear as ambition for material profit, but also as a presence of any kind that may support personal desires. This is one of the weaknesses that mocking spirits know very well how to exploit, skillfully and astutely taking advantage of it and lulling those who fall under their influence into deceptive illusion. In some, mediumship is granted for practicing the good, and the good spirits withdraw from anyone who intends to transform it into a means for reaching anything contrary to the designs of Providence. Selfishness is the scourge of society, and good spirits strive against it constantly. Therefore, one should never suppose that spirits would ever want to aid it. This is so reasonable that it would be needless to insist on the matter. Physical effects mediums belong to another category. Such effects are usually produced by low-order spirits with fewer scruples. This does not imply that these spirits are necessarily evil. However, a person may be simply a porter, but yet be very honest. Mediums of this type who desire to exploit their faculty could easily find a spirit to assist them without much hesitation. However, even in this case, there is a problem. Physical effects mediums, like those who provide intellectual communications, have received their ability for good purposes and not for their own personal satisfaction. If they abuse it, they could lose it or be harmed by it because in reality, less of all spirits are under the orders of highly evolved ones. Little evolved spirits love to deceive, but they themselves do not like to be deceived. Even though they may spontaneously share in the games and caprices of curiosity because they enjoy amusing themselves, they dislike being exploited or serving as accomplices in money-making. Moreover, they are always proven they have their own will, and that they act however and whenever it seems best to them, which renders physical effects mediums even less certain of the regularity of manifestations than writing mediums, intending to produce them on certain days and at certain times, would show profound ignorance. So what can they do to ensure money? Fraudulently simulate the phenomena. That is what some may resort to, but not only those who accept such an occupation, but also even apparently simple individuals who think it is a much easier way to make a living than having to work for it. If an actual spirit doesn't produce anything, they make up for it in other ways. The imagination is very fertile when it comes to making money. Since required payment is a legitimate motive for suspicion, that in itself is justification for strict examination, which should offend no one without justifying such suspicion. However, this suspicion is as legitimate in cases of payment as it is offensive in relation to honorable and disinterested individuals. Even when restricted to physical manifestations, mediumship has not been granted for putting on shows. Those who think that spirits are under their orders for public exhibition may rightfully be suspected of charlatanism or skillful sleight of hand. Let us always remember this when we see ads for spiritist or spiritualist seances with paid admission, and remember what we will get when attending these shows. From everything we have said, we may conclude that absolute disinterestedness in profit is the best guarantee against charlatanism, for if it does not always ensure the veracity of intelligent communications, it at least deprives evil spirits of a powerful means of action and shuts the mouths of certain detractors. We will now briefly address amateur trickery, i.e. the innocent fraud of certain pranksters. This deception may be practiced as entertainment at unimportant and frivolous meetings, but never in serious gatherings that only admit honest persons. Someone may derive pleasure from momentary trickery, but he or she would have to be strangely patient to keep up such a role for months and years, and each time for long hours in a row. Only some kind of profit could lead someone to persevere for so long, and profit, we will repeat, should immediately arouse suspicion. One might argue that mediums cannot donate all their time to the public in the interest of Spiritism because they too need to make a living. However, is it in the interest of Spiritism or in their own interest that they donate their time? And mightn't they anticipate it before anything as a possible lucrative occupation? Dedicated people can always be found at a price. Do they have only this occupation at their disposal? We mustn't forget that whether they are of a higher order or a low order, spirits are the souls of the dead. If morality and religion obligate us to respect their physical remains, then there is an even greater obligation to respect their spirits. What would we say about someone who dug up a corpse in order to display it for money because it was capable of arousing curiosity? Would it be any less disrespectful to display the spirit than the body under the pretext of being curious to see how the spirit acts? And we should note the price for a seat will reflect the scope of the tricks and the attractiveness of the show. Even if during its lifetime a spirit had been a comedian, it would certainly not suspect that after death it would encounter an entrepreneur who would make it perform for free while he or she made a profit from it. We must remember that both physical and intelligent manifestations are only permitted by God for our instruction. In spite of these moral considerations, we of course cannot deny the possibility that there are paid mediums who are honest and conscientious. Since there are honest individuals in all occupations, we are only addressing abuse. Nonetheless, we must agree that for the reasons we have given, there is more likelihood for abuse among paid mediums than among those who consider their faculty as a gift and use it only to serve others. Besides the circumstances, the degree of trust or distrust that we concede to paid mediums depends more than anything else on their character and morality. Mediums who have a serious and eminently useful purpose, but who are prevented from using their time in another activity, are for this reason exempt from other obligations and cannot be confused with speculating mediums who have premeditatively made mediumship a business. Therefore, according to the motive and the purpose, spirits may condemn, absolve, or even favor them. They judge the intent more than the material fact. The same considerations do not apply to somnambulists who utilize their faculty for profit. Although this exploitation is also subject to abuse and unprofitableness comprises the greatest guarantee of sincerity, their situation is different because it is their own spirit who acts and consequently is always at their disposal. Actually, they only willfully exploit themselves because they are free to use their own faculties as they please, whereas speculative mediums exploit the souls of the dead. See number 172, Somnambulistic Mediums. We are quite aware that our severity regarding mediums for hire sets us against all who exploit or intend to exploit this new business, making them, as well as their friends who follow their opinion, our staunch enemies. We may console ourselves by recalling that the money changers who were expelled from the temple by Jesus could hardly have looked upon him with much favor. We are also faced with individuals who do not regard the matter with proper seriousness. Nevertheless, we feel we have the right to have and express our opinion. We would not try to force it on anybody. If the majority have adopted it, however, it is because they have apparently found it to be appropriate. At any rate, we do not see how anyone could prove that there is less probability for fraud and abuse and speculation than in unprofitableness. On our part, if our writings have contributed to casting doubt on mediumship for hire in France and other countries, we believe that it will not be one of the least services they have rendered to serious Spiritism. Fraudulent manifestations. Those who do not accept the reality of the physical manifestations usually attribute them to fraud or special effects. They start with the principle that skillful illusionists can do things that seem miraculous to those who do not know their tricks. Hence, they conclude that mediums are mere schemers. We have already refuted this argument or opinion, particularly in our articles about Mr. Home and in the January and February 1858 issues of Revue Spirite. We will therefore only say a few words on the matter before addressing a more serious topic. There is one consideration that will not escape anyone who reflects on the matter a little. They are undoubtedly illusionists of amazing skill, but they are rare. If all mediums practice sleight of hand, we would have to agree that this art has made enormous progress in a short amount of time and has suddenly become very well known, since it may be found to be an innate ability among persons who have never suspected it, even children. Does the fact that there are charlatans who sell their snake oil in public and even doctors who privately abuse their clients' trust mean that all doctors are charlatans, or that the medical class has lost its respectability? Does the fact that there are persons who sell colored water as wine mean that all who sell wine are adulterators, and that there is no such thing as pure wine? Anything can be abused, even the most respectable, and we may state that there is also genius in fraud. However, fraud always has some purpose, some material interest. When nothing can be gained from it, there is no interest in it. That is why we have stated that regarding paid mediums, the best of all guarantees is absolute unprofitableness. Of all the spirit phenomena, those that are most susceptible to fraud are the ones involving physical effects, for reasons we must now consider. First, they are directed more towards sight than intelligence, and are therefore most easily imitated by sleight of hand. Second, they arouse more curiosity than the others, are more appropriate for attracting crowds, and consequently, they are more fruitful. From this double point of view, it is easy to see why charlatans are so interested in imitating these manifestations. Since most spectators are unfamiliar with science, they are generally more interested in entertainment than serious instruction, and we know that entertainment always pays better than instruction. There is a more decisive reason to consider, however. Sleight of hand can imitate physical effects and only requires dexterity, but so far it has not been gifted with improvisation, which requires an uncommon dose of intelligence, and it cannot therefore produce those beautiful and sublime sayings that spirits normally provide during their communications, and which are frequently so apropos. This reminds us of the following occurrence. A literary gentleman came to see us one day and said that he was a qualified intuitive writing medium and that he was available to the Spiritist Society. Since it was the Society's policy not to accept mediums whose abilities we were unsure of, we asked the visitor first to come to a private meeting to provide us with evidence of his faculty. He actually came to the medium where several mediums were either writing spirit dissertations or responding with remarkable precision to questions asked of them or about issues on unknown topics. When the visitor's turn came, he wrote some meaningless words, said that he was not feeling well that day, and we never saw him again. He undoubtedly found that the role of an intelligent effects medium was more difficult to enact than he had thought. In all matters, the persons who are easiest to deceive are the ones who do not belong to the trade, and the same applies to Spiritism. Those who are unfamiliar with it are easily fooled by appearances, whereas a preliminary and careful study not only of the causes of the phenomena, but also the normal conditions in which they may be produced, would initiate them into the subject and furnish them with the means of recognizing fraud. Fraudulent mediums are justifiably stigmatized in the following letter, which we have reproduced from the August 1861 issue of Revue Spirite. Paris, July 21st, 1861. Dear Sir, one may disagree on certain points and thoroughly agree on others. I have just finished reading some considerations on page 213 of the last issue of your magazine concerning fraud involving issues of spiritual or spiritist experiments, considerations to which I am happy to have fully dedicated myself. Consequently, all confusion about theoretical and doctrinal matters have disappeared as if by magic. I am perhaps not as severe as you are with regard to mediums who worthily and properly accept remuneration to make up for time dedicated to experiments, which are often long and tiring. However, I am as severe as you, and it is impossible not to be, with regard to those who resort to deception and fraud to compensate for when she promised and hoped for results are absent or insufficient. See number 311. Mixing truth and error when dealing with phenomena precipitated by the intervention of spirits is simply disgraceful, and a medium would have absolutely no moral sense in thinking that he or she could do so without scruples. As you have observed perfectly, it casts doubt over the matter in the minds of the indecisive once fraud is recognized. I would add that it most deplorably compromises honorable individuals who lend the disinterested support of their knowledge and understanding to such mediums, and who have become trusting patrons by sponsoring them in some way. Such an act is committing a true abuse of authority. All mediums who have been caught in the act of fraud, or, if I may use a slightly trivial expression, with their hand in the cookie jar, deserve to be stigmatized by all spiritualists or spiritists everywhere. It is their strict duty to unmask and expose them. If you think it proper to print these few lines in your magazine, they are at your disposal. Sincerely, Matthew. All spirit phenomena are not equally easy to imitate. There are some that obviously defy every skill of illusion, particularly those involving the movement of objects without contact, the suspension of heavy objects in the air, raps heard in several places at once, apparitions, etc., except by trickery and collusion. That is why we have stated that in such a case one must attentively observe the circumstances, and especially take into account the character and situation of the persons involved, as well as their objective and interest in being deceptive. This is the best of all controls because there are circumstances that remove all reason for suspicion. Therefore, we think one should at first distrust whoever makes a spectacle or object of curiosity and amusement of these phenomena, or whoever claims to produce them at will and at the appointed time, as we have already explained. We can never repeat too often that the concealed intelligences who manifest can be offended and want to show us that they also have free will and are not subject to our whims. See number 38. It is enough for us to point out a few subterfuges employed or which may be employed in certain cases for good faith observers to guard against. It would be a waste of time to try and dissuade those who insist on passing judgment without having delved into the matter. A common phenomenon is that of raps produced within the wood, and which may or may not be accompanied by movements of the table or other objects being used. It is one of the easiest effects to imitate either with foot contact or by causing the furniture to produce small crackling noises within it. However, there is a special little maneuver that one should be forewarned about. The hands can be placed close together flat on the table so that the thumbnails forcefully support each other. Then, by an entirely imperceptible muscular movement, a dry noise can be produced that is quite similar to inner typology. The noise reverberates within the wood, producing a complete illusion. Nothing is easier to simulate as many raps as required, a drum beat, etc., than responding to a certain questions with a yes or no, with numbers or even letters of the alphabet. Once forewarned, however, it is very easy to recognize the fraud, which is not possible if the hands are far apart from each other, and if we are sure that no other contact can produce the noise. Moreover, true raps display the characteristic of changing places and tone at will, which cannot occur when produced by the cause we have indicated or any other similar one. Thus they may jump from the table to some other piece of furniture not touched by anyone, the walls, the ceiling, etc., and also respond to unforeseen questions. See number 41. Direct writing is even easier to imitate, without mentioning well-known chemical agents that make writing appear at a given time on a white sheet of paper, which can be foiled with ordinary precautions. This ruse can also occur through a skillful sleight of hand, wherein one sheet is replaced by another. Furthermore, the defrauder may distract one's attention while quickly writing a few words. Some have even been known to write with a small pencil lead hidden in the fingernail. Apportations also lend themselves to sleight of hand. One can easily be deceived by a more or less dexterous, even unprofessional magician. In number 96 above, we stated that spirits themselves determine the exceptional conditions under which these appearances can occur, so that we may conclude that any willful and easy obtainment should at least be considered suspicious. The same applies to direct writing. In the chapter on special mediums, we mention what the spirits regard as both common and rare mediumistic aptitudes. One may properly distrust mediums who intend to easily precipitate either apportations or direct writing, or who aspire to display multiple abilities, claims that are rarely justifiable. Depending on the circumstances, intelligent manifestations offer the greatest guarantee against fraud, but even these are open to being imitated, at least regarding banal and commonplace communications. Some think that there is greater safety concerning mechanical mediums, not only with regard to the independence of ideas, but also against deception. This is why certain persons prefer physical intermediaries. Nevertheless, this is a mistake, for fraud slips in everywhere. We know that with enough dexterity, even a writing basket or planchette can be directed at will, giving it all the appearances of spontaneity. What removes all doubts are the thoughts expressed by the medium, whether he or she is a mechanical, intuitive, auditory, speaking, or seeing medium. There are communications of this type that are so far beyond the ideas, knowledge, and even the intellectual reach of the medium that it would be necessary to be oddly mistaken to attribute them to the medium. We realize that charlatanism can be very skillful and resourceful, but we have never known it to have the gift of transmitting knowledge to the ignorant or intelligence to someone who does not have it. To sum up, we repeat that the best guarantee is in the recognized morality of the mediums and the absence of all causes of material interest or vanity that could stimulate them to exercise their mediumistic faculties, because these same causes can lead them to simulate those that they do not actually possess. Part 2, Chapter 29, Meetings and Societies. Meetings in general. Spiritist meetings can offer big advantages because they foster enlightenment through the exchange of ideas and through questions and observations raised by anyone and from which everyone may benefit. It would be erroneous to treat such meetings as ordinary gatherings, however, for desirable results require special conditions, which we will now examine. Meetings comprise true collective wholes, therefore the instructions given up to this point regarding single individuals also apply to groups, which means that groups should take the same precautions and guard against the same problems that apply to individuals. That is why we have left this chapter until last. Spiritist meetings vary widely as to their characteristics and according to their goals, thus their intrinsic conditions will also vary. According to their nature, they may be frivolous, experimental, or instructive. Frivolous meetings are composed of individuals who are only interested in the entertainment aspect of manifestations. These persons are amused by the joking remarks made by the frivolous spirits who attend such gatherings because they can enjoy free rein. It is during these meetings that the most banal things are normally asked of the spirits: predictions concerning the future, tests of their astuteness in guessing persons' ages, objects certain individuals have in their pockets, revelations of little secrets, and 1,000 other things of such importance. These meetings are of no consequence, but since Frivolous spirits are sometimes quite intelligent and are generally good-humored and merry. Interesting things sometimes occur of which the observer may take advantage. However, persons who attended only these sessions and judged the spirit world according to such samples would get an erroneous idea about it, like someone who judged an entire population of a large city by a few of its neighborhoods. Simple common sense tells us that highly evolved spirits would never participate in meetings of this kind, where the participants are not any more serious than the manifesting entities. Those who want to concern themselves with meaningless matters will naturally evoke frivolous spirits, just as in a social gathering they might call in comedians for entertainment. However, it would be sacrilege to invite venerable names, mixing the sacred with the profane. Experimental meetings are most concerned with the production of physical manifestations, but for many they represent a show that is more curious than instructive. Disbelievers leave them feeling more perplexed than convinced when they have not seen anything else, and they devote themselves to looking for parsable artifices because, not understanding what they have seen, they naturally suppose that trickery was involved. Exactly the opposite happens with those who have studied the matter beforehand, however. They understand the possibility of the occurrences, and the physical phenomena help to consolidate their convictions. On the other hand, if trickery is involved, they will know how to discover it. Despite the danger of fraud, these types of expectations have had a usefulness that no one would deny, because they are what led in the first place to the discovery of the laws that govern the invisible world, and for many they are still a powerful means of conviction. Nevertheless, we maintain that they are not sufficient for initiating anyone into Spiritist science any more than simply seeing an ingenious mechanism would provide any knowledge about mechanics for someone who is not familiar with its laws. However, if such experiments were methodically and prudently performed, much better results would be obtained. We shall address this subject shortly. Instructive meetings are entirely different in character, and since they are the only ones where we can obtain real teaching, we shall particularly insist on the conditions under which they should be held. The first condition is that seriousness must be maintained in every meaning of the word. All present must be convinced that the spirits whom they want to address belong in a very special order, that the sublime cannot be mixed with the banal, nor good mixed with evil, and that if they wish to obtain good results, they must address good spirits. However, it is not enough to merely evoke good spirits. A strict condition is that the participants must be surrounded by a favorable atmosphere so that good spirits want to come. In other words, high-order spirits do not participate in meetings of frivolous and superficial persons, just as they would not if they were incarnate. A gathering is not truly serious if it is not concerned with worthwhile subjects to the exclusion of all others. If it is meant for obtaining extraordinary phenomena out of curiosity or as a pastime, the spirits who produce them may participate, but the more highly evolved ones will stay away. In other words, the character of the meeting will always determine the spirits who are disposed to attend it. A serious meeting would miss its goal if it replaced instruction with entertainment. Physical manifestations have their usefulness, as we have stated, and those who want to observe them should participate in experimental meetings, whereas those who desire to gain understanding should attend instructional meetings. Thus, both types of participants can complete their Spiritist instruction, just as in the study of medicine some take coursework while others do internships. Spiritist instruction does not entail only the moral teachings given by spirits, but also the study of facts. It involves the theory of the phenomena and research into their causes, and as a consequence, the evidence for what is possible and impossible. In other words, the observation of everything that may enable the science to develop. It would be erroneous to believe that such facts are limited to the extraordinary phenomena, or that those which principally touch the senses are the only ones worthy of attention. At every step of the way, we encounter important facts during intelligent communications. which persons gathered together for study should not neglect. These facts, which would be impossible to enumerate, arise from numerous fortuitous circumstances. Although less prominent, there are no less interest for observers who find in them the confirmation of a known principle or the revelation of a new one, which in turn leads them to penetrate more deeply into the mysteries of the invisible world, which is also a form of philosophy. Study meetings are furthermore quite useful for intelligent manifestation mediums, especially for those who seriously want to perfect themselves, but to do so they must not participate with the foolish presumption that they are infallible. As we have already stated, one of the biggest problems of practical mediumship is obsession and fascination. Thus, these mediums can be deluded in good faith as to the merit of the communications they obtain. We have come to understand that deceptive spirits find an open door when they deal with individuals who are ignorant on the subject, which is why such spirits endeavor to keep their mediums away from all supervision, and when necessary, constrain them to have an aversion for whomever might be able to enlighten them. Thanks to isolation and fascination, they can easily lead such mediums to accept everything they want them to. We will never tire of saying there is not only a pitfall in this, but also a danger. Yes, a true danger. The only way to escape it is for such mediums to submit to the supervision of disinterested and benevolent individuals who coolly and impartially judge the communications, and who can thus open their eyes and lead them to see what they cannot see by themselves. All mediums who fear this judgment already find themselves on the path of obsession. Those who believe the light has been given only to them are already completely subjugated. If they take the observations badly, if they are irritated by them and reject them, there can be no doubt as to the evil nature of the spirits who assist them. We have already said that mediums may lack the knowledge needed to notice errors, and that this can lead them to be trustingly deceived by pretty words and pretentious language, and to be seduced by sophisms, all in good faith. This is why that if they do not have sufficient knowledge themselves, they should modestly resort to others who do according to the popular quotes, "4 eyes are better than 2, and none are a good judge of their own cause." It is from this point of view that meetings are of great usefulness to mediums if they are sensible enough to listen to advice, and since at such meetings they can find persons who are more enlightened, more capable of perceiving the often very delicate nuances by which mediums reveal how little advanced they are. All mediums who sincerely do not want to become instruments of lies should take to serious meetings the communications they have obtained in private, and should accept and even ask for a critical examination of them. If they have been exposed to deceptive spirits, this is the surest way of breaking free of them and showing that they cannot be deceived by them. Moreover, mediums who are bothered by criticism really have no reason to be, since their personal vanity is not involved in the matter. What they write is not a product of themselves, and they therefore have no more responsibility for bad communications than if they were to read the verses of a bad poet. We are insistent on this point because if it is a pitfall for mediums, it is also a pitfall for meetings where one should not lightly trust all who interpret spirits. The participation of obsessed or fascinated mediums in meetings would be more harmful than beneficial. They should not even be admitted. We believe that we have already discussed the matter enough to show how participants at meetings can avoid being deceived as to the characteristics of obsession, even if the mediums are not capable of recognizing it by themselves. One of the most obvious is undoubtedly their pretension of being the only ones who are right while all others are not. Obsessed mediums who do not want to recognize their situation are like diseased persons who delude themselves about their health and who die because they did not submit to the necessary treatment. One objective of a serious meeting should be to keep it free of deceiving spirits, but it would be erroneous to consider it free of them simply because of its purpose and the quality of its mediums. It will only achieve this objective when the proper conditions are created. In order to fully understand what the proper conditions entail, we will refer the reader to what we stated above in number 231 concerning the influence of the surroundings. We should regard all individuals as being surrounded by a certain number of invisible companions who identify with their character, tastes, and inclinations. Thus, all who attend a meeting bring along spirits who are sympathetic with them. According to their number and nature, these companions can exert either a good or a bad influence on the meeting itself and the communications. A perfect meeting would be one in which all the members are animated by the same love for the good and only bring good spirits with them. However, the next best would be one in which good spirits outnumber evil ones. This, of course, is so logical that we do not have to insist upon it. A meeting is a collective being whose qualities and properties are the sum of all its members, forming a sort of cluster, and this cluster will be stronger the more homogeneous it is. If one fully understands what was stated in number 282, question 5, concerning the manner in which spirits are informed when we call to them, it will be easy to understand the associative powers of the participants' thoughts. If a spirit is any way struck by thought, as we are by a voice, then 20 individuals united with the same intent will obviously have more power than only one. However, in order for all thoughts to contribute toward the same goal, they must vibrate in unison and blend themselves into a single thought, something that cannot occur without concentration. Furthermore, when a spirit comes into an environment which is completely sympathetic, it feels more at ease. When it finds itself only among friends, it willingly attends and is more willing to respond. Whoever has followed intelligent spirit manifestations to some degree is certainly convinced of this truth. If thoughts are divergent, however, they cause a collision of disagreeable ideas for the spirit and thus harm the manifestation. The same happens with individuals when they have to speak in a meeting. If they feel that everyone's thoughts are sympathetic and favorable, that impression acts upon their ideas and gives them greater energy. The unanimity of this influence exerts a kind of magnetic action upon them that doubles their effectiveness, whereas indifference or hostility upsets and paralyzes them. That is why actors feel electrified by applause, and since spirits are much more impressionable than humans, the environment has much more influence upon them. Every spiritist meeting should try to be as homogeneous as possible. Of course, we are referring to meetings that desire to obtain serious and truly useful results. However, if they simply want to obtain any communications whatsoever, regardless of quality, all these precautions are obviously unnecessary, but then they should not decry the quality of the product. Since concentration and communion of thought are required conditions for every serious meeting, we can understand that a very large number of participants is one contrary to homogeneity. There is no set limit to this number, of course. We know that 100 persons who are sufficiently concentrated and attentive provide better conditions than 10 who are distracted and unruly. However, it is also obvious that the greater the number, the less easily such conditions are met. It is moreover a fact proven by experience that small, intimate circles are always more favorable to beautiful communications for reasons we have already given. Another requirement that is no less necessary is that the sessions be regular. At every meeting, we can always find spirits who we might call customary frequenters, but we do not mean spirits who are everywhere and meddle in everything. Instead, we are referring to protector spirits, or those who are most frequently evoked. Do not think these spirits have nothing better to do than listen to us, however. They have their own duties and are sometimes in no position to be evoked at the moment. When meetings are held on set days and at fixed hours, they make themselves available at such times and rarely fail to appear. Some even take punctuality to an extreme. They might be offended at only a 15-minute delay, and if they were the ones who set up the meeting in the first place, it will be useless to evoke them before the appointed time. Nevertheless, we would emphasize that although spirits prefer regularity, the truly high-order ones are not so meticulous. The demand for strict punctuality is a sign of being lower within the hierarchy, as is anything else that is puerile. Spirits may even appear outside set times, and in fact will appear willingly if the subject matter is important. Nothing is more harmful to the reception of worthwhile communications, however, than evoking them at random on a simple whim or without a serious reason. Since they are not subject to our whims, they would not answer us, and it is especially on such occasions that others can take their place and name. Bona fide societies. Everything we have stated about meetings in general naturally applies to regularly constituted societies. Nevertheless, societies must struggle against a few special problems deriving from ties among their members. From the numerous requests we have received for information about their composition, we will sum up some of our explanations. Spiritism, which has only recently appeared on the scene, is diversely appreciated and too little understood in its essence by a large number of its followers in order to offer a strong bond amongst its members that could give rise to an association. Such bond could not exist except among those who understand its moral objective and who completely apply themselves to it. No serious element of connection could exist among those who only see it through the more or less curious phenomena. If such phenomena were placed above principles, one simple disagreement on the right way to regard them could cause a schism. The same would not apply to those solely interested in its moral objective. However, because there are no two ways of seeing it, it is also a fact that wherever one finds such individuals, mutual trust always connects them with one another. Reciprocal benevolence is the rule among them and excludes any embarrassment resulting from sensitiveness, pride triggered by the slightest contradiction, and self-centeredness which demands everything for the person it indwells. A society in which such sentiments were shared, where the members gathered together in order to learn from spirits, and not only in the hope of seeing more or less interesting novelties or making their own opinions prevail, would not only be viable but indissoluble as well. The difficulty involved in bringing several members together in a homogeneous manner leads us to state that in the interest of the studies and for the good of the cause itself, Spiritist Society should aim at creating small groups instead of large associations. These groups corresponding with one another, visiting one another, and exchanging observations could soon form the nucleus of a large Spiritist family that would someday bring together all opinions, uniting men and women in the same sentiment of fraternity sealed by Christian charity. We have already seen the importance of uniformity of sentiment for obtaining good results. This uniformity is naturally more difficult to achieve when a large number of persons are involved. In small groups where everyone knows one another better, there is more security when new members join. Silence and concentration become easier, and everything happens as if it were at home. Large gatherings do not allow intimacy because of the variety of their members. They require special locales, monetary resources, and an administrative body, which small groups can do without. The divergence of characters, ideas, and opinions is more defined, enabling troublesome spirits to sow discord more easily. The larger the group, the harder it is to please everyone. All want projects carried out according to their own wishes and want preference to be given to subjects that most interest them. Some would even believe that the title of member gives them the right to impose their own points of view. Then there would be conflict, which is the cause of ill will. This would sooner or later lead to disunion and afterwards to dissolution, the fate of all societies under such conditions, whatever their purpose may be. Small groups are not subject to such problems, however. The disbanding of a large society would look like a failure for the Spiritist cause, and its enemies would not hesitate to exploit it. The dissolution of a small group would pass unnoticed. If one disbands, 20 others would take its place, and 20 groups of 15 to 20 persons will attain more and do more for the spread of Spiritism than one assembly of 300 to 400. It may obviously be said that the members of a society acting as we have stated could not be true Spiritists, since the first duty the doctrine imposes is charity and benevolence. This is perfectly correct, and that is why those who behave like that are Spiritists more in name than in fact. They do not belong to the third category, see number 28, but who could say that they could even be called Spiritists at all? This is a fairly serious matter to ponder. Let us not forget that Spiritism has enemies who are interested in preventing its development and who despise its successes. The most dangerous are not those who attack it openly, but those who act behind the scenes, those who caress it with one hand while stabbing it with the other. These malfeasant beings infiltrate everywhere they can do evil, and knowing that there is strength in unity, they try to destroy it by sowing discord. Who will thus say that those who cause trouble and discord in meetings are not adversarial agents interested in disorder? They are certainly neither true nor good Spiritists. They will never do any good, but can cause much evil. We know that it is much easier for them to infiltrate large societies than small groups, where everybody knows one another. Thanks to secret maneuvers that go by unnoticed, they sow doubt, distrust, and disaffection. Under the hypocritical appearance of interest for the cause, they criticize everything and form intimate and exclusive groups that soon break up with the harmony of the whole. That is what they want. When dealing with such individuals, it is useless to appeal to the sentiments of charity and fraternity. It would fall on deaf ears because their objective is precisely the destruction of such sentiments, which are the biggest obstacle to their maneuvers. This situation, which is harmful to all societies, is even more so to Spiritist societies, for if it does not lead to an outright rupture, it will cause concerns that are incompatible with the concentration and attention needed. If a meeting is going badly, they will ask, don't sensible and well-intentioned individuals have the right to criticize, and if they ignore the problems without saying anything, aren't they improving it through their silence? Of course they have such a right, it is even a duty, but if their intentions are truly good, they will issue their warning appropriately and kindly, and will do so openly and without any subterfuge. If they are not listened to, they will withdraw, because it is inconceivable that anyone who is not acting with ulterior motives would persist in remaining in a society whose orientation was not appropriate for them. We can thus establish in principle that anyone in a Spiritist meeting who causes disorder or disharmony either ostensibly or secretly through any means is an adversarial agent, or at least an evil spirit who must be gotten rid of as soon as possible. Nonetheless, the very commitment which links the members of a meeting together creates obstacles to doing so, which is why it is proper to avoid indissoluble commitments. Moral individuals always connect with one another in an appropriate way, whereas bad-intentioned ones always do it to excess. Besides notoriously malevolent persons who infiltrate meetings, there are those who, because of their very temperament, bring trouble wherever they go. Thus, too much care cannot be taken in admitting new members. The most harmful in this case are not those who are ignorant about the subject, or even those who are disbelievers. Conviction can only be acquired through experience, and there are well-intentioned persons who want to learn. Rather, those who should most particularly be cautioned against are persons given to preconceived ideas, the theoretical disbelievers who question everything, even the obvious, and the proud who pretend to be privileged with the truth and always try to impose their opinions while disdaining whoever does not think as they do. Do not be fooled by their pretended desire to learn. You will encounter many who would feel displeased if they were obligated to agree that they had been wrong. Above all, guard yourselves against those insipid talkers who always want the last word, and those who only like to argue. They are both a waste of time and are of no use even to themselves. Spirits do not like idle words. In light of the need to avoid every cause of trouble and distraction, when a Spiritist society is organized, it should place all its attention on establishing appropriate measures to keep troublemakers from doing any harm and to facilitate their leaving by any means possible. Smaller groups need very simple disciplinary rules for determining the order of their sessions. Regularly constituted societies require a more complete organization, and the best would be the least complicated system. Either type would be able to derive what is applicable or necessary from the regulations of the Parisian Society for Spiritist Studies, which we present below. Small or large societies and all meetings, no matter how important they are, must struggle against a further problem. Troublemakers are not only found amongst their members, but also in the invisible world, and just as there are protector spirits for institutions, cities, and nations, malfeasant spirits also connect to groups and individuals. First, they connect with the weakest and most accessible, trying to transform them into their instruments, and gradually involving everybody, for their malignant joy is as great as the number of those they have subjugated. Thus, every time a group member has fallen into their trap, it means that there is an enemy about, a wolf in the fold, and great caution must be taken, because it is quite probable that it will increase its attempts. If such a member is not discouraged through strong resistance, obsession will spread like a contagion, which will appear among the mediums through a disturbance of their mediumship, and among the others through mutual hostility, moral perversion, and destruction of harmony. Since the most powerful antidote against this poison is charity, it is what they try hardest to stifle. Thus, groups must not wait until the evil becomes incurable before applying the remedy. In fact, they must not even wait for the first symptoms, for it is especially necessary to prevent them from appearing in the first place. There are two effective ways to do this if done correctly: heartfelt prayer and the attentive study of the smallest symptoms that reveal the presence of deceptive spirits. The former attracts good spirits who zealously assist only those who help them through their trust in God. The latter shows evil spirits that they are dealing with persons who are sufficiently enlightened and sensible enough not to allow themselves to be deceived. If members of this group fall under the influence of obsessions, all efforts should be geared toward opening their eyes from the moment of the first indications, before the evil grows worse, in order to lead them to the understanding that they have been deceived, and to instill in them the desire to help those who are trying to free them. The influence of the surroundings derives from the nature of the spirits and the way in which they act upon human beings. From this influence, we can deduce for ourselves the most favorable conditions for a society that aspires to attract in the sympathy of good spirits, for obtaining worthwhile communications and avoiding bad ones. These conditions depend entirely on the moral character of the participants, and may be summed up as follows: perfect commonality of ideas and sentiments, mutual benevolence among the members, rejection of every sentiment contrary to true Christian charity, a single desire to learn and improve through good spirits' teachings, and the taking advantage of their counsels. Whoever is convinced that highly evolved spirits manifest for the purpose of enabling us to progress and not simply to please us will understand that they must avoid those who limit themselves to admiring their style without profiting from their words, and who are only attracted to sessions due to the greater or lesser interest they offer according to their individual tastes. Avoidance of anything in communicating with spirits that is intended solely for satisfying one's curiosity, respectful concentration and silence during conversations with spirits, associations of all participants through thought when evoking spirits, harmony amongst all mediums, rejecting any sentiment of pride, vanity, and superiority, while supporting the sole desire to make themselves useful. Are these conditions so difficult to fulfill that no one will be able to meet them? We do not think so. Instead, we hope that truly serious groups like those that already exist in various places will multiply, and we do not hesitate to state that Spiritism owes its broadest growth to them. By uniting serious and conscientious men and women, they will impose silence on our critics, and the purer their intentions, the more they will be respected even by their adversaries. When mockery attacks what is truly good, it fails to elicit laughter, and instead becomes despicable. Among groups of this type, ties of true sympathy will be formed along with mutual solidarity through the very force of the circumstances, thereby contributing to overall progress. It would be wrong to suppose that meetings especially dedicated to physical manifestations are exempt from this fraternal harmony and the requirement of seriousness. Even if they do not require such strict conditions, it does not mean that they can be frivolously held and observed with impunity. It would also be wrong to think that the concurrence of the participants is unimportant during such sessions. proof to the contrary is in the fact that frequently the manifestations of this kind, even when produced by well-gifted mediums, cannot be attained in certain surroundings. Contrary influences also act upon these manifestations, and it is certain that such influences result from differences in or hostility of the participants' sentiments, which neutralize the spirit's efforts. Physical manifestations, as we have stated, are very useful. They open up a vast field to observers because an entirely new order of strange phenomena unfolds in front of them, the consequences of which are incalculable. Therefore, meetings can have a serious purpose in being occupied with these phenomena, but they will not attain their objective as a means of study or proof for strengthening convictions if such meetings are not held under favorable conditions. The participants' faith is not the first condition, or rather the first condition is their desire to be enlightened without ulterior motives or the preconceived thought to reject everything outright, even the evidence. The second condition is a reduced number of participants in order to avoid heterogeneity. Even though physical manifestations are usually produced by little evolved spirits, it does not mean that their purpose is any less providential. Good spirits supervise them whenever a useful result may be realized. Subjects for study. Evocations of relatives and friends or certain famous personages in order to compare their post-death opinions with those that they held while alive frequently run into difficulties when the conversation deteriorates into banalities and futilities. Many persons believe that the Spirit's book has exhausted all moral and philosophical questions. That is incorrect, which is why it may be useful to point out the source that may lead to new and unlimited study themes. If evoking illustrious individuals and highly evolved spirits is very useful because of the teachings they can provide, ordinary spirits are no less important, even though they cannot resolve problems of a large scope. They themselves reveal their low position in the hierarchy, and the less the distance that separates them from us, the more we realize that their situation is analogous to our own, not to mention the fact that they frequently offer us characteristics, traits of great interest, as we have explained in number 281 in dealing with the usefulness of private evocations. It is thus an inexhaustible source of observations, even if we limit ourselves to evoking spirits who in their present life offer us some particularity involving the type of death they suffered, their age, their good or evil qualities, their happy or disgraceful position while on earth, their habits, mental state, etc. The field of study broadens with high-order spirits. Besides psychological questions which have their limit, we can ask them an infinite number of moral questions about all life situations, the best behavior for this or that circumstance, our mutual duties, etc. The worth of the instruction we receive concerning any moral, historical, philosophical, or scientific subject depends entirely on the state of the spirit addressed. It is our responsibility to judge it. Besides evocations per se, spontaneous communications offer a large number of study topics. In such cases, we only have to wait for the spirits themselves to bring up their chosen subject. In such circumstances, several mediums can work simultaneously. Sometimes we can call to a particular spirit, but normally we must wait for those who want to come, and they often do so in an unforeseen manner. These communications can then provide a huge number of study issues whose themes have been prepared beforehand. They must be cautiously discussed in order to analyze all the ideas they present to see if they bear any stamp of truthfulness. Such a thorough examination is the best guarantee against the interference of deceptive spirits, as we have said. For this reason, communications received outside the meetings should be brought to the group meetings so that everyone may scrutinize them and benefit from them. Thus, we obviously have an inestimable source of highly valuable and instructive elements. Activities for each mediumistic meeting may be arranged as follows. First, a reading of spirits' communications received during the previous mediumistic meeting after they have been reviewed and revised. Second, various reports, correspondence, reading of communications received outside the mediumistic meetings, report on facts of interest to Spiritism. Third, study materials, spontaneous dictations, various issues and moral problems proposed to spirits, evocations. Fourth, examination, critical and analytical examination of the various communications, discussion about various problems of the Spiritist science. Groups that are just starting out are often faced with a lack of mediums. Mediums are certainly essential elements for Spiritist meetings, but they are not indispensable, and it would be incorrect to suppose that there is nothing that can be done without them. Obviously, mediums are necessary for a meeting intended to conduct experiments, just as musicians are required for a concert, but when the purpose is serious study, there are many useful and profitable issues that group members may address by themselves. Moreover, groups that depend on mediums can accidentally lose them, and it would be a shame to believe there was therefore nothing more to do except disband. Spirits themselves can for certain periods lead groups into the situation in order to reach them to get along without mediums. We might add that this may even be necessary so that the group profits more from the teachings, allowing it to dedicate a certain amount of time to meditate on them. Scientific societies do not always have instruments required for observation available, and yet that does not mean they have nothing to discuss. In the absence of poets and speakers, literary societies read and discuss the works of ancient and modern authors, while religious societies encourage meditation upon the scriptures. Spiritist societies should do the same, and it will be to their great advantage to promote conferences where participants read and discuss everything involving Spiritism, both pros and cons. Such a discussion, in which all participants make a contribution from their own reflections, can result in rays of light that would otherwise go unnoticed in a private reading. Alongside special works, newspapers also contribute facts, news, articles, and reports in the virtues and vices that give rise to serious moral problems, whose solution only Spiritism can provide. This is also a way to show that it is connected to all aspects of societal life. We would maintain that a Spiritist society that organizes its work in this sense, arming itself with the necessary materials, will not have to wait very long for direct spirit communications. That is why we have called attention to truly serious groups at this point, groups that most ardently desire to learn rather than to try and find a pastime. See number 207 in the chapter, The Development of Mediums. Rivalries among societies. Each group that deals exclusively with intelligent communications and each group dedicated to physical manifestations has its own mission. However, neither type would be in harmony with the true spirit of Spiritism if they were to regard each other as rivals. The one who cast the first stone would simply prove that it was dominated by evil influences. Although approaches may differ, all must concur in the common objective, which is research and the spreading of the truth. Any antagonism, which is actually nothing more than excited pride, would supply weapons to detractors and would therefore harm the cause such groups mean to defend. These last considerations apply equally to all groups that may differ on certain doctrinal points. As we stated in the chapter on Contradictions, these differences are most of the time based on side issues or even upon simple words. Hence, it would be puerile to fragment a group to form another just because members do not think exactly the same. It would be even worse if different groups or societies in the same city mutually regarded one another with jealousy. We know that jealousy between individuals who compete with each other can cause reciprocal physical harm, but when there is no speculation, jealousy is nothing more than trivial rivalry provoked by self-importance. Since it is impossible for a society to bring all adherents together in one place, those who truly want to spread the truth, who have an exclusively moral objective, should be very pleased at the appearance of new groups, and if there is any competition between them, it should only be geared toward excelling in the area of the good. Those who claim to be in exclusive possession of the truth will have to prove it in light of this motto, love and charity, for this is the motto of all true Spiritists. Do they pride themselves on the superiority of the spirits who assist them? Let them prove it by the superiority of the teachings they receive and by practicing them. This is an infallible criterion to distinguish those who are on the best path. Some spirits who are more presumptuous than logical sometimes try to impose strange and impractical systems under the prestige of the venerable names they adorn themselves with. Common sense makes quick work of these utopias, however, but in the meantime they can sow doubt and uncertainty among members. This often causes momentary disagreement. Besides the means that we have spelled out for evaluating such systems, there is another criterion that can provide an exact measure of their worth: the number of followers they recruit. Reasons say that the system most accepted by the masses should be closer to the truth than the one rejected by the majority, who see their members disappear. Thus, we can be sure that when spirits reject the examination of their own teachings, it is because they know how weak they are. If Spiritism is to transform humankind as has been averred, it can only do so by improving the masses, which will happen only gradually, little by little, as individuals themselves improve. What good is it to believe in the existence of spirits if such belief does not make one better, kinder, and more accepting of one's fellow beings, and humbler and more patient in adversity? What good would it do to those who are greedy to be spiritists if they continue to be greedy, to the proud if they continue to be full of themselves, to the envious if they remain jealous? Thus everyone could believe in the manifestations, yet humankind could remain at a standstill, as we have seen. This is not how God intends it, however. It is toward a providential purpose that all serious Spiritist societies should tend, grouping together all those who have the same sentiments. Then there will be unity, sympathy, and fraternity among them, rather than any vain and childish antagonism provided by self-centeredness. There will be more good deeds than mere words. Then they will be strong and powerful because they are supported on an unshakable foundation, the good of all. Then they will be respected and will silence all mockers because they will speak in the name of the evangelical morality respected by all. This is the course along which we have endeavored to take Spiritism. The flag we have raised on high is that of Christian and humanitarian Spiritism, around which we are happy to see so many people gathered on all points of the earth, because they understand that the anchor of salvation, the safeguard of public order, the sign of a new era for humankind is to be found there. We invite all Spiritist societies to participate in this great work. From one end of the world to the other, may they extend the hand of fraternity, and thereby they shall snare evil in the laces of an inextricable web. Part 2, Chapter 30, Regulations of the Parisian Society for Spiritist Studies. Regulations of the Parisian Society for Spiritist Studies, founded on April 1, 1858, authorized by decree of the Chief of Police on April 13, 1858, according to notice from the Secretary of the Interior and National Security. Translator's note: in her 1876 English version of the Medium's book, Anna Blackwell did not include Chapter 30. It contains the Constitution and bylaws of the Parisian Society for Psychological Studies, which was superseded by the Joint Stock Company for the continuation of the works of Allan Kardec. Kardec had just finished writing the last line of that entity's constitution about an hour before his death. Ms. Blackwell replaced the chapter with a brief description of the Society's meetings, which we have included here and have updated into modern English for historical and informative purposes. The Society met every Friday evening at 8 p.m. at the residence of its president, Kardec himself, which during the latter part of his life was on St. Anne Street. The meetings were strictly private, but admission to them by letters of invitation was easily obtained. The proceedings always began with a short prayer, asking of the Almighty that good spirits would be sent to take part in them, evil ones be kept away, light be given for distinguishing truth from falsehood, the mediums be impressed with a sense of the sacredness of their mission, the incredulous and hostile be helped to better mind, and the spirit president of the Society, St. Louis, being able to watch over and assist the meeting. Then, following a reading of the minutes of the preceding meeting, the reports and correspondence addressed to the Parisian Society by similar societies in France and elsewhere, the reading and discussion of the mediumistic communications obtained at the preceding meeting or sent to the Society by other societies or by individuals, the consideration of some question of moral or scientific interest, or the evocation of some particular spirit as previously agreed upon. Next, all the mediums present seated themselves around a long table and wrote under the influence of the spirits with whom they were in sympathy. These communications were usually in prose, occasionally in verse, and often very fine. They sometimes offered interesting peculiarities, such as names, dates, or statements of facts, etc., unknown to the medium, but subsequently ascertained to have been correct. Additionally, sometimes a trance medium would be controlled by a spirit, giving rise to episodes of vivid or even tragic interest. A communication of exceptional acumen or beauty, or perhaps a short but pithy comment from St. Louis, was frequently received at the close of a discussion in reference to the point that had been under consideration. When all the mediums had ceased writing, each of them took turns reading aloud the communication which he or she had been made to write. The proceedings ended at about 10:30 with a short form of thanks for the perseverance of the spirits who had taken part in them, and of prayer or any perverse or unhappy spirits who might have been brought to the meeting by their spirit guides. The communications obtained on these occasions, as well as those sent to the society from out of town, were by universal consent regarded as being property of the society, were copied into registers kept for that purpose, and deposited among its archives. They furnished the materials from which Allan Kardec successfully compiled the Medium's Book, Heaven and Hell, the Gospel according to Spiritism, and Genesis. Although these regulations are the result of experience, we do not provide them as a required model. Their sole purpose here is to aid startup societies, which may take as guidelines the provisions they consider useful and applicable to their own set of circumstances. Even though they are presented in simplified form, their structure may be reduced still further with small individual groups, which only need to establish measures for their internal structure, precautions, and regularity of their work. We also offer them as information to persons who want to establish relations with the Parisian Society either by correspondence or as integrated members. Purpose and composition of the Society. Article 1. The Society's purpose is to study all the phenomena related to spirit manifestations and their applications to the moral, physical, historical, and psychological sciences. Issues involving politics, religious controversy, or social economics are forbidden. It shall take the name Parisian Society for Spiritist Studies. Article 2. The Society shall be composed of registered members, free associates, and correspondence members. It may confer honorary membership on individuals residing in France or abroad who by their position or work may provide an important service to it. Honorary members are subject to annual re-election. Article 3. The Society shall only admit individuals who sympathize with its principles and the objective of its projects, those who have already been initiated into the fundamental principles of Spiritist science, or those who are seriously animated by the desire for instruction in it. Consequently, it shall exclude all who may bring trouble to its meetings, either through a hostile attitude and theoretical disagreements, or for any other reason that may cause a waste of time on needless argumentation. All members are mutually obligated to display benevolence and good manners, and in all circumstances must place the general good above personal issues and self-importance. Article 4. To be admitted as a free associate, the request must be made in writing to the President, supported by the signature of 2 full members, who will be responsible for the intentions of the postulant. The request must state 1. If the postulant already possesses an understanding of Spiritism, 2. What his or her convictions are concerning the fundamental points of Spiritist science, 3. A promise to fully comply with these regulations. The request shall be submitted to the Commission, which, depending on the case, shall propose admission, postponement, or rejection. Postponement is required for every candidate who does not yet possess any understanding of Spiritist science or does not sympathize with the Society's principles. Free associates have the right to attend all mediumistic meetings, to participate in activities and study groups, but will have no rights to vote on administrative matters of the Society. Free associates shall only be such during the year of their admission, and permanent membership in the society must be ratified at the end of that year. Article 5. To be a full member, it is necessary to have been a free associate for at least 1 year, to have attended more than half the mediumistic meetings, and to have given during that time obvious proof of the applicant's understanding of his or her convictions concerning Spiritism, his or her adhesion to the Society's principles, and his or her willingness to act according to the principles of charity and Spiritist morality in all circumstances involving colleagues. Free associates who have regularly attended the Society's mediumistic meetings for 6 months may be admitted as full members if they have also fulfilled the other conditions. Admission shall be proposed ex officio with the consent of the associate is supported by 3 full members. Next, and dependent on the case, it shall be submitted to the vote of the Society by secret ballot after a verbal report by the Commission. Only full members have the right to vote and to enjoy the rights granted in Article 25. Article 6. If it deems it appropriate, the Society shall limit the number of free associates and full members. Article 7. Correspondence members are those who do not reside in Paris, but who maintain relations with the Society and furnish it with documents that may be useful for its studies. They may be nominated through the presentation of only 1 full member. Administration. Article 8. The Society shall be administered by a Director-President, assisted by members of a Board and Commission. Article 9. The Board shall be comprised of a President, Vice President, General Secretary, 2 Assistant Secretaries, and a Treasurer. 1 or more honorary presidents may be appointed. In the absence of the President and Vice President, the mediumistic meeting shall be presided over by 1 of the Commission members. Article 10. The Director-President shall dedicate all his or her attention to the interests of the Society and Spiritist science. He or she is responsible for the general direction and supervision of administration, as well as the maintenance of the archives. The President is appointed for 3 years, and the other members of the Board for 1 year, eligible to be re-elected indefinitely. Article 11. The Commission is comprised of Board members and 5 other full members, chosen from amongst those who have taken an active role in the Society's projects, have rendered service to the cause of Spiritism, or have revealed a benevolent and conciliatory spirit. These 5 members, like those of the Board, are appointed for 1 year and may be re-elected. The Commission is eligibly presided over by the Director-President, or in his or her absence, by the Vice President, or by 1 of its members designated for the purpose. The Commission is in charge of examining beforehand all the administrative issues, proposals, and other matters which must be submitted to the Society, controlling the receipts and expenses of the Society, and the accounts of the Treasury, authorizing ordinary expenses, and all measures deemed necessary. It shall also examine study materials proposed by various members, formulate them on their behalf, and set the order of the mediumistic meetings according to the President. The President may always oppose the examination of certain subjects and their placement on the agenda, except when he or she appeals to the Board, which shall decide. The Commission shall meet regularly before the mediumistic meetings begin in order to examine the subjects at hand, and also at any other time deemed appropriate. The members of the Board and Commission who are absent for 3 consecutive months without a justifiable excuse shall be considered to have renounced their duties and shall be replaced. Article 12. Decisions of either the Society or the Commission shall be made by the absolute majority of the members present. In case of a tie vote, the President shall cast the deciding vote. The Commission may deliberate with a quorum of 4 members. Vote by secret ballot shall be taken if requested by 5 members. Article 13. Every 3 months, 6 members chosen from among the full members or free associates shall be appointed to fulfill the functions of commissioners. Commissioners are in charge of supervising the order and proper conducting of the mediumistic meetings and verifying the right of participation by any outside person who would like to attend. To do so, designated members shall agree amongst themselves which one will be present at the opening of the mediumistic meetings. Article 14. The business year shall begin April 1st. Appointments to the board and commission shall be made at the first May mediumistic meeting. Incumbent members shall continue their duties until then. Article 15. To cover the Society's expenses, an annual fee of 24 francs shall be charged to full members and 20 francs to free associates. Full members shall also pay a fee of 10 francs at their admission. The fee is paid in full for the year in progress. Members admitted during the year shall only pay for the quarters remaining, calculated from the date of admission. Whenever a husband and wife are accepted as free associates or full members, they shall only be required to pay between them 1.5 times the normal fee. Every 6 months on April 1st and October 1st, the treasurer shall render an accounting to the commission for the use and situation of the funds. After current expenses for rent and other necessities have been paid, the Society shall determine the use of any balance left over. Article 16. A membership card stating their status shall be given to all who are admitted as free associates and full members. This card shall remain with the treasurer until the new member can pick it up after having paid his or her admission fee. The new member may not attend any mediumistic meetings before picking up the card. Failure to do so within 1 month of admission shall mean that the member is regarded as having resigned. Every member who has not paid the annual fee within the first month of the beginning of the business year shall also be regarded as having resigned if he or she has not heeded the warning sent by the treasurer. Mediumistic meetings. Article 17. The Society's mediumistic meetings are to be held on Fridays at 8 p.m. unless changed as needed. Mediumistic meetings may be either private or general and are never open to the public. Every member of the Society, regardless of status, should sign an attendance sheet at each mediumistic meeting. Article 18. Silence and concentration are strictly required during the mediumistic meetings and especially during study time. No one may speak without the President's permission. All questions asked of the spirit shall go through the President, who may refuse to ask them depending on the circumstances. All pointless questions are those of personal interest or involving mere curiosity, or those whose aim is to test the spirits are strictly prohibited, as well as all those that do not have a generally useful purpose from a study point of view. Equally prohibited are all the discussions that are off the subject. Article 19. Every member has the right to ask anyone who departs from appropriateness during the discussion or who disturbs the mediumistic meeting in any way to be brought to order. The request shall immediately be put to a vote, and once approved, it shall be written in the minutes. 3 warnings within a year shall warrant dismissal of the member, whatever his or her status may be. Article 20. No spirit communication obtained outside the Society may be read without having been submitted to the President or the Commission, who may or may not approve its reading. 1 copy of each outside communication whose reading has been authorized must be kept on file. All communications obtained during the mediumistic meetings belong to the Society, but the mediums who receive them may keep a copy. Article 21. Closed mediumistic meetings are reserved for Society members and shall be held on the 1st, 3rd, and if applicable, on the 5th Friday of each month. The Society reserves for individual mediumistic meetings all questions concerning administration, as well as study materials that require greater peacefulness and concentration, or which it deems proper to delve into before being addressed in the presence of outside individuals. Besides full members and free associates, correspondence members passing through Paris, and mediums who lend their help to the Society have the right to attend closed mediumistic meetings. No outside person shall be admitted to closed mediumistic meetings except in exceptional cases and with the prior consent of the President. Article 22. General mediumistic meetings shall be held on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays of each month. During general mediumistic meetings, the Society authorizes admitting outside observers who may attend them temporarily without taking part in them. Such authorization may be suspended when deemed appropriate. No one may attend mediumistic meetings as an observer without having been introduced to the President by a Society member, who shall be entrusted with ensuring that his or her guests will not cause trouble or interrupt the mediumistic meeting. The Society only admits persons as auditors, those who want to become members are those who are interested in its work and have already been sufficiently initiated into Spiritist science to understand it. Anyone who wants to attend only out of curiosity or whose opinions are hostile must absolutely be refused admission. An auditor is forbidden to speak except in exceptional cases as the president sees fit. Anyone who disturbs the order in any way or expresses ill will towards the society work may be invited to leave, and in all cases the fact shall be noted on the attendance sheet. He or she shall be refused entry in the future. The number of auditors shall be limited to the available seats, and those who can attend the mediumistic meetings shall be written down beforehand, making mention of who recommended them and their address. Consequently, every request for admittance to a session must be made to the president several days beforehand. The president is the only one authorized to grant admission cards until the list ends. Cards are only good for the day indicated and for the persons so designated. Permission cannot be granted to the same auditor for more than 2 sessions, except by the president's authorization and for exceptional cases. No member may introduce more than 2 persons at a time. There is no set limit on the number of admissions that may be granted by the president. Auditors are not to be admitted after the mediumistic meetings has begun. Miscellaneous dispositions. Article 23. All members of the society owe it their cooperation. Therefore, they have the duty to gather within their respective circle of observation those old or recent cases that can be linked to Spiritism and communicate them. At the same time, and whenever possible, they shall inquire about the notoriety of such cases. They also have the duty to list all publications that may have a more or less direct relation with the objective of Spiritism's projects. Article 24. The Society shall critique the various works published on Spiritism whenever it considers it appropriate. In order to do so, it shall entrust one of its full members or free associates with writing an opinion, which will be published in Revue Spirite when deemed appropriate. Article 25. The Society shall build a special library comprised of works that have been offered to it and that it acquires. At the Society's headquarters, full members may use this library and the archives on days and at times set for this purpose. Article 26. Considering that its responsibility may be morally compromised by private publications made by its members, the Society has determined that no one shall use the title Society member in any writing without having been authorized to do so and without having made the text known beforehand. The Commission shall be in charge of making a report on the matter. If the Society regards the writing as incompatible with its principles, the author, after having been heard out, will be invited to modify it or renounce its publication, or not to publish it under the title Society Member. If he or she does not wish to abide by the decision, he or she may be expelled. Any writing published anonymously by a society member without any clues as to whom the author is belongs to the category of ordinary publications, and the society reserves the right to evaluate it. However, without wanting to hinder the free expression of personal opinion, the society invites its members who intend to publish in this manner to ask for its official opinion beforehand in the interest of the science. Article 27. Since the Society desires to maintain within itself the unity of the principles and spirit of mutual benevolence, it may expel any member who becomes a source of trouble or who expresses open hostility against it through writings that compromise the doctrine, who holds subversive opinions, or through any procedure which the Society cannot approve. There shall be no expulsion, however, except after an unheeded warning and after hearing the guilty member out, if he or she wishes to offer an explanation. The decision shall be made in top secret by a majority of 3/4 of the members present. Article 28. Every member who withdraws voluntarily during the course of the year cannot request a proportional refund of his or her fee. However, such refund shall be made if the member is expelled by the Society. Article 29. These regulations shall be modified as necessary. Proposals for modification shall be made only through the President, to whom they shall be transmitted after having been accepted by the Commission. Without modifying the regulations on essential points, the Society may adopt all supplementary measures it deems appropriate. Part 2, Chapter 31, Dissertations by Spirits. In this chapter, we have collected a number of spontaneous communications which complete and conform to the principles set forth in this work. We could have included a larger number, but we have limited ourselves to those that most particularly have a bearing on the future of Spiritism, mediums, and meetings. We give them for the instruction they provide and as models of truly serious communications. We end the chapter with a few apocryphal communications, along with observations that will help in recognizing them as such. Concerning Spiritism, 1. Have confidence in the goodness of God and endeavor to understand that He is preparing a new destiny for you. It is true that you will not be able to enjoy this new life in your present existence, but if you did not have to live again on this globe, wouldn't you be happy if you could contemplate from a higher place the work that you have begun and watch it develop? Be solid in your faith and do not waver so that you may confront the obstacles that may arise against the edifice whose groundwork you have laid. The foundation upon which that edifice is supported is firm. Christ himself laid its first stone. Therefore take heart, architects of the divine master, work and build. God will crown your endeavors. But remember that Christ does not regard as disciples those who only talk about charity. It is not enough to merely believe. Rather, you must take special care to exemplify goodness, benevolence, and disinterestedness, without which your faith will be sterile. St. Augustine. 2. Christ himself presides over the works of every kind that are being carried out in order to usher in the era of renewal and improvement, which has been foretold to you by your spirit guides. Actually, if you would look beyond the spirit manifestations and surmise current events, you will have no difficulty recognizing precursory signs, which will show you beyond any doubt that the foretold time has come. Communications are opening up in every nation. When the material barriers are finally overcome, political and religious prejudices will rapidly disappear, along with the moral obstacles that hinder unity. Thereby, the reign of fraternity will be solidly and durably established. Look how sovereigns themselves, impelled by an invisible hand, have already initiated reforms, something unheard of previously. Reforms that spontaneously start from above are quicker and more lasting than those that start from below by means of force. In spite of the prejudices of my childhood and education, and despite my memories, I already had a presentiment about the present era. I rejoice at this and rejoice even more at being able to come here and tell you. Brothers and sisters, take heart. Work for yourselves and your future. Work especially for your own personal improvement, and in your next lifetime you will enjoy a happiness that is as difficult to imagine at present as it is for me to make you understand it. Chateaubriand. 3. I think that Spiritism is an entirely philosophical study of concealed causes and inner movements of the soul, which have been little defined or not defined at all until today. It explains more than it unveils new horizons. Reincarnation and the trials that you must bear before arriving at the supreme goal are not mere revelations, but full confirmations of the truth. I am struck by the truths that are being brought to light by means of Spiritism. I say means intentionally because I view Spiritism as a lever that breaks down the barriers of blindness. Concern over moral issues is being awakened everywhere. Individuals are discussing political issues, and this awakens general interest. They discuss individual interests, and the attack on or defense of personalities awakens passions. Theories win supporters and detractors, but moral truths, the food of the soul, its bread of life, remain in the dust accumulated over the centuries. To human eyes, all forms of improvement seem useful except that of the soul. Its education and evolution seem like chimeras that only serve to occupy the leisure time of priests, poets, and women, whether as simple fashion or as formal instruction. If Spiritism breathes new life into spiritualism, it will provide society with the impulse that will awaken inner dignity in some and resignation in others, while in everyone it will awaken the need to evolve toward the Supreme Being, forgotten by and unknown to his ungrateful creatures. J.J. Rousseau. 4. If God has sent the spirits to instruct men and women, it is for the purpose of clarifying their duties, for showing them the path by which they may shorten their trials and thereby quicken their advancement. In the same way that fruit ripens, humans will arrive at perfection. Nevertheless, alongside the good spirits who watch over your welfare, there are also imperfect spirits who wish you harm. While the former drive you forward, the latter pull you back, and distinguishing between the two is where you must direct all your attention. The way to do so is easy. Simply try to understand that everything that comes from a good spirit cannot harm anyone, whereas everything from an evil spirit can only work harm. If you do not listen to the wise counsel of the spirits who wish you well, if you are offended by the truths they tell you, it is obvious that you are under the influence of evil spirits. Only pride can keep you from seeing what you really are, but if you cannot see it yourself, others can see it for you, so that you are disapproved of by those who laugh at you behind your back and by the spirits. A familiar spirit. 5. Your doctrine is beautiful and holy. Its first landmark has been planted and planted firmly. Now you only need to press on. The path is open, grand, and majestic. Blessed are they who reach port. The more converts you make, the greater will be your reward. To do so, however, you must not coolly embrace the doctrine. You must embrace it ardently, and this ardor will increase because God is always with you wherever you practice what is good. All those whom you convert will be like sheep who have returned to the fold. Poor sheep who have wandered away. Know that those who are most skeptical, the most atheistic, and the most incredulous always have a small corner in their heart that they would like to hide even from themselves. Well, you must seek out and find that tiny corner, for that is the vulnerable point to the attack. It is a small crack that has been expressly left open by God as a means of enabling creatures to return to the divine arms. Saint Benedict. 6. Do not be alarmed by certain obstacles or controversies. Do not torment anyone by persistently trying to convert him or her. You will persuade disbelievers only by your disinterestedness, tolerance, and charity toward all, without exception. Especially guard yourselves against violating public opinion, whether through simple words or public demonstration. The more modest you are, the more you will win the appreciation of others. Let no personal motive lead you to act, and you will find within your conscience a force of attraction that produces only goodness. Under God's orders, the spirits are working for the progress of all without exception. You spiritists must do likewise. St. Louis. 7. What human or even divine institution has not had obstacles to overcome and schisms against which it has had to struggle? If it only had a sad and idle existence, no one would bother to attack it, knowing it would succumb sooner or later. However, since your vitality is strong and active, and since the spiritist tree has deep roots, adversaries realize that it could live a long time, and they try to take the hatchet to it. What can such envious people accomplish? They might cut off a few branches, but they will sprout again with new sap, and they will be stronger than ever. Channing. 8. I would like to speak to you about the firmness you must have in your spiritist labors. Regarding the matter, I have given you a scripture verse to study with all your heart and to apply to yourselves, for like St. Paul, you will be persecuted, not in flesh and bone, but in spirit. The Pharisees and disbelievers of today will revile and insult you, but have no fear. Regard it as a trial that will strengthen you if you entrust yourselves to God, for then you will see your efforts crowned with success later on. This will be a great victory for you in the life to come, and in this world it will be a consolation for all who have lost relatives and friends. Realize that they are happy and that they are glad to be able to communicate with you. Therefore, carry on fulfilling the mission that God has given you. It will be a reward for you on that day in which you appear before the Almighty. Channing. 9. It is I who have come, your Savior and your Judge. I have come as I did long ago among the wayward children of Israel. I have come to bring truth and to disperse the darkness. Listen to me. As my words did long ago, Spiritism must remind materialists that the unchangeable truth reigns over them. The good of God, the Almighty God, who causes the plants to grow and the ocean waves to rise. I have revealed the divine doctrine. Like a reaper, I have gathered into bundles the good ones who were scattered among humankind, and I have said, Come to me, all you who suffer. However, ungrateful humans have deserted the straight and broad path that leads to my Father's kingdom, and they have become lost in the rut-filled byway of impiety. My Father does not wish for the human race to perish. He will no longer speak through prophets or apostles. He wants you both living and dead, that is, dead according to the flesh, for in reality there is no death, to mutually help one another. He wants the voice of those who no longer exist among you to make itself heard as it cries out, Pray and believe, for death is resurrection, and life is a trial that you have chosen, during which the virtues you have cultivated must grow and develop like a cedar tree. Believe in the voices that respond to you. They are the very souls of those whom you evoke. Rarely do I myself communicate. My friends who beheld my life and death are the divine interpreters of the designs of my Father. Frail men and women, you who have believed in the deception of your darkened minds, do not quench the flame that the divine mercy has placed in your hands to light the path and lead you like wayward children to the shelter of your Father. Truly, I say to you, believe in the diversity and multiplicity of the spirits who surround you. I am too full of compassion for your sufferings and great weakness not to extend a protective hand to your unfortunate wayward brothers and sisters who, like looking to heaven, have fallen into the abyss of error. Believe, love, and comprehend the truths that are being revealed to you. Do you mix the tares with the good wheat, or theories with truths? Spiritists, love one another. That is the first teaching. Educate yourselves. That is the second. All truths may be found in Christianity. The errors that have taken root within it are of human origin, and from beyond the grave, where you think there is nothing, voices cry out, Brothers and sisters, nothing perishes. Jesus Christ is the victor over evil. You yourselves be victors over impiety. This communication, obtained by one of the best mediums of the Paris Spiritist Society, was signed with a name that, out of respect, we could only reproduce with extreme reservation. So great would be the honor of its authentic signature, and because the name has already been much abused in obviously apocryphal writings, it is that of Jesus of Nazareth. We have absolutely no doubt that he can manifest himself. However, if truly high-order spirits only do so under exceptional circumstances, reason prevents us from believing that the pure spirit par excellence would respond to any appeal. It would be at the very least a great sacrilege to attribute an unworthy communication to him. These considerations have led us always to avoid publishing anything bearing his name. We believe we can never be too cautious when dealing with publications of this type, which only appeal to vanity and whose least inconvenience is to furnish weapons to the adversaries of Spiritism. As we have stated, the more elevated the spirits in the hierarchy are, the more we should distrust signatures bearing their names. It would take a huge dose of pride for certain individuals to flatter themselves at having been privileged with their communications, deeming themselves worthy of conversing with them as if they were one of their equals. In the above communication, our only proof is the undeniable superiority of the language and thought, and we will leave to each person the care of appraising whether or not he who has signed it would reject it or not. Concerning mediums. 10. All men and women are mediums. All have a spirit that guides them in moral uprightness when they listen to it. Thanks to a special mediumship, some can communicate directly with the spirit, while others can only hear it through the inner voice of the heart and mind. This matters little, for it is always the same familiar spirit who counsels you. call it spirit, reason, or intelligence, it will always be a voice that responds to your soul, speaking valuable words to you. You do not always understand them, however. You do not all know how to act accordingly to the counsels of reason, not the kind of reason that drags itself along and crawls more than it advances. The kind of reason that loses itself in the maze of material and crude interests, but the kind of reason that lifts humans above themselves, the kind that transports them to unknown regions, the sacred flame that inspires the artist and poet, the divine idea that uplifts the philosopher, the impulse that delights both individuals and nations, the kind of reason that the common folks cannot comprehend, but that uplifts men and women more than it does any other creature and draws them close to God, the understanding that leads them from the known to the unknown and enables them to perform the most sublime acts. Therefore, heed that inner voice, that good spirit who never ceases speaking to you, and you will eventually be able to hear your guardian angel who extends its hand to you from on high. I repeat, the inner voice that speaks to the heart is that of the good spirits, and it is from that point of view that all humans are mediums. Channing. 11. The gift of mediumship is as ancient as the world itself. The prophets were mediums. The Eleusinian mysteries were founded upon mediumship. The Chaldeans and Assyrians had mediums. Socrates was guided by a spirit who inspired him with the wonderful principles of his philosophy. He listened to its voice. All cultures have had their mediums, and the inspirations of Joan of Arc were nothing more than the voice of the benefactor spirits who guided her. The gift, which today has expanded so much, has become extremely rare in medieval times, but never disappeared completely. Swedenborg and his disciples comprised a large school, the France of the last few centuries, mocking and geared toward a philosophy which, wanting to abolish the abuses of religious intolerance, suffocated in foolishness everything that was ideal, had to reject Spiritism, which has not ceased to spread in the North. God allowed this struggle of positive ideas against spiritualist ideas because fanaticism had been transformed into a weapon for the latter. Now that the progress of industry and science has developed this art of living well in such a way that materialistic tendencies have become dominant, God wills that minds be led back to the interests of the soul. He wills that the perfecting process of moral men and women be transformed into what it should be, the purpose and goal of life. The human spirit follows its necessary forward march of progress, similar to the gradation through which all things in the visible and invisible universe pass. All progress occurs at the proper time. That of moral elevation has come upon humankind. It will not be completed during your days on earth, but thank the Lord for your having witnessed that blessed dawn. Pierre Juti, father of the medium. 12. God has charged me with a mission which I must accomplish together with believers blessed with a mediumistic mission. The more grace they receive from on high, the more dangers they will face, and these dangers are all the greater when they spring from the very favors God grants them. The faculties that mediums enjoy draw praise, compliments, and adulations from others. Therein lies their danger. These same mediums who should always remember their former incapacity nevertheless forget it, but they do even more. They attribute to their own merit what they owe to God alone. Then what happens? Good spirits abandon them, and they become the sport of evil ones with no compass to guide them any longer. The more skillful they become, the more they are led to attribute to themselves a merit that does not belong to them. God finally punishes them, taking away a faculty that could only be fatal. I could never remind you too often to ask for help from your guardian angel, so that it may aid you in always remaining vigilant against your cruelest enemy, pride. Remember this well, you who have the fortune to be interpreters between spirits and humans. Without the support of our divine master, you will be punished even more severely because you have been favored more highly. I hope this communication is fruitful, and I desire for it to help mediums to remain on their guard against the pitfall to which they could succumb. As I have said, that pitfall is pride. Joan of Arc. 13. Whenever you want to receive communications from good spirits, prepare yourselves for such grace through concentration, pure intentions, and the desire to practice goodness for the overall general progress. Remember that selfishness always hinders evolution. Remember that if God allows some of you to receive the whisper of his children, who by their conduct have merited the blessingness of comprehending the infinite divine goodness, it is because God has heeded our requests and has taken your good intentions into account, and thus wills to grant you the means of advancing on your path. Therefore, O mediums, take advantage of the faculty that God has granted you. Have faith in the goodwill of our Master. Always put charity into action. Never cease practicing either this noble virtue or tolerance. May your actions always be in harmony with your conscience. This is a sure way of increasing your happiness 100-fold during this passing lifetime, and of preparing you for an existence that will be 1,000-fold sweeter. May those mediums who do not feel they have the strength to persevere in the Spiritist teachings abstain, because if they do not take advantage of the light that has dawned on them, they will be all the guiltier and will have to expiate their blindness. Pascal. 14. Today I shall speak to you about non-profitableness, which must be one of the essential qualities of mediums, along with modesty and devotedness. God has given them this faculty in order for them to help spread the truth, but not for them to make it a business. I don't mean only those who want to exploit it as they would a common faculty, those who set themselves up as mediums just as they would as dancers and singers, but rather all those who would mean to utilize mediumship for their own advantage of any kind. Would it be reasonable to suppose that good spirits, even more the high-order spirits who condemn cupidity, would consent to participating in exhibitions and place themselves at the disposal of a vendor of spirit manifestations as though they were his accomplices? It is no more reasonable to suppose that good spirits would favor intentions based on pride and ambition. God allows them to communicate with humans in order to pull them out of the earthly mire and not to serve as instruments for mundane passions. Hence, God could not look favorably upon those who divert their God-given gift from its true purpose. I assure you that even in this world they will be punished for it with the bitterest disappointments. Delphine de Desjardins. 15. All mediums are incontestably called to serve the cause of Spiritism to the full measure of their faculties. However, there are few who do not allow themselves to be led by self-importance, which is a touchstone that is rarely without effect. Out of 100 mediums, it may be possible to find only one, if any, who in the first stages of his or her mediumship, no matter how humble his or her condition is, had not deemed him or herself destined to obtain superior results and predestined for grand missions. Those who succumb to such vain ambition, the number is great, inevitably become prey to obsessing spirits who do not hesitate to subjugate them, arouse their pride, and seize upon their weakness. The higher they desire to raise themselves, the more foolish-looking or even disastrous their fall will be. Grand missions are entrusted to exceptional men and women, and without their seeking it, God provides them with the means and position in which their concourse may be the most effective. Inexperienced mediums can never be reminded too often to distrust what certain spirits may tell them as to any pretentious role they are supposedly called to fulfill. For if they take it seriously, they will only reap disappointment in this world and harsh punishment in the other. Therefore, let mediums be convinced that they can render a grand service in the modest and obscure sphere in which they find themselves, helping to convert disbelievers or consoling the afflicted. If they must leave their obscurity, they will be led by an invisible hand, which will prepare the path for them and push them into the limelight, so to speak, in spite of themselves. Let them remember these words: those who would raise themselves up shall be brought low, and those who would lower themselves shall be raised up. The Spirit Truth. Concerning Spiritist meetings. Among the following communications, some were given at the Parisian Society for Spiritist Studies or addressed to it. Others were transmitted through various mediums and contained general advice concerning groups, their organization, and the problems they may encounter. 16. Why not begin your sessions with a general invocation, a kind of prayer that can gear your minds for concentration? Without mental reflection, you will receive only frivolous communications. Good spirits only appear where they are fervently and sincerely called upon, but humans do not understand this fact very well. Thus, it is up to you to set an example, and if you want to, you may become one of the pillars of the new edifice. We have been observing your labors with satisfaction and have been helping you out, but on the condition that you also help us by proving that you are up to the mission you have been called to fulfill. Be united and you will be strong, and evil spirits will not prevail against you. God loves the simple of spirit, which does not mean fools, but those who renounce themselves and approach him without pride. You can become a beacon for humankind. Learn to distinguish between wheat and tares. Only sow wheat and avoid scattering tares, because they will prevent the wheat from sprouting, and you will be responsible for all the resultant evil. Thus you will be responsible for spreading any erroneous doctrines. Remember that someday the world may look to you, so fortify yourselves so that nothing can dim the glow from the good deeds that will result from your efforts. This is why we recommend that you ask God to assist you. St. Augustine. When we asked for a general invocation formula, St. Augustine responded, there is no set formula. God is too great to regard words as being more important than thought. Don't suppose that all you have to do is say a few words to keep evil spirits away. Guard yourselves especially against using those banal formulas that are recited to unburden one's conscience. Their effectiveness only resides in sincere sentiments, and especially in unanimity of intent. For those who do not involve their heart will receive no benefit, nor will they be of any benefit to others. Write out a formula and submit it to me if you wish. I will help you. The following general invocation formula was drawn up with the help of the Spirit, who completed it at various points. We pray to Almighty God to send good spirits to assist us and to keep from us all those who may induce us to error. Give us the light needed to distinguish truth from falsehood. Also, guard us from malfeasant spirits who may spread disharmony in our midst by arousing envy, pride, and jealousy. If any attempt to appear here in your name, O Lord, we adjure them to withdraw. Good spirits who preside over our labors, come and instruct us and make us amenable to your counsels. Extinguish every personal sentiment within us and replace it with thoughts for the general good. We especially ask our Spirit Protector to send us its help today. 17. My friends, let me offer you some advice, because you are covering new ground, and if you follow the path we have shown you, you will not get lost. You were told a truth that we want you to remember. Spiritism is a moral code, and it must not go beyond the borders of philosophy if you want to avoid falling into the mire of simple curiosity. Set scientific questions aside. It is not the Spirit's mission to resolve them, and in doing so, save you from the efforts of your own research. Above all, try to improve yourselves, for that is what will truly help you evolve. St. Louis. 18. They mock the turning tables, but they shall never mock the philosophy, the wisdom, and the charity that shine forth from serious communications. The tables were the vestibule of the Spiritist science, and those who enter it must leave behind their old preconceptions as they would leave behind a cloak. I can never tire of asking you to make yours a center for serious work. Let those who induce physical manifestation do so wherever they will. Let them observe elsewhere. Let them hear elsewhere. But amongst yourselves understand and love one another. What do you suppose yourselves to look like to high-order spirits when you make a table turn or rise into the air? Simple school children. Do scholars pass their time repeating the ABCs of their science? However, when they see that you are interested in serious communications, they regard you as serious individuals in search of the truth. St. Louis. We asked St. Louis if by this he was condemning physical manifestations, and he responded, I cannot condemn such manifestations, since if they occur, it is with God's permission and for a useful purpose. By stating that they represented the vestibule of the science, I assign them to their true place and usefulness. I only disapprove of those who produce them for amusement and out of curiosity, without drawing upon their resultant teaching. They mean to the Spiritist philosophy what grammar means to literature. Anyone who has reached a certain degree in the science does not waste any more time restudying its basics. 19. My friends and faithful believers, I am always happy to be able to guide you along the righteous path. It is a pleasant mission that God has granted to me, and to which I am dedicated, because being useful is always a reward. May the spirit of charity unite you, the charity that gives as well as the charity that loves. Be patient with the slander of your detractors. Be firm in what is good, and especially be humble before God. Only humility can raise you up, and it is the only grandeur that God recognizes. Only if you are humble will good spirits answer you. If not, evil ones will take control of your soul. Bless the name of the Creator, and you will grow in favor before both humans and God. St. Louis. 20. Unity makes one strong. Be united in order to be strong. Spiritism has germinated, has set down deep roots, and is going to spread its beneficent boughs over the earth. You must become invulnerable to the poison darts of slander and the dark phalanx of ignorant, selfish, and hypocritical spirits. In order to do so, mutual tolerance and benevolence hold sway in your relationships. May your defects pass unnoticed, and only your good qualities be seen. May the flame of pure friendship unite, illumine, and warm your hearts. Then you will be able to resist the powerful attacks of evil, like the unshakable rock resists the crashing waves. Vincent de Paul. 21. My friends, you would like to form a Spiritist group, and I approve of it, because the spirits do not like to see mediums remain isolated. God has not granted them their sublime faculty for their own use, but for the general welfare. By being involved with others, they will have 1,000 opportunities to become enlightened as to the worth of the communication they receive, whereas alone they are more subject to being controlled by deceiving spirits, who are delighted at seeing a medium with no safeguards in place. This is what I leave with you, and if you are not dominated by pride, you will understand and profit from it. And now we shall move on to other matters. Do you truly know what a Spiritist meeting should be? No, because in your zeal you think the best thing to do is bring together the largest number of people possible in order to convince them. Do not be so sure. The fewer persons present, the more you will obtain. Moral ascendancy will bring disbelievers to your side much more effectively than physical phenomena. If you only attract them by means of phenomena, they will come to see them out of curiosity, and you will encounter curious individuals who will not believe, but will rather laugh at your efforts. On the other hand, if there are only worthy persons amongst you, perhaps disbelievers will not change their minds immediately, but they will respect you, and respect always inspires trust. Be convinced that Spiritism will produce more reform. May your group be the first to set an example of Christian virtues, for during this time of selfishness, true charity should find refuge in Spiritist societies. This is what a group of true Spiritists should be like, my friends. I will provide you with other counsels later. Fenelon. 22. You have asked whether or not a large number of groups in the same area might provoke rivalries that are harmful to the doctrine. I will respond that if they have been imbued with the true principles of this doctrine, they will see all Spiritists as brothers and sisters, not as rivals. Those who regard other groups with jealousy would thereby show that they had ulterior motives of self-interest or vanity, and that they were not guided by love for the truth. I can guarantee that if such persons were amongst you, they would soon cause trouble and disunity. True Spiritism has benevolence and charity as its motto. It condones no other rivalry except in the amount of good that can be done. All groups that have inscribed this motto on their banner can hold hands as good neighbors, who are no less friends just because they do not live in the same house. Those who intend to have the best spirits as their guides should prove it by displaying better sentiments. Let there be rivalry amongst them, but a rivalry of greatness of the soul, of self-denial, of goodness and humility. Whoever Whoever casts a stone at another would prove him or herself to be influenced by evil spirits. The nature of the sentiments that individuals express toward one another is the touchstone by which we can recognize the nature of the spirits who assist them. Fenelon. 23. Silence and concentrations are essential conditions for all serious communications. You will never receive such communications when attractions to your meetings results only from curiosity, so make sure that curiosity seekers go elsewhere for entertainment, for their distraction would be a cause of trouble. You must not tolerate any talking while the spirits are being questioned. Sometimes you receive communications that require serious replies from you, and responses that are no less serious from the spirits you evoke, but who feel displeased when certain participants are whispering to each other. Nothing complete or truly serious can be received while they are doing so. Also, the mediums who are writing experience distractions that are very harmful to their work. St. Louis. 24. I shall address the need for you to observe the greatest regularity when you hold your sessions, meaning that you must avoid all confusion and divergence of ideas. Divergence invites the replacement of good spirits with evil ones, and when that happens, they are the ones who respond to your questions. On the other hand, during a meeting composed of several participants who do not know one another, how can contradictory ideas, distraction, and worse yet, a vague and scoffing indifference be avoided? I would like to find some efficient and secure means for this. Perhaps it could be found in the concentration of the diffused fluids surrounding the mediums. It is they alone, especially the ones who are most highly regarded, who keep the good spirits at the meeting, but their influence can hardly dissipate the disturbance that frivolous spirits can cause. Your efforts at examining the communications are excellent. You can never delve too much into studying the question and especially the responses. Error is easy even for spirits with the best intentions. Slowness of writing, during which the spirit departs from the subject that is exhausted as soon as it is conceived, the spirit's mobility, and its indifference towards certain conventional forms, all these reasons and many others make it your duty to trust very slightly what you receive and always to subject it to examination, even when dealing with authentic communications. Georges, a familiar spirit. 25. What is your purpose most of the time in asking the spirits to communicate? In order to obtain fine specimens of prose, which you can show to your acquaintances like samples of our talent, and which you can lovingly preserve in albums, but without giving them a place in your heart. Do you think we are flattered at being able to attend your meetings as if they were a contest, and eloquently argue using fine oratory so that you may say that the session was very interesting? What happens when you receive an admirable communication? Do you think we want you to applaud us? Do not be so sure. We do not intend to entertain you one way or another. On your part, you are still driven by curiosity, and you try to conceal that fact in vain. Our purpose is to make you better. When we realize that our words have no effect, and that everything on your part is reduced to sterile approval, we seek out other souls who are more willing. We give way to spirits who only like to talk, who are never lacking in numbers. You wonder why we allow them to assume our names. What does that matter to you, since there is no difference one way or the other? You should know then that we would not allow this with those in whom we are truly interested, that is, those who do not waste our time. They are our favorites, and we protect them from lies. You have only yourselves to blame if you are frequently fooled. For us, the serious individual is not the one who avoids laughter, but the one whose heart is touched by our words, who meditates on them and puts them into practice. See Numbers 268, questions 19 and 20. Massillon. 26. Spiritism should in itself be a defense against the spirit of discord and dissension, but throughout time the spirit has brandished its torch over humankind because it envies the fortune that peace and unity provide. Spiritists, it can infiltrate your meetings, and you must have no doubt that it will try to sow enmity in them. It will be powerless, however, against those who are animated by true charity. Therefore, be on guard and constantly watch over the door of your heart as well as your meetings, so that this enemy may not gain entrance. If your efforts are powerless against those about you, it will nonetheless always depend on you yourselves not to allow them access to your soul. If dissension stirs in your midst, it can only have come from evil spirits, for those who have risen to the highest degree of the sentiment of duty and comprehension of true Spiritism know how to conduct themselves with civility, showing themselves more patient, noble, and understanding. Good spirits may sometimes allow such struggles so that good and evil sentiments may express themselves in order to separate the wheat from the tares. They will always be on the side of the most humble and truly charitable. Vincent de Paul. 27. Mercilessly repel all spirits who want to provide exclusive advice and who foment division and isolation. They are nearly always vain and mediocre spirits who try to impose themselves on weak and credulous individuals, heaping exaggerated praise upon them in order to bewitch them and keep them under their control. They are usually spirits who are starved for power, who were political or private tyrants when they were living, and who want to continue tyrannizing other victims after death. In general, distrust communications that display a mystical and odd character or that prescribe bizarre ceremonies and practices. There are always legitimate grounds for suspicion in such cases. On the other hand, remember that whenever truth is to be revealed to humankind, it is communicated almost simultaneously to all serious groups that are attended by serious mediums, and not to this or that medium in particular, to the exclusion of others. None can be perfect mediums if they are obsessed. An exception is obvious whenever mediums are able to receive communications only from one particular spirit, no matter how high up the spirit tries to place itself. Consequently, all groups and all mediums that believe they are privileged with communications that only they themselves can receive, and which on the other hand adhere to practices of a superstitious nature, unequivocally find themselves under an obvious obsession, especially when the dominating spirit flatters itself with a name that all spiritists and other incarnates should honor and respect, and would not consider profaning under any circumstance. It is uncontestable that by submitting all information and communication from spirits to the cauldron of reason and logic, it will be easy to expose absurdity and error. One medium may be bewitched and one group may be deceived, but the strict verification of other groups, the knowledge acquired, and the high moral authority of the directors, together with the communications that the principal mediums receive bearing the stamp of logic and authenticity of the most highly evolved spirits, will bring quick justice to lying and cunning dictations that come from a crowd of lying and malevolent spirits. Erastus, disciple of St. Paul. One of the distinctive characteristics of spirits who want to impose themselves and make their bizarre and theoretical ideas accepted is pretension, as if they are the only ones who know about them to the exclusion of everyone else. Their tactic is to avoid discussion. When they see that they are being fought victoriously by the irresistible arguments of logic, they distinctly refuse to respond in order that mediums to avoid spiritist centers where their ideas are not accepted. This isolation is most fatal to mediums because they defenselessly endure the game of these obsessor spirits who frequently lead them like the blind along the most noxious paths. 28. False prophets do not exist only among incarnates. A very large number of them may also be found among proud spirits who, under false appearances of love and charity, sow disunion and hinder the work of humankind's emancipation by spreading their absurd theories that they make mediums accept. In order to better captivate those whom they want to deceive, and in order to give them more weight to their theories, they unscrupulously adorn themselves with names that people speak with respect, such as justly venerated saints and the names of Jesus, Mary, and even God. They are the ones who sow the leaven of discord among groups and drive them to isolate themselves from one another and regard one another with jealousy. This is enough to unmask them, because by acting like they provide a formal denial spiral of whom they claim to be. People would have to be blind, therefore, to allow themselves to be caught in such an obvious trap. However, there are many other ways to recognize them. Spirits of the order to which they say they belong must not only be extremely good, but also eminently logical and rational. So then, pass their theories through the strainer of reason and common sense, and you will see what remains of them. Every time a spirit suggests a remedy for the ills of humankind, or a means of obtaining its transformation through utopian, impractical, puerile, and ridiculous measures, when it formulates theories that contradict the most ordinary notions of science, then it cannot be any more than an ignorant and deceiving spirit. On the other hand, remember that if the truth is not always discerned by individuals, it always is by the common sense of the masses, which is also a criterion. If two principles contradict each other, you have a measure for their intrinsic value by seeing which of them will meet with the most resonance and sympathy. Would it then be logical to accept a doctrine whose number of supporters is decreasing to be truer than the other whose number is increasing? God wills that the truth reach everybody, and so does not confine it within a restrictive circle. God enables it to appear at different points so that the light may shine everywhere alongside the darkness. Erastus. The best guarantee that a principle is an expression of truth is in the fact that it is being taught by several spirits through mediums unknown to one another and in several places. Also, that it is confirmed by reason and sanctioned by the largest number of adherents. Only truth can provide roots for a doctrine. An erroneous theory can very well win a few followers, but since it lacks the primary condition of vitality, it will only enjoy an ephemeral existence. Thus, there is no reason for disquietude. It will destroy itself through its own errors and will inevitably fall before the powerful weapon of logic. Apocryphal communications. Sometimes there are communications that are so absurd, although signed by highly respectable names, that the most ordinary common sense exposes their falsity. In others, the error, disguised by being mixed in with correct principles, can mislead and prevent its detection at first sight. However, they do not hold up under serious examination. Following are a few examples. 29. The perpetual and incessant creation of worlds is for God a kind of perpetual pleasure in seeing their rays become more and more luminous in happiness. For God there is neither number nor time, thus hundreds or millions are neither more nor less to God. God is a Father whose joy is composed of the collective joy of all his children. At each second of creation, God sees a new joy founded upon the universal joy. There is neither cessation nor suspension in the perpetual movement. This great continuous joy that fertilizes both heaven and earth. You only know a small fraction of what there is to know about the earth, and you have brothers who live on planes that humans have not yet reached. Of what significance are the terrible heat and mortal cold that paralyze the efforts of the most audacious? Do you believe that you have reached the limits of your world when you cannot advance any further with your precarious resources? Can you precisely measure your planet? Do not believe it. There are more unknown regions than known ones on your planet. However, since it is futile to continue propagating your evil institutions and all your imperfect laws, actions, and ways of life, there is a limit which keeps you here or there, and which restrains you until you can bear the good seed that your free will shall produce. No, you do not know the world you call earth. In your existence, you shall see a big beginning as proof of this communication. Hence, the hour will sound in which there will be another discovery of beyond the last that was made. You will see the circle of your known earth broaden, and when the press sings that Hosanna in every language, you poor children who love God and seek the divine path, you will know about it even before those who will give their name to the new land. Vincent de Paul. From the style point of view, this communication does not hold up under criticism. The inaccuracies, the redundancies, and the faulty expressions jump out at the eyes of whoever is even a little bit literate. Nevertheless, all that would prove nothing against the name by which it is signed, since such imperfections could have resulted from the insufficiency of the medium, as we have shown. What would pertain to the spirit would be the idea. Thus, when it states that on our planet there are more unknown than known regions, that a new continent will be discovered, such as for a supposedly high-order spirit, proof of the most profound ignorance. There is no doubt that besides the frozen regions, a few unknown corners of the earth may yet be discovered, but stating that these lands are peopled and that God has hidden them from other humans so that they will not take their evil institutions there is to display a great deal of confidence in the blindness of those who receive similar absurdities. 30. My children, our material world and the spirit world about which you still know so very little are like the two planes of an eternal weighing scale. Until now, our regions, our laws, our customs, and our passions have caused the plate of evil on the scales to drop and the good one to rise, since we have seen evil reign supreme on earth. Down through the centuries, it has always been the same lamentations from human lips, and the fatal conclusion is that God is unjust. There are even those who go so far as to deny that he even exists. You see everything here and nothing there. You see the superfluous that displaces need, the gold that shines with the clay, the most shocking contrasts that prove your dual nature. Where does this come from? Whose fault is it? That is what you must calmly and impartially try to answer. Whenever a good remedy is sincerely sought after, people find it. In spite of this domination of evil over good through your own fault, why don't you see everything else steadily following the line traced out by God? Do you see the seasons getting out of order, the heat and cold inconsiderately clashing with each other, the light of the sun forgetting to light the earth forgetting the seeds which sowers have planted there? Have you seen an end to the 1,000 continual miracles that occur before your eye, from the germination of the herb to the birth of the child, a future human being? However, if everything fine is on God's side, everything evil is on humankind's side. What will remedy this? It is very simple. Draw close to God, love one another, join with one another, understand one another, and calmly follow the road whose signposts may be perceived with the eyes of faith and conscience. Vincent de Paul. This communication was received in the same circle as the previous one, but what a difference, not only because of the ideas, but also because of the style. Everything in it is just, profound, and sensible, and St. Vincent de Paul certainly would not disavow it, thus we may safely attribute it to him. 31. March forward, children, close up your ranks. That means unity will make you strong. You who work on the foundation of the grand edifice, watch and labor always to consolidate your base, and you will then be able to build it high, really high. There is great progress all over our globe. There are an innumerable number of converts gathering under our banner. Many skeptics and even the staunchest disbelievers are also drawing near. March forward, children. March with an uplifted heart, full of faith. The course you are following is beautiful. Do not slow down. Always follow a straight line, serving as guides for those behind you. They shall be happy, very happy. March forward, children. You do not need the strength of bayonets to uphold your cause. You only need faith. Conviction, fraternity, and unity are your weapons. With them you are strong, more powerful than all the continents of the universe combined, in spite of their armies, their fleets, their cannons, and their bullets. You who fight for the liberty of the people and the regeneration of the great human family, march forward, children, take courage and persevere. God will help you. Good night. I shall see you later. Napoleon. During his life, Napoleon was a grave and serious man like few others. Everyone knew about his brief and concise style. Would he have degenerated after death by becoming verbose and frilly? This communication might have come from some soldier calling himself Napoleon. 32. No, one cannot change one's religion when one does not have a religion that at the same time satisfies common sense and intelligence, and which above all can provide consolation to humankind in the present. No, one cannot change one's religion. Instead, one falls from ineptitude and domination into wisdom and liberty. Forward, then, our little army. Forward, and do not fear the enemy's bullets. Those that can kill you have not yet been molded. If from the bottom of your heart you are always on the path of the Lord, that is, if you will always peacefully and victoriously fight for your well-being and freedom. Vincent de Paul. Who could possibly recognize St. Vincent de Paul by this language, by these thoughts so disordered and lacking in meaning? What do these words mean? No, one cannot change one's religion. Instead, one falls from ineptitude and domination into wisdom and liberty. With his bullets that have not yet been molded, we highly suspect that this is the same spirit who signed the communication above with the name Napoleon. 33. Children of my faith, Christians of my doctrine, forgotten under the self-seeking waves of the materialist philosophy, follow me along the Judean pathway, follow the passion of my life, contemplate now my enemies, behold my sufferings, my torments, and the blood I shed for my faith. Spiritualist children of my new doctrine, you are ready to support, to confront the waves of adversity, the sarcasms of your enemies. Faith advances without ceasing. Follow your star, which will lead you along the pathway of eternal happiness, as the star led the kings of the east to the manger. Whoever your adversaries may be, whatever may be your punishments, and the tears that fall on this sphere of exile, take heart and persuade yourselves that the joy which will inundate you in the spirit world will be way above the torments of your temporary earthly existence. The valley of tears is a valley that must disappear in order to give way to the shining dwelling place of joy, fraternity, and unity, to which you shall arrive through your obedience to the holy revelation. My dear brothers, life on this terrestrial sphere is entirely preparatory and cannot last longer than what is necessary to become well prepared for that life that shall never pass away. Love one another as I have loved you, brothers. I bless you in heaven. I wait for you. Jesus. From these shining and luminous regions which human thought can hardly reach, the echo of your words and my words has come to touch my heart. Oh, how inundated with joy I feel at beholding you, the continuers of my doctrine. No, nothing comes close to the testimony of your good thoughts. My children, you have seen the regenerative idea which I long ago cast over the world, persecuted and detained for a moment under the pressure of tyrants, but which now proceeds without obstacles to enlighten the paths of humankind, which have been immersed in darkness for so long. Every great and disinterested sacrifice, my children, sooner or later bears its fruits. My martyrdom has proven it. My blood shed for my doctrine shall save humankind and erase the wrongs of great culprits. Blessed are you who today have taken your place in the regenerated family. Press on with courage, my children. Jesus. Obviously, there is nothing evil in these two communications, but did Christ ever use such pretentious, emphatic, and puffed-up language? If both are compared with what we inserted earlier, and which was signed with the same name, one will see which one bears the stamp of authenticity. All these apocryphal communications were received in the same circle. One may observe in the style an air of familiarity, turns of familiar phrases, and the frequent repetition of the same expressions as, for example, go forward, my children, etc., from which we may conclude that the same spirit dictated all of them under different names. In this circle, which is very conscientious but a bit too credulous, no one makes evocations or asks questions. They all wait for spontaneous communications. Hence, we can see that this method is no guarantee as to identity. With questions that were both demanding and logically arranged, it would have been easy to put the spirit in its place. However, it knew there was nothing to fear, since no one asked it any questions, but accepted everything it said without scrutiny and with closed eyes. See number 269. 34. How beautiful nature is, how prudent providence is in its foresight, but your blindness, your human passions, keep you from acquiring patience in God's prudence and goodness. You whine at the least bit of a problem, at the least delay in your plans. So impatient vacillators, be assured that nothing happens without a foreseen reason and without premeditation for the benefit of all people. O men of hypocritical fear, the reason for such delays is the need to reduce to nothing your predictions of bad years for your harvests. God inspires persons with concerns about the future in order to lead them to foresight. See how great your resources are for resolving your purposely aroused fears, which hide the most avid intentions, rather than providing prudence, inspired with a sense of human kindness in favor of the poor. See the relationships between nations that will result. See how many transactions must be concluded, how many resources will contribute to remedy your fears. For as you know, everything is linked together. great and small, will come to join in the work. Then don't you see in this movement a source of certain well-being for the hardest working class in the States, that truly interesting class that you, the omnipotent ones of the earth, regard as people you can shape as you wish and who have been created for your own satisfaction? Well, what happens after all that going and coming from one extreme to the other? It just so happens that once we have been well provided for, the weather often changes. The sun, obeying the designs of its creator, ripens your harvest in only a few days. God places abundance where your greed thinks only of scarcity, and in spite of you, the little people will be able to live. Without your even suspecting it, you have been unwittingly the cause of an era of abundance. Nonetheless, it also just so happens, God sometimes permits it, that evil ones succeed in their avaricious projects. However, then it is a teaching that God wants to give everybody. It is human foresight that he wants to stimulate. It is the infinite order that reigns in nature, and which people must imitate in order to meet events with courage, so that they can bear them with resignation. As for those who calculatedly take advantage of disasters, believe me, they shall be punished. God wants all beings to live. People should not tamper with necessity nor traffic in the superfluous. Just in divine benefits, great in divine clemency, too good before our ingratitude, God's designs are impenetrable. Bossuet, Alfred de Marignac. This communication assuredly contains nothing bad. It contains the same profound philosophical ideas and very prudent advice which, as to identity, could deceive persons who are not well versed in literature. The medium who received it submitted it to examination by the Paris Spiritist Society, which unanimously declared that it could not be from Bossuet. When asked about it, St. Louis responded, "This communication is good in itself, but do not believe that Bossuet dictated it. A spirit wrote it, perhaps somewhat under his inspiration, and signed the name of the great bishop so that it would be readily accepted. However, by its language, you must recognize the substitution. It is from the spirit whose name is placed after that of Bossuet." When asked about its motive for doing this, the spirit declared, "I had the desire to write something in order to be remembered by posterity. Seeing that I was weak, I wanted to join myself to the prestige of a great name." But didn't you think that we would realize that it wasn't from Bossuet? Who knows what could have actually happened? You could have been taken in. Others who were less enlightened would have accepted it. Actually, the ease with which some individuals accept everything that comes from the invisible world under the cover of a great name is what encourages deceptive spirits. We must set all our attention on unmasking the ploys of such spirits, but we can only do so with the help of experience acquired through serious study. That is why we constantly repeat, study before practicing, for that is the only way you will not acquire experience at your own expense. Part 2, Chapter 32, Spiritist Glossary. Generate. From the Greek prepositive, gene, genome, to engender, non-engendered. A variety of tangible apparitions, the state of a certain spirit, who can momentarily take on the form of a living person to the point of producing a complete illusion. Errant state. The situation of errant spirits that is not incarnate during the intervals between their corporeal existences. Mediumistic, belonging to the special faculty of mediums, the mediumistic faculty. Medianimity, the faculty of mediums, synonymous with mediumship. These words are often employed interchangeably. If one wants to make a distinction, one may say that mediumship has a more general meaning and mediuminity a more restricted one. Someone has the gift of mediumship, mechanical mediumanity. Medium, from the Latin medium, middle, intermediary, a person who can serve as an intermediary between spirits and incarnates. Mediumat, the providential mission of mediums. The word has been coined by the spirits. See Chapter 31, Communication 12. Mediumship. See mediumamity. Perispirit, from the Greek peri, around. The semi-material envelope of the spirit among incarnates serves as a tie or intermediary between the spirit and matter. Among errant spirits, it comprises the spirit's fluid body. Pneumatography, from the Greek pneuma, air, breath, wind, spirit, grapho, write. Direct writing by spirits without using the medium's hand. Pneumotophony, from the Greek pneuma and phone, sound or voice, the voice of spirits, the oral communication of spirits without using the voice of a medium. Psychographer, from the Greek psyche, butterfly, soul, and grapho, I write, the person who psychographs a writing medium. Psychography, the writing by spirits using the medium's hand. Psychophony, communications by spirits through the voice of a speaking medium. Rapper, a quality of certain spirits. Rapping spirits are those who reveal their presence through raps and noises of various kinds. Reincarnation, the return of the spirit to the bodily life, the plurality of existences. Semitology, from the Greek sema, sign, and logos, word. Sign language, the communication by spirits through the movement of inert objects. Spirit, in the specialized meaning of the Spiritist doctrine, spirits are the intelligent beings of creation who populate the universe beyond the material world and who comprise the invisible world. They are not separate, specially created beings, but the very souls of people who have lived on the earth or on other spheres and who have left their corporeal envelopes behind. Spiritism, doctrine founded upon the belief in the existence of spirits and their manifestations. Spiritists, whatever is related to Spiritism, a follower of Spiritism, someone who believes in spirit manifestations, a good, a bad Spiritist, the Spiritist doctrine. Spiritualism, used in the opposite sense as materialism, the belief in the existence of a spiritual and immaterial soul. Spiritualism is the basis for all religions. Spiritualists, that which is related to spiritualism, a follower of spiritualism. Whoever wants to believe that we do not consist only of matter is a spiritualist, which absolutely does not imply a belief in spirit manifestations. Every spiritist is necessarily a spiritualist, but one can be a spiritualist without being a spiritist. The materialist is neither. One may say the spiritualist philosophy, a work written using spiritualist ideas. Spiritual manifestations are produced by the action of spirits upon matter. Spiritist morality derives from the teaching of the spirits. These are spiritualists who scoff at spiritist beliefs. In such case, replacing the word spiritualist with the word spiritist would produce obvious confusion. Stereotype, from the Greek stereos, solid, quality of tangible apparitions. Typter, from the Greek typto, I strike, the quality of mediums skillful at communications through typology, a typological medium. Typology, communications by means of raps, a mode of spirit communication. Alphabetical typology.